At the Shin family estate hospital, a vast, ancient, and peaceful space appeared under the bright sunlight. This place is the center of activity and training for generations of the Shin family. In the training courtyard, a young teenager was diligently practicing. The decisive shout, "Ha!" echoed, blending with the winds sweeping through the quiet grounds. Shun Xiang, with fiery eyes, threw a powerful punch, his body tense in a resolute and fierce martial stance. Shun Xiang's fist lunged straight at a large log, carrying a strong force that struck the ground, causing it to tremble. The punch hit the target, the tremendous force shattered the wood, sending fragments flying, a display of strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Shun Xiang, radiating power all over, drenched in sweat, eyes shining with pride. His arm remained clenched, a young warrior stretching himself. A person standing at a distance witnessed everything, clapping continuously, as if to applaud the recent display of strength. That person was Shun Zhenhua, an elder of the Shin family. He smiled. "Shun Xiang, you are truly strong. Just a few punches destroyed that log." Shin Zhenhua laughed heartily, his eyes full of expectation. "Haha, indeed. It seems all the hopes of our Shin family rest on you." Shun Xiang turned around, his voice cold. "Shin Zhenhua, what do you want?" Suspicion and caution flashed in his eyes. Shin Zhenhua smiled mockingly, saying he only wanted to remind Shun Xiang not to disgrace the family at the training ground. He continued to scold, claiming that punching broken logs only made others laugh at him. After the powerful strike, the logs shattered, causing those outside to exclaim in admiration at Shun Zhenhua's fourth-level chi aura in the mundane martial realm. Shin Zhenhua continued to ridicule. No matter how hard Shun Xiang trains until his hands bleed, he will never achieve anything. He emphasized, without a spiritual vein, Shun Xiang will always be useless, only able to hide forever within a weak shell. Not stopping there, Shin Zhenhua viciously mocked Shun Xiang's father, calling him a waste. Shun Xiang's eyes widened with anger, a flame of fury igniting within. He shouted loudly, "Shin Zhenhua, do you dare say that again?" His voice full of hatred and challenge. Shin Zhenhua remained calm, replying that Shin Tianhu, Shun Xiang's father, could easily compete for clan leader if not for a useless son like him. He continued insulting Shin Tianhu, saying the old father only lived to raise a waste, and that was truly pathetic. Shin Zhenhua sneered, "You alone want to fight me?" then suddenly slapped Shun Xiang across the face. Shun Xiang's cheek burned red and bled. The physical pain was nothing compared to the humiliating disgrace. Refusing to submit, Shun Xiang braced himself and counterattacked. He delivered a strong kick that made Zhenhua stagger backward. Caught off guard, Zhenhua became furious, shouting, "You've made me mad. I will kill you." Shin Xiang silently analyzed. Although Zhenhua reached the fourth-level mundane martial realm, he relied on vital energy and was lazy in real combat training. If it was a one-on-one fight, he still had a chance. Zhenhua charged forward, shouting loudly, "Come here, trash." Ha ha ha. He was full of killing intent. The two clashed fiercely, their bodies twisted like two streams of energy colliding in the courtyard. Zhenhua began to panic. How can this waste be so agile? Spotting an opening, Zhenhua counterattacked. "Here's my chance." His eyes gleamed with malice. But before he could strike, Shin Xiang countered with a powerful blow. The battle entered a fierce climax. Someone in the crowd shouted in astonishment. That useless guy actually defeated the genius Shen Zhenhua with just physical strength? But then he suddenly realized something was off. Shin Zhenhua unleashed his body-protecting vital energy. A layer of silvery aura enveloped his arm, leaving everyone stunned. Not good. Body-protecting vital energy. He gave an evil smile, his eyes flashing cunningly, preparing a counterattack in the shadows. Before Shin Xiang could retreat, Shin Zhenhua delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying like a kite with a broken string. Shin Xiang's body slammed hard onto the training ground, creating a thunderous explosion, dirt and rocks scattering everywhere. Shin Xiang lay unconscious, blood pouring from his mouth. The counterattack was so sudden that he couldn't defend himself in time. Shin Zhenhua walked over, sneering, "Damn it, I was almost defeated by this piece of trash." Another person exclaimed, "Body-protecting vital energy? Brother Shenhua, have you reached the 5th level of the mundane martial realm?" Shin Zhenhua nodded, "Just broke through, but the effect is not bad." He grabbed Shin Xiang's hair, lifting him off the ground. "Trying to use tricks to ambush me? Now what should I do with you?" Shin Zhenhua's eyes flashed with evil intent, gathering energy in his hand, preparing to unleash a finishing move on Shin Xiang. Shin Zhenhua grabbed Shin Xiang's head and struck a palm through his opponent's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His eyes were icy cold, filled with murderous intent. Shin Xiang's eyes rolled back, spitting out blood violently. The attack was so brutal that his internal organs were severely damaged. Not stopping, Shun Jinhua hurled Shin Xiang far away, slamming him into the stone wall of the Shin family's training ground with a loud bang. Shin Xiang's body crashed violently, blood continued to gush out. The force of the blow reverberated through his body, causing comprehensive injuries. Shin Jinhua landed lightly, holding a golden energy sphere in his hand, continuing to approach Shin Xiang, who was slumped beside the cracked stone wall. In front of him, Shin Xiang knelt, his whole body covered in blood. Yet he still struggled to rise, his eyes resolute, showing no sign of submission. "Die, you trash!" Shin Jinhua shouted, hurling the energy sphere filled with intense killing intent at Shin Xiang. A terrifying explosion rang out, light bursting and engulfing the entire area. The powerful attack sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Amidst the soaring flames, Shin Jinhua stood tall in the smoke and dust, thinking the battle had ended with his absolute victory. But from within the smoke, a large figure appeared, Shin Tianwen. Dressed in black robes, bearing a large scar on his back and exuding murderous aura, he approached with godlike presence. A young man in red mocked, saying, "Uncle has high cultivation, so taking my attack is easy for you." He laughed scornfully, full of arrogance. Shin Tianwen grew angry, his eyes cold as he shouted loudly, "Get out!" The person who was just scolded stood stunned, eyes wide in shock, intimidated by Shin Tianwen's aura. Shin Tianwen embraced the severely injured Shin Xiang, mentioning that there would soon be a struggle for the clan leader position in the family. He said to wait and see if his father could win it, his words revealing hidden intentions. Shin Xiang collapsed in his father's arms, blood covering his face, blaming himself for being a burden to his father. Shin Tianwen gently lifted his son, advising that the path of martial arts is not for everyone. Ordinary people have their own way and need not be troubled. Tears and blood mingled on Shin Xiang's face. He cried out in pain, but the Shin family. His words faded into darkness. The Shin family does not accept mortals. In Shin Xiang's room in the Shin family estate, a female voice called out, "Brother Xiao Tuong, are you in there?" Inside, Shin Xiang sat hugging his knees in silence. Shin Xiang recognized the voice and whispered the girl's name, "Xian." He broke out in sweat, his eyes complex, carrying both hope and shame. A young man tried to persuade, "Let's go home, Xian, he won't see you." At the gate, Xian looked inside, her heart full of worry. Xian emotionally retorted, "Why? But I am his fiancé." The man standing beside her said coldly, "Xian, end this marriage today." She asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" The elder of the Shui family explained sternly, "You are the treasure of the Shui clan and a martial arts genius. But Xiao Tuong has no spiritual vein, his life is destined to be that of a mortal." He concluded, "He is not worthy of you." In the darkness, Shin Xiang heard every word clearly, pain weighing heavily in his eyes. Xian shed tears and softly said, "Who needs him to be worthy of me? We love each other, that's enough." But a cold voice sounded from behind the door bars. "Marriage is decided by parents. Please leave." Xian was silent, her eyes sorrowful. Inside, Shin Xiang sat alone before the room, light slanting through the door bars. In his heart, he repeated, "I must be stronger, must surpass all to become strong." He clenched the book in his hand, eyes full of determination. Despite deep wounds, Shin Xiang did not collapse. The open page revealed, Earth Spirit Herb, a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb that can be used to refine pills to enhance spiritual power. Shin Xiang vowed, "For Xian, for my father, and for myself." At a place called Dead Place, amidst a fierce rainstorm and an unusually purple sky, appeared a mysterious cliff named Immortal Devil Cliff. A roaring shout echoed through the air. Amidst thunder and lightning and a whirlwind, a dark figure dashed through the rain, carrying a pair of giant black wings torn apart. The man in black was thrown off the cliff, his body falling freely amid the thunder. The air around him seemed to tremble with the impact on space. The young man, bare-chested with long flowing hair, stubbornly clung to the perilous cliff. Despite being covered in wounds, his eyes still blazed with determination. He raised his head, panting in the rain. His eyes were fiery red and teary, and he uttered emotionally, "Finally!" The scenery revealed that he was arriving at the summit of Immortal Devil Cliff. Leaning his head against the rock, the young man smiled with relief. "Finally, I have reached this place." In front of him was Hell Spirit Grass, a spirit herb that appears only once every 1,000 years, on the day when the month and year are both in. The young man told himself, if he missed this chance, he wouldn't know how many years it would be before the next one. He reached out his hand with a determined gaze. Even without a spiritual vein, if he refined medicine from this herb, he could instantly break through to the 5th tier. Without hesitation, he grasped the Hell Spirit Grass tightly with both hands, gathering all his strength, determined to possess this once-in-1,000 years miraculous medicine. In the raging storm, Shin Xiang clenched the blazing sacrificial item in his hand, his eyes resolute. He vowed to reverse the fate that had been predetermined. Thunder exploded in the sky as Xinxiang stared straight at the lightning striking down. He poured all his strength into the heavenly defying ritual. However, heaven seemed to mock him. Debris from the cliff collapsed before his eyes. Xinxiang roared in fury. Heavens above, are you mocking me? The sudden accident caused all his efforts over time to collapse. Xinxiang was thrown violently amid flashes of lightning and falling rocks. While falling, he still tried to reach out, refusing to let go. How can I fail like this? Despite his scratched body, Xinxiang still clung to the cliff, his eyes refusing to accept defeat. His bloodied hands pounded hard against the cliff, hoping to grasp the last ray of hope. In panic, he fell amid a hailstorm pouring from the sky, still clutching the sacrificial item tightly. Xinxiang's desperate eyes ignited the last hope. He thought, just a little more. Tears mixed with blood on his face as he whispered, then, I will no longer be a waste. From a crack in the void on the cliff, dark light and debris fell, creating a bizarre scene signaling that something unusual was happening. Xinxiang gradually regained consciousness after the fall, his eyes dimly opening as he whispered confusedly, where's this? His eyes widened in shock as he realized something unusual right before him. In front of him were two stunning women, one with white hair, the other with black hair and curved horns. Xinxiang was stunned and wondered, am I dead? The white-haired beauty sneered and bent down, saying, kid, if you don't get up, I'll just leave you to die here. In the cracked earth like a chasm, Xinxiang stood up, facing the two mysterious beauties sitting on the rocks as if waiting for something. Both beauties sighed in relief. Xinxiang bowed politely, I am Xinxiang, I was just gathering herbs on the cliff when I suddenly fell. I did not mean to offend you, seniors. Xinxiang tried to appear sincere, hoping for forgiveness. He trembled as he explained, I did not intend to insult you, seniors. The white-haired beauty sighed, I thought someone came to rescue us, but it turned out to be just a kid without a spiritual vein. Then she gently said, well, at least after we die, there will be someone to build our tomb. Xinxiang awkwardly asked, Senior, why do you say that? The white-haired beauty snapped, call me sister. At the bottom of the immortal devil cliff abyss, a white-haired woman explained that the aura of death energy surrounding this place is very strong. Only those with superior physique and inner strength can escape. The black-haired beauty with horns groaned softly from the wound on her arm, blood continuously oozing, showing her critical condition. Xinxiang, covered in injuries himself, quickly took out a bag of medicinal herbs from his clan to treat her. The black-haired beauty spoke despairingly. She believed her wound could not be healed by ordinary herbs, and that all three of them would sooner or later die here. Xinxiang refused to accept that. He squeezed her hand firmly, affirming that if they didn't try, how would they know the result? He said he still had many important things to do and believed she did too. Therefore, even if it meant risking everything, he wanted her to try once. The white-haired beauty looked at Xinxiang with deep emotion, seemingly moved by his resilience and sincerity. She smiled and turned to the black-haired sister. This kid, maybe we should try. The black-haired beauty agreed. She slowly pulled down her shirt, revealing a back full of wounds, ready for treatment with the herbs. Xinxiang blushed awkwardly and turned away, stammering that men and women should be separate, and this action was really inappropriate. Tian smiled slyly and gently said that both girls were seriously injured, suggesting Xinxiang help apply medicine on their bodies. Xinxiang, blushing and embarrassed, didn't know how to react to this awkward situation. Xinxiang held the medicine bag trembling, his face showing clear guilt and tension. He apologized to Senior Tian, the black-haired beauty with horns, for the inconvenience and for having to touch her. Xinxiang began applying medicine to the wounds on the black-haired beauty's back. When his hand touched her skin, a stream of dark and evil energy from the wounds gradually spread, enveloping the tense atmosphere. The black-haired beauty gritted her teeth enduring the pain, her eyes sparkling with killing intent and resentment. The dark energy continued to emanate from her body, showing that the wounds were not only physical but also inflicted by the power of evil demonic energy. Two beauties, one with white hair, one with black hair and horns, were seriously injured. The white-haired beauty gently suggested Xinxiang help apply medicine on their bodies, reasoning that both were severely wounded. Xinxiang was embarrassed, holding the medicine bag, his eyes red and flustered. He apologized for his awkwardness in front of the alluring seniors. Xinxiang began to reach toward the bare back of the black-haired beauty with horns where wounds were bleeding. A red-black aura started to rise around. The black-haired beauty's eyes suddenly opened coldly, signaling that something unusual was happening. The eerie red-black mist surrounded them. The black-haired beauty performed a secret technique. She coldly declared, before my mysterious art all men will reveal their true nature. Xinxiang began to fall into a trance, compelled to act on instinct, his gaze blurred, body uncontrollable. Close-up of Xinxiang's eyes, pupils clouded, invaded by evil energy, showing he was gradually losing control. The evil aura enveloped both. It seemed Xinxiang was about to lose his will completely and fall into the trap of the enchanting skill. At the moment Xinxiang was about to touch the black-haired beauty, he suddenly snapped awake. He shouted loudly, "Wait!" He panicked, turned his head, and yelled, "Xinxiang, what are you doing?" The white-haired beauty simultaneously jumped up while Xinxiang hurriedly apologized, admitting he felt like his mind was being controlled. Bakyu, princess of the demon realm, gently spoke, acknowledging that this young man had a strong will and precious character. Tamai Dao smiled, congratulating Xinxiang for passing the test with an affectionate call, "Little devil, come here." Xinxiang was surprised, realizing what he had just experienced was not a real situation but a hidden challenge. Tamai Dao and Bakyu stood before Xinxiang. They prepared to reveal the whole truth with a radiant spiritual aura spreading out. Tamai Dao solemnly introduced her identity. She was Tamai Dao, head of the Danheng Medicine Institute, a major force in the alchemy world. She continued to introduce Bakyu Yu, her senior sister, and also the princess of the demon realm, a noble, powerful, and mysterious identity. Xinxiang was stunned, not expecting that the two standing before him had such extraordinary identities. Tamai Dao explained that both had once been ambushed by enemies, severely injured, and lost their cultivation. They needed to leave this place before the demonic beasts appeared. Bakyu proposed a grand plan to pass on to Xinxiang 2 ultimate divine yin-yang meridians. If successfully refined, he could overcome the killing aura in the immortal demon abyss and escape. Tamai Dao emphasized that neither she nor her senior sister would pass on divine meridians to someone of low virtue. Therefore, the previous challenge was a way to test Xinxiang's true character. Xinxiang gasped, his body full of wounds, eyes filled with doubt and hope. He asked, "So, I have passed the test?" The black-haired beauty with horns calmly warned. Merging and refining the divine meridians was not easy. It might cost one's life. She gave the final choice. Without hesitation, Xinxiang declared he would not refuse. This was the opportunity he had long awaited. The white-haired beauty, called Shuexianxian, seriously asked, "Xinxiang, are you willing to sign a blood contract with us, receive the divine meridians, and help us restore our cultivation?" Xinxiang firmly clenched his hand and affirmed, "I accept. As long as I can become stronger, I will do anything." Shuexianxian smiled contentedly. She took out the contract, showing satisfaction with Xinxiang's choice. She raised the contract in her hand, eyes resolute. "Then, let's begin." The three sat facing each other amid the light emitted from the mystical formation. The blood contract was being enacted in a powerful ritual. Xinxiang's body convulsed violently. The divine meridians began to merge, and the immense energy flooding into his body caused him excruciating pain. The pain reached its peak. Xinxiang screamed in despair as the blazing red energy seemed to burn through all his blood vessels and bones. Xinxiang howled in agony as a fierce power erupted from his body. The blazing red energies tore through the space around him, showing the tremendous pressure he was enduring. The white-haired beauty looked at Xinxiang worriedly, realizing his meridians were shattered and his spirit was contracting. She doubted whether merging the divine meridians was too difficult for him. A fierce roar echoed from afar, shaking the entire space. A terrifying creature was awakening amid the eerie energy enveloping the scene. The white-haired beauty panicked upon hearing the roar. "That's the roar of a wild beast." "Xinxiang, did you touch the hell spirit herb?" She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Damn it. The beasts guarding the hell spirit herb are all level 7 or above. If this continues, we will surely die." She shouted loudly, "Xinxiang, you are in critical condition. If you give up now, you might save half your life." Bloodied and battered, Xinxiang tensed his body in pain and shouted, "I will not give up." In his heart, Xinxiang recalled his painful past, born without spiritual veins, always falling behind, powerless against his clan's decline. Now that the opportunity was before him, he could not let go. With blazing red eyes, Xinxiang shouted, "Even if I die, I will not give up." A burst of power exploded. Xinxiang's whole body shone fiercely, with veins glowing red-hot like burning embers. He roared madly, surpassing the limits of life and death. The two beauties, one black-haired with horns, one white-haired, were suddenly shocked as Xinxiang spat heavy blood. Both panicked, calling him "kid" with concern. At that moment, a fierce weapon struck down from above, shattering rocks and sending dust flying everywhere. The two girls immediately became alert. In the smoke, both widened their eyes in shock, sensing an overwhelming pressure from a giant entity approaching. A giant blue-skinned beast with sharp teeth roared thunderously, appearing with fierce momentum, threatening to wipe out everything before it. The white-haired girl panicked and asked, "What should we do, sister?" While the elder, the black-haired beauty with horns, shouted, "Look at his meridians and wounds." She quickly noticed the wounds on Xinxiang's body were healing themselves, a sign that his refining process might have succeeded. A mysterious figure watched from afar, silently thinking, "If this kid truly refines 2 divine meridians, no one will be able to stop him in the future." The 2 sisters decided to unite to protect Xinxiang. "He still needs more time. Just hold on a little longer. Maybe there's still hope." The beast charged to attack, but the 2 girls bravely confronted it. The black-haired beauty shouted, "Ugly monster." The battle erupted. Both rushed forward simultaneously, delivering deadly blows to the beast's head, shouting, "Die for me." The blue beast roared angrily, its sharp teeth flashing, eyes glowing red with rising killing intent. It spun around and launched a fierce attack, surrounded by blue-purple aura, rushing toward the 2 beauties fighting. The beast's huge tail swung with tremendous force, aiming straight at the black-horned girl. The tail sweep cut through the air, tearing everything around. Both beauties were thrown back, unable to defend themselves. Blood poured from her mouth. The black-haired beauty staggered to her feet, gritting her teeth. "If I still had full strength, this beast would have been dead long ago." The beast did not stop. It leapt high, claws extended, lunging toward an unconscious person lying far away. The victim was Xinxiang, his body covered in wounds, unable to defend himself, becoming the next target. The beast roared, preparing to bite down. In this life-or-death moment, Xinxiang stood on the edge between life and death. The black-haired beauty sprang up, her eyes blazing red with killing intent, shouting, "Demon beast, don't come over there." She cast a forbidden spell, grasping Soul Devil Curse. A black-purple aura wrapped around the beast's tail, stopping it instantly. The black-haired beauty with horns used a magical weapon to form a mysterious black barrier to restrain the giant beast. She commanded, "Surround it for me." The beast went berserk, charging toward Xinxiang lying motionless on the ground. Blood flowing from its nose showed it was injured but still extremely dangerous. Despite being covered in wounds, the black-haired beauty calmly held tightly to the demonic chain. She tried to hold the beast back to buy time. "Just hold on a little longer." At that moment, the beast was surrounded by a series of swirling blue attacks. She shouted in surprise, "What?" She continued to be swept away by the beast's power. Filled with worry, she thought, "We must kill this beast immediately." The beast roared and continued its relentless assault. Xinxiang remained motionless, his body glowing fiery red, as if gathering energy or enduring extreme pain. Xinxiang was thrown into the air, helpless in the face of life and death. Around him, the beast's fangs were ready to tear him apart. The black-haired beauty looked up in panic. "This is bad." Behind her, the white-haired beauty suddenly appeared, her body radiating dazzling spiritual light. The white-haired beauty unleashed a powerful strike, blasting the giant beast into the air with a burst of blazing golden energy. Both girls, the white-haired and black-haired beauties, watched in shock as Xinxiang's body fell, buried by the fierce battle. The black-haired beauty with horns worriedly exclaimed in disbelief, "Senior sister, his fusion speed is much faster than we thought." A dazzling beam of light erupted from Xinxiang. Standing at the center of the energy explosion, his body radiated a strong golden-orange aura, creating shockwaves spreading in all directions. Xinxiang appeared in a new form, bare-chested, muscular, with a cold expression on his face. Xinxiang's half-shadowed face appeared, eyes sharp and cold, lips tightly pressed. Amidst the blazing light behind him, he exuded overwhelming killing intent. Xinxiang burst with momentum, standing amidst the giant Tai Chi circle, his body radiating a fierce golden light. A new power was being unlocked. For the first time in his life, Xinxiang felt the divine veins power surging through his body. This power made his blood boil intensely. From afar, 2 powerful beauties, one with white hair and one with horns, observed him. Their eyes were cold but full of concern. Xinxiang was moved as he recalled the sacrifice of the 2 women, who fought to hold back the enemy, giving him time to absorb the medicinal power. The white-haired beauty smiled, calling Xinxiang kid, her gentle eyes filled with trust. A giant blue-skinned beast appeared from the collapsing cliff. It roared, exuding a threatening, murderous aura. The white-haired beauty encouraged Xinxiang to try his strength against it. Without hesitation, Xinxiang charged into battle. His attack was so powerful it knocked the beast away, leaving a large wound in its chest. After the strike, Xinxiang fell back and was caught in time by the 2 beauties. He gasped for breath, but his eyes were full of determination. The beast rose to counterattack, sweeping its tail and causing the ground to explode. Xinxiang and the 2 beauties narrowly dodged. Shin Xiang firmly placed the two women on higher ground and decisively said, "You two stay here, I will handle it." His words showed courage and resolve. Shin Xiang shouted, "Come on," and plunged down the deep abyss at an incredible speed, creating a strong beam of light that cut through the darkness. As he descended, Shin Xiang's eyes flashed. He realized his reflexes and agility had increased many times thanks to his physical training. Shin Xiang threw a punch at a giant blue-skinned beast roaring fiercely, shouting, "Feel the power of my fist." The punch struck directly on the beast, causing a violent shock that cracked the ground beneath from the pressure. Although hit, the beast was only slightly pushed back. Shin Xiang realized his attack seemed ineffective. The beast raised its head and exhaled a strange blue aura from its mouth, beginning to gather energy. A series of energy spheres carrying pink-purple lightning were created from the beast's mouth, shooting straight toward Shin Xiang. Shin Xiang dodged nimbly, amazed as he assessed, "This beast is really hard to deal with." The white-haired beauty's voice echoed from afar, reproaching, "Even a beast knows how to use chi to attack, yet you still only rely on brute strength." Hearing the scolding, Shin Xiang was startled and became aware of the shortcomings in his fighting style. Shin Xiang clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing. Now he was no longer just a brute, a new power had awakened within him. As spiritual energy filled his meridians, Shin Xiang felt his chi about to explode. He tilted his head back and shouted loudly, creating a violent shock that shook the earth and rocks. With fiery eyes, Shin Xiang raised his blazing fist and shouted, "This is the power of true chi," confidence burning bright before the decisive battle. From afar, a giant blue-skinned beast charged forward. It bared its fangs, roared, and unleashed a deadly energy blast toward Shin Xiang. Facing the fierce assault, Shin Xiang did not retreat. He gave his all, launching a counterattack with true chi blazing in his palm. An energy explosion erupted between the two opponents. Shin Xiang surpassed his own speed, dodged the attack, and closed in on the enemy. With a powerful strike, Shin Xiang pierced through the beast's defense line. The true chi flames enveloped the monster's body, burning it fiercely. The beast screamed in pain, but Shin Xiang did not stop. He continuously pressed forward, unleashing a series of strong moves that exhausted the monster. Covered in flames, Shin Xiang stood tall amid the battlefield ruins. Sweat dripped down, but his eyes still shone with fighting spirit. Finally, the beast fell with a final, painful roar. Shin Xiang was victorious, proving his transformation after mastering true chi. The cliff began to crack, forming a deep fissure, with large rocks falling as a sign of the impending collapse. Xian and the black-haired beauty with horns were in danger as rocks fell from all sides. The black-haired beauty shouted, calling Shin Xiang, "Kid, come here quickly. This place is about to collapse." Shin Xiang quickly jumped onto the cliff, avoiding falling rocks from above as everything started shaking violently. Xian anxiously shouted, trying to pull Shin Xiang back, "I will save the sisters." Then she ordered, "Put some blood on this ring, it will recognize you as its master." Xian handed over a ring, explaining, "This is a storage ring, put us inside it." In another corner, the blue beast was fleeing in panic amidst the collapsing surroundings. After Xian and the black-haired beauty were placed inside the ring, Shin Xiang and the two girls escaped in time, looking up at the crumbling cliff. "Let's go. It's almost too late." Shin Xiang summoned divine power, two opposing auras appearing in his hands, one blazing gold, the other dark purple, creating an explosive force. With burning momentum, Shin Xiang shouted, "Father, Xian, wait for me." His whole body was enveloped by fierce true chi like divine fire. The scene shifted to an ancient building, morning light shining through the window, a new beginning awaited. A girl was pouring water into a bathtub, droplets splashing in the red wooden room. The atmosphere felt urgent and unusual. The black-haired girl asked Sister Mei-ao why they didn't use the main bath of the Shin family but chose this room instead. Mei-ao, a sharp, gentle yet intimidating white-haired beauty, warned the girl not to reveal their identities or she would lose her life. After the warning, Mei-ao relaxed and looked satisfied to finally bathe, her demeanor proud and confident. Shin Xiang, the main character, blushed deeply in embarrassment seeing the two beauties preparing to bathe in the same room. One of them asked him to stay but to turn away and close his eyes. Mei-ao and the black-haired horned beauty soaked in the tub, appearing happy and natural, while Shin Xiang stood with his back turned, looking awkward. While bathing, Mei-ao suddenly remembered and said she still had something to give Shin Xiang, surprising both him and the horned girl. Mei-ao reached out inviting Shin Xiang closer, a mysterious smile appearing on her beautiful face, making the atmosphere enigmatic. Though confused, Shin Xiang bowed his head and approached Mei-ao as requested. She continued with a solemn yet intimate gesture. Mei-ao's finger lightly touched Shin Xiang's forehead, emitting a bright golden light. It seemed she was transmitting a memory, technique, or special power to him. Shin Xiang suddenly felt a mysterious energy rising within his body, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this?" A voice echoed in Xinxiang's mind, revealing that he had been taught the four symbols divine skill, a technique once practiced by the other through spiritual consciousness. Xinxiang silently sat cross-legged to cultivate, following instructions to circulate true qi within his body to sense the technique. Xinxiang felt a fierce fire burning in his chest. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Sister Meiyao, there's a raging fire inside me." Meiyao smiled gently, explaining it was the flame of true qi. She reminded him to continue training to control this power. The black-haired beauty spoke gently. She revealed that she used to be an alchemist and advised Xinxiang that he could try learning alchemy if interested, although it requires very high talent. Xinxiang pondered deeply. He was amazed by the vast amount of information the two Meiyao sisters could transmit through spiritual consciousness. In his heart, he wondered if they had reached the 8th realm, or even beyond. Meiyao and her sister remained calm. They seemed to understand Xinxiang's admiration. Meiyao only gave a mysterious light smile. Meiyao spoke seriously about the cultivation world. She said that above the mortal martial realm, there are the true martial realm, nirvana realm, and many more. Xinwu, the continent where Xinxiang lives, is just a drop in the vast ocean of martial arts. The black-haired sister continued with a serious gaze. She warned that their enemies were so powerful they could destroy the strongest warriors with a snap of their fingers. Therefore, their identities must be kept secret even from their closest loved ones. Xinxiang suddenly realized the 9 layers mortal martial realm he once revered was actually too weak compared to the vast world beyond. Meiyao comforted him. She believed that with the yin-yang divine veins, Xinxiang only needed to diligently practice the 4 symbols divine skill and alchemy to surpass all. A visionary image appeared. Xinxiang, in the future, would stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming the god of the martial world. Dawn breaks over the grand hall, light streaming through the wooden windows, signaling a new beginning. Meiyao just stepped out of the bath, smoothing her long, silky white hair, sighing with regret for not soaking a few more hours. The black-haired beauty with horns looked at Xinxiang calmly, acknowledging his current weak foundation, promising to teach him demonic cultivation techniques when the time is ripe. Xinxiang was determined, promising to train diligently and not disappoint the 2 seniors who had helped him. Suddenly, from outside the hall, Xinxiang heard a hurried call. A large man ran in. It was his father. Xinxiang's father rushed over to embrace his son tightly, tears welling up as he inquired about his condition after the dangerous trip to Immortal Devil Cliff. He anxiously asked if Xinxiang was affected by the aura from the Ma Tian abyss, while Xinxiang awkwardly reassured him. Meiyao was relieved that they had hidden inside the storage ring. Still uneasy, Xinxiang's father quickly checked his son's body for any injuries. During the check, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment as if discovering something extraordinary. Unable to contain his emotion, Xinxiang's father exclaimed, "Xiaoxiang, you have a spiritual vein?" Xinxiang's father was overjoyed that he had brought back Hell Spirit Grass, a precious 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. He believed the risk was completely worthwhile. Xinxiang encouraged his father to run for the position of head of the Xin family, firmly believing he would succeed. Father and son clasped hands with determination. Xinxiang's father believed it was all fate and that the opportunity had arrived. They laughed heartily, nurturing ambitions to lead the Xin family into a new era together. A week later, Xinxiang went to practice at the Spirit Dan Pavilion, a place for pill cultivators. He felt his control over true fire had become more proficient after a week of training. But his sister Meiyao said to progress faster, Xinxiang needed to practice pill refining. Xinxiang discovered that Peiyuan Body Dan cost up to 5,000 large spirit stones, far beyond his means. He was disappointed, realizing he didn't even have enough money to buy ingredients, let alone finished pills. Meiyao appeared and gently advised, "If you can't afford herbs, you can grow them yourself." Xinxiang was confused. For ordinary people, herbs take 3 years to mature. Meiyao smiled confidently, revealing she had a way to make time no longer an issue. Xinxiang went to the pharmacy and confidently requested 5 seedlings of azure spirit grass and blood element flower, showing his pill refining knowledge had surpassed his waste reputation. While waiting for the medicine, Xinxiang was suddenly met with a mocking voice calling him the waste of the Xin family, stirring up past contempt. The provocateur was Xinjun Hua, a clansman accompanied by Hua Yunqin, the daughter of Wohu City Lord. Together they insulted Xinxiang, calling him a disgrace to the family. Despite the insult, Xinxiang remained calm, his cold gaze reflecting determination not to react as before. Hua Yunqin was angry to see Xinxiang ignoring them and urged Xinjun Hua to teach him a lesson. Xinhua grew furious, clenching his fist and shouting, "Xinxiang, you want to fight again, don't you?" Zhanhua unleashed the Heavenly Sun Palm technique, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at Xinxiang inside the pharmacy, shocking everyone. But Xinxiang lightly executed a swift footwork technique, creating a blurry clone that appeared and narrowly dodged the attack. Jinhua's devastating blow struck empty air, bursting into fierce flames, but the target had vanished. Xinxiang stood calmly elsewhere. Jinhua was stunned. You dodged? How is that possible? Surprise and fear clear on his face as he realized Xinxiang was no longer the waste of the past. Xinxiang realized his opponent only trained his vital energy but neglected physical conditioning. He mocked that such poor speed would never win against anyone. A woman with reddish-brown hair, fiery eyes, and blazing aura charged forward with a fierce attack. It's not your turn to be arrogant. A blazing palm strike was unleashed, aimed straight at Xinxiang's head. The result was blood splattering on the ground. The strike clearly hit its mark. The girl continued with a second punch, engulfing her opponent in flames, sending Xinxiang flying backward. A brown-haired man wearing a red robe with a high yellow collar, standing outside the fight, mocked, "You dare challenge me? That hand must have all its bones broken by now, right?" Xinxiang stood up, cold-eyed, pointing out the truth. "Shen Jinhua, I thought you were only weak physically, but it turns out your vital energy is useless too." Shen Jinhua was shocked to see his opponent was not injured as he had thought. Xinxiang raised his hand, revealing blood and vital energy gathering on it. He said, "Look closely, this is the real vital energy." Immediately, a powerful energy burst erupted from Xinxiang's palm. He counterattacked. "This is how you use it." Shen Jinhua was utterly astonished, unable to believe that someone considered a waste like Xinxiang could resist so strongly. A brown-haired girl in pink-red attire, Shen Jinhua's companion, was injured by the heat from Xinxiang. She angrily shouted, urging Shen Jinhua to attack. As Shen Jinhua prepared to strike, an authoritative voice rang out demanding a stop. A strong aura enveloped the entire hall. The elder of Spirit Dan Hall appeared, his face angry. He warned that no one was allowed to be disrespectful in his pill refining hall. Xinxiang bowed his head apologetically, stating his identity. He expressed no intention to offend anyone and showed humility before the elder. Shen Jinhua hurriedly justified that Xinxiang was a younger brother in the clan and that he was disciplining him on behalf of the family. A female elder behind reacted fiercely. The pill refining hall elder rejected the excuse. He scolded Jinhua for disturbing the pill refining process and threatened severe punishment. Xinxiang looked directly at Shen Jinhua and declared he would spare him this time. But if he was dissatisfied, they could settle it in the clan leader selection battle. Shen Jinhua angrily shouted, despising Xinxiang. He believed his opponent was unworthy of participating in the selection. But Xinxiang confidently replied that he now had a spiritual vein and would help his father win the position. Shen Jinhua gritted his teeth full of resentment. Bitterly, he wondered, what kind of pill did this waste drink to be so lucky? A ruthless man was practicing a secret new technique, Tianyang slashing axe, a soul-level martial skill passed down by elders. He was determined to master it before the clan leader selection to easily humiliate Xinxiang. The trash, he called him. Shen Jinhua ordered Hua Yunxin to leave, but Yunxin showed anger and suspicion seeing him let Xinxiang go so easily. Xinxiang stood in the main hall, bowed to the elders in farewell, then left with a dignified demeanor. Disciples and elders watching from afar were amazed. A youth like Xinxiang could control the fire energy of vital energy, a rare ability at that age. They began to speculate that the Shen family was about to have a promising pill-refining seedling. However, another elder expressed skepticism. He believed that just having true fire was not enough. Genuine pill refining required guidance, or it would be a wasted lifetime. Mastering pill refining demanded talent and resources beyond imagination. Another elder expressed a desire to recruit Xinxiang after recognizing his rare potential. However, the Spirit Dan Pavilion sect leader, the head of the pavilion, coldly refused. I will not accept him. Despite the astonishment of the elders, the sect leader remained firm in his stance, not revealing the reason behind that sudden decision. Immediately after, an order was issued. All pill cultivators in Wohu City were forbidden from teaching pill refining skills to Xinxiang. The order was enforced at once, marking a new difficult turning point for the young boy. A peaceful morning at the Shen family estate, sunlight gently filtering through the leaves, casting a golden glow on the ancient rooftops. Xinxiang was tending to the herbs in the garden. He patiently watered them, the reflected light making the space even more radiant. Xinxiang's eyes brightened as he saw the plants in the garden thriving under his care. He happily told Meiyao that thanks to the Dragon Slayer technique she taught him, he could make herbs mature within 3 days. Meiyao smiled in confirmation, explaining that Dragon Slayer was condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, carrying an extremely abundant vitality. However, she also emphasized that Xinxiang's technique was still weak and currently could only affect ordinary herbs. If he could cultivate to a purer and more stable level, he might even be able to accelerate the growth of a 1,000-year spirit tree. Xinxiang admitted that the Dragon Slayer condensed by Meiyao was still superior. He felt he needed to practice more. Meow suddenly approached closely, smiling mysteriously and asked, "Little brother, do you want me to help you improve your breathing technique?" With a teasing look, Meow continued, "If you beg, I can even teach you mouth to mouth." Xinxiang returned with a basket of spirit herbs in hand, excited that he could finally start trying to refine pills. He was surprised to see two beauties, Meow and the black-haired sister, preparing many dishes. Xinxiang asked if pill refining required that much food. Meow frowned and retorted that preparing plenty of food was necessary because no one knew how long pill refining would take should they let everyone starve. The black-haired beauty agreed, chewing happily as it had been a long time since she last ate food from the mortal world. Xinxiang carefully looked at the pill refining furnace, silently worrying how long it would take to successfully refine the pills. Though a bit hesitant, Xinxiang quickly calmed himself, his eyes determined. It doesn't matter. He began to use his divine consciousness, trying to control the pill refining process by deeply sensing inside the furnace. The divine consciousness led Xinxiang to a mystical space, a dazzling vortex of light. He confusedly exclaimed, "Where's this?" A mysterious entity with giant wings appeared in the swirling light. Xinxiang looked up in amazement. A fiery red divine bird wearing white armor with sharp claws swooped down from the vortex. Before Xinxiang could react, the battle erupted. Xinxiang panicked as he was suddenly drawn into a strange space. He shouted in fear, "What is this?" Meow appeared, praising Xinxiang for quickly entering the divine realm. She affirmed that he was very talented. Meow explained, this divine realm was created by her master using divine consciousness and a unique pill refining Tao. This space greatly enhances true fire and pill refining efficiency. Meow continued to guide. The beast appearing here by Fong is formed from the cultivator's true energy. Defeating it is the first challenge for mortal level pill refining. Seeing Xinxiang confused, Meow waved her hand and left, leaving a message. "Figure out how to deal with it yourself, kid." Xinxiang clenched his fists tightly, eyes resolute. "Then, I will face that firebird." A fierce flame burst from Bai Fong, preparing to attack Xinxiang. The blazing red fire rushed straight at Xinxiang. He nervously exclaimed, "Wait, it's starting already?" Xinxiang was amazed as he realized the speed and power of the attacking flame enveloping him. Bai Fong spread its wings midair, majestically burning. Xinxiang gave his all, shouting as he charged into battle. Xinxiang realized the technique before him was not an ordinary combat method, but a pill refining technique. His eyes flashed with determination. He gathered true chi fire in his hands, decisively saying, "It can't be wrong to use my own true chi fire." A giant fireball from Xinxiang's hand shot toward the little red bird, flying like a bullet. He concentrated all his strength, holding the swirling fireball before his chest, preparing for a fierce confrontation. Within the swirling true chi fire, Xinxiang roared, energy blazing around his body, creating a fiery shockwave. The fire spun around Xinxiang, forming an impenetrable fire formation. Xinxiang suddenly realized this challenge was to condense true chi fire at the right moment to counter the opponent's attack. The little red bird was hit, but instead of disappearing, it unexpectedly split into 3 smaller entities. Xinxiang was astonished. Why did it split into 3? Doubt flashed in his eyes. The 3 little red birds simultaneously launched attacks, forcing Xinxiang to continue using true chi fire to defend. Xinxiang used fire techniques, creating a fierce explosion with 3 separate streams of fire. He confidently said, "It's just turning 1 into 3, nothing to worry about." The result amazed Xinxiang. The 3 swirling fireballs raged wildly like phoenixes about to strike. With a surprised wow, 3 small red creatures flew out. They were 3 firebirds with strange shapes, red bodies, and blue wings. Xinxiang held his head in despair. Why did I fail? The 3 little red birds flapped their wings around, as if teasing him. Observing closely, Xinxiang noticed the size difference among the 3 red birds indicated their strength levels. He realized he needed to adjust the firepower like when refining pills. Grasping the rule, Xinxiang smiled confidently. "Come here, let me try again." The 3 little red birds shone in midair. Xinxiang targeted the smallest one and began attacking, starting with you. Xinxiang lunged down, striking precisely, the fire sweeping as if burning heaven and earth. Not stopping, he continued adding moves, controlling the flames with astonishing accuracy. Xinxiang unleashed a powerful strike, fire swirling around him, creating a blazing tornado in the forest. 1 little red bird was hit and fell. When Xinxiang turned around, the blazing spirit bird had disappeared. But then he was startled to realize it had appeared behind him. Before he could react, the spirit bird exploded, causing a fierce blaze that forced Xinxiang to dodge quickly. Xinxiang landed on the ground, sweating profusely. Damn, how is it so fast? In front of him, the three spirit birds circled to form a ring of fire, their overwhelming momentum threatening to engulf the entire space. The ring of fire exploded violently, shockwaves spreading as if trying to swallow Xinxiang whole. Xinxiang gritted his teeth and endured, observing their movements carefully. He realized they've shrunk, but their speed and attack frequency have multiplied. The three red spirit birds spun within the fiery blaze, forming a swirling fire matrix that surrounded Xinxiang in the center. Without retreating, Xinxiang cultivated energy, gathering fire power in both hands, preparing to launch a counterattack amid the spirit birds' encirclement. At that moment, the spirit birds simultaneously exploded again, creating a large blast accompanied by fiery dragon streams swirling around. Though retreating to a defensive stance, Xinxiang still felt suffocated. He gritted his teeth and silently admitted, "This power is terrifying. I underestimated the enemy." During harsh training days, Xinxiang braced himself amid the blazing true chi flames. He shouted loudly, "One more time," showing determination to master pill refining skills despite lacking a spiritual vein. 7 days later, at Shin family villa, clan members gathered fully for the chieftain selection. The atmosphere grew tense as two factions began to confront each other. Shin Haohai, a member of the Shin family branch, 8th level martial Dao mortal realm, criticized Shin Tianhu for having a useless son without a spiritual vein. He believed that such a person was unqualified to run for clan chief. Shin Tianhu firmly responded, emphasizing that the entire Wohu city knew Xinxiang had the ability to refine many types of pills and could not be called a waste. Shin Haohai's younger brother, 7th level martial Dao mortal realm, strongly rebutted. He recalled that Xinxiang had offended the pill sect leader and was banned from teaching, arguing that self-learning pill refining was impossible. At that moment, Xinxiang appeared and challenged, "Who said I can't become a pill refiner?" leaving everyone stunned. Xinxiang stomped firmly on the ground, showing the determination and formidable spirit of someone well prepared for today. With a confident expression, Xinxiang raised the pill refining furnace and declared, "I can refine pills without a master," shocking all the clan members. Shin Hanhai sneered, "Youngshin, are you so hot-headed you've lost your mind? Just a few days ago you barely learned to use true chi fire." But this mockery only fueled Xinxiang's burning spirit even more. At the main square of the clan, everyone gathered under the ancient pavilion roof, waiting for a grand duel. An elderly man, calling himself Uncle, stepped forward to challenge Xinxiang in a tense atmosphere. The old uncle proposed a bet, demanding Xinxiang pay a worthy price if he lost the duel. Xinxiang's father confidently declared, if his son lost, he would withdraw from the contest for the clan leader position. With absolute trust in Xinxiang, the father was sure his son had prepared thoroughly for this confrontation. Xinxiang responded wisely, making his opponent happily accept the challenge and regard it as sincerity. Full of fighting spirit, Xinxiang unleashed blazing energy, ready to enter the fierce battle. Flames rose high, enveloping Xinxiang, signaling the start of an uncompromising fight. An hour later, Xinxiang was still refining pills amidst the sea of fire, attracting suspicious yet admiring glances from everyone. Xinxiang silently felt progress. His fiery energy seemed more agile than ever after training in the divine realm. He recalled the 7 days tortured by 3 red birds and realized it was not in vain. The cultivation memory appeared in the restricted space, causing the female disciples to marvel at his rapid breakthrough. The horned senior sister asked a pointed question about Xinxiang's talent, provoking a strong reaction from the blue robe immortal. Though gruff, the blue robe immortal had to admit passing the trial in 7 days was very impressive. In the blazing fire sea, the pill furnace shone brightly, signaling an imminent breakthrough. Xinxiang gathered strength and shouted loudly, channeling all his fiery energy into the furnace to complete the final stage. The fierce fire explosion stunned the crowd. All were captivated by Xinxiang's overwhelming aura. With a confident demeanor, Xinxiang presented the finished product, sparkling pills crystallized from his efforts. The elders inspected the pills and were amazed to find their quality far exceeded normal standards. Refusing to accept the result, the defeated opponent shouted that Xinxiang cheated and the pills were fake. Xinxiang smiled calmly, revealing that he had recently learned many interesting things from his subordinates. He disclosed rumors about the opponent's weak young energy, leaving them speechless and deeply embarrassed. Feigning concern, Xinxiang casually handed the pill to Uncle as a subtle mockery. Flushed with anger, Uncle warned Xinxiang not to cross the line but only lost more ground. Members of the Shin family began to realize in astonishment that Shinxiang truly could refine pills. News spread quickly. If Shinxiang was a pill refiner, then the clan's key position needed reconsideration. A resentful young man shouted angrily, refusing to let Shinxiang steal the spotlight. Shin Jinhua rushed forward, declaring he would teach Shinxiang a lesson on behalf of the clan elders. Shinxiang recalled Shin Jinhua's humiliating defeat at the pill refining pavilion, reopening old wounds. Furious, Shin Jinhua activated his energy and weapon, preparing to unleash a full power strike. Shin Jinhua shouted loudly, executing the Tianyang slashing axe technique, swinging his axe with great force. Under the pressure of energy, Shinxiang was amazed by the fierce power of his opponent's move. The terrible slash caused a fiery explosion, forcing the elders to retreat in shock. Coughing amid the smoke, Shinxiang stood firm at the blast's center, his gaze unwavering. Shin Jinhua proudly praised the Tianyang slashing axe as a spiritual level technique with supreme destructive power. Shin Tianhu was astonished, exclaiming that this technique was only granted to those who made great contributions to the clan. The elders angrily questioned who secretly taught Jinhua this forbidden technique, disrupting clan rules. An elder laughed coldly and stopped him. Jinhua has already trained, opposing now is useless. Jinhua continued charging forward, his fighting spirit rising, the axe radiating killing intent as if to crush everything. Shinxiang dodged the strike, then counterattacked precisely, noticing a fatal flaw in his opponent's move. Shinxiang launched the Azure Dragon Fist, with fierce momentum aimed at hitting the opponent's weakness. Shin Jinhua laughed arrogantly, revealing he deliberately exposed the flaw to lure the enemy. He shouted loudly, executing a brilliant light-emitting axe technique, striking down with terrifying power. Shin Jinhua rushed down from above, swinging the axe strongly, full of killing intent. Shinxiang held his defense firmly, calculating how to counterattack in his mind. Shinxiang breathed heavily, realizing he had underestimated his enemy and needed to find the right moment to finish. A familiar female voice echoed in his mind, if there's no opportunity, create one yourself. Mao appeared, recalling the experience at the pill refining pavilion and hinting at the roar skill that shakes the spirit. Shinxiang nodded in agreement, that roar truly shakes the heart. Mao revealed that the roar skill is similar to Azure Dragon Fist and began guiding the cultivation. The mysterious instructor asked Shinxiang to imagine a mountain-breaking energy surging from his mouth like a flood cascading down collapsing mountains. Shin Jinhua mocked Shinxiang, saying this was not the time for meditation or cultivation. Shin Jinhua launched a fatal strike, shouting go to hell, as he charged down from above. Shinxiang opened his eyes, his gaze firm, sensing the moment to erupt had come. Now is the time. Shinxiang activated the skill, roaring to create a giant dragon made of energy, terrifying his enemy. Shin Jinhua was stunned, frozen as he saw the dragon form from the energy beyond imagination. Two elders inspecting pills were also amazed to see a mythical phenomenon. A dragon! I see a dragon! Shin Jinhua angrily exclaimed that he had been deceived by Shinxiang, unexpectedly counterattacked. In anger, Shin Jinhua searched for Shinxiang in the arena but found no trace of him. Shinxiang appeared behind him, smiling confidently, are you looking for me? Preparing the finishing blow. Shinxiang shouted Azure Dragon Fist, unleashing a full power punch with the strength of dragon energy. Jinhua was slammed hard to the ground, in pain and powerless before the overwhelming strength. Shinxiang stood amid the aura of dragon energy, asking Shin Jinhua directly, are you convinced now? At the main hall of Wang Haidian, a fierce competition had just ended, but the turmoil had not yet ceased. Shin Jinhua's father rushed over, trembling as he embraced his severely injured son, his eyes filled with panic and disbelief at the outcome. Shin Jinhua whispered, begging his father not to shake him anymore because his whole body was in excruciating pain. Anger flared up, and Shin Jinhua's father turned to question Shinxiang, demanding a clear explanation. Unable to contain his anger, he loudly criticized Shinxiang, calling him a cruel man who had destroyed the family's bloodline. Shinxiang calmly faced him, rebutting sharply, saying he had held back out of brotherly love for the clan members. Shin Jinhua's mother burst into tears, pleading with the elders to protect her son and demand justice. Angered by Shinxiang's words, she loudly urged everyone to condemn him and demand strict punishment. Some clan members strongly opposed, arguing that Shin Jinhua was weak, deserved to lose, and had secretly practiced forbidden skills. The dispute erupted into a brawl, with sides rushing in to argue, turning the arena into a chaotic cloud of dust and smoke. An elder sighed helplessly, admitting, "The Shin clan is truly in chaos now." A blue-clad envoy from the Yao clan appeared, scolding Xinxiang for being unworthy to marry the Shui family's young lady. A young member of the Shin family angrily retorted, refusing to accept their clan being disrespected. Xinxiang stepped out from the main hall, appearing majestic amid a radiant glow, facing the visitor from the Yao family. A bearded man recognized the visitor's identity, someone from the Wohu Yao clan. The Yao envoy raised a tablet, declaring he came to deliver a message to Xinxiang on behalf of the Yao family. Before the crowd, the Yao envoy boldly declared Xinxiang should cancel his engagement to Shui Xianxian. Xinxiang angrily responded, saying a dog from the Yao family had no right to interfere in his marriage. Xinxiang drew his sword, looking imposing and ready to defend his and his clan's honor. The Yao envoy threatened that if Xinxiang continued to be insolent, he would show no mercy, emphasizing that the Shui family also wanted to cancel the engagement. The Shui family representative declared that only Yao Tianhua was worthy of Shui Xianxian, while Xinxiang was merely a loser. People talked about Yao Tianhua, a genius alchemist who had refined an ordinary pill at just 16 years old. Xinxiang questioned why, if they wanted to cancel the engagement, the Shui family did not come personally to clarify. The Shui family admitted that Xianxian firmly refused to cancel the engagement because she had feelings for Xinxiang. Xinxiang trusted that Xianxian would not back down, so he also resolutely refused to cancel the engagement. The Shui family advised Xinxiang to withdraw to save face, otherwise he would have to fight Yao Tianhua. The man threatened that if he lost, Xinxiang would lose honor before the three great clans, suggesting a pill-refining duel with Yao Tianhua. Xinxiang decisively accepted the challenge, whether it was pill-refining or martial arts. The Shin family members were worried because Yao Tianhua's pill-refining experience surpassed Xinxiang's by more than 10 years. Xinxiang was determined, if Xianxian did not abandon him, he would not give up on her and would win at all costs. The blue-clad man, representing the Yao family, insulted Xinxiang as ungrateful after being rebutted. The elder representative drew his sword and left, leaving a promise for a duel day between the two clans. Xinxiang coldly spoke up, demanding the elder stop. Just as the elder was about to leave, Xinxiang suddenly attacked with his sword, leaving him stunned. The Yao family representative's face was bloodied, his eyes filled with extreme fear. Xinxiang loudly ordered to clear out the Yao family's belongings and not to dirty the Shin family's home ground. The old Yao angrily roared, his whole body blazing with red fiery energy, preparing to counterattack. He rushed toward Xinxiang, shouting loudly, "You don't know the rules." With the power to protect the young master, he launched an assassin move intending to kill Xinxiang. Xinxiang directly blocked the attack, his face still calm, his strength evenly matched. Xun Zhenhua unleashed a powerful move toward the Yao clan elder, causing the tense atmosphere to explode instantly. The Yao clan elder was shocked and fearful upon seeing the violent aura erupting from Xun Zhenhua. A middle-aged man appeared, angrily shouting, "Stop it," releasing a powerful lightning strike to suppress the situation. The strike exploded the ground, creating a large aftershock that made everyone around recoil in shock. The man declared, "The Yao clan elder dares to be arrogant on Shin clan land, truly ignorant of heaven and earth." He continued threatening, "Even if I kill you here, the Yao clan will not dare to intervene for you." The Yao clan elder broke out in cold sweat, silently admitting the unfavorable situation in his heart. He turned his back and declared his retreat. "Fine, everything will be decided in the arena." Xun Zhenhua stood unsteadily, bowing his head in shame while his father stared with clear disappointment. Xun Zhenhua's father hurriedly asked about his son, but Xun Zhenhua only whispered, "Father, I'm fine." Xun Zhenhua's father proposed ending the matter. Xinxiang would focus on alchemy to heal, and the clan would overlook the crime of stealing secret techniques. An elder turned to ask other seniors for their opinion to confirm the fairness of this agreement. Elder Pei hesitated but agreed, reasoning that both were members of the Shin clan. Afterward, the selection of the new clan leader of the Shin family continued. Xinxiang left and began a special secluded cultivation session amid the mountain forest and waterfalls. Under the waterfall, Xinxiang sat in meditation, dedicating himself to cultivation amidst the majestic nature. Miao taught Xinxiang the four symbols divine skill, containing 4 streams of sacred beast spiritual energy. Xinxiang's eyes lit up, showing the awakening of his inner power and a fierce desire to cultivate. Xinxiang performed his first technique. The white tiger spirit manifested, and a mighty aura burst forth. Under extreme pressure, the waterfall exploded. Xinxiang realized the white tiger energy had begun to take effect. Xinxiang felt the white tiger energy starting to work. Although not as smooth as the azure dragon, it was still a significant step forward. Xinxiang's father continued competing for the clan leader position, defeating many opponents without hesitation. After a series of continuous victories, he advanced to the final round of the fierce clan leader selection. Xinxiang's father faced a new opponent, a man with long white hair, dressed in black trimmed with gold, exuding equally fierce momentum. The final day of the chieftain's selection arrived. The entire tribe gathered in a solemn and tense atmosphere. The Wolf brothers stepped forward and declared, if Xintian who can defeat both, the chieftain position will belong to him. Xintian who clenched his fists tightly, facing them frankly, alone or both together? The elder brother of the Wolf brothers resolutely stepped up. I will fight alone to prove my conviction. Xintian who erupted with momentum, his eyes fierce. Then come on! A violent aura burst forth. Xintian who activated beast transformation, summoning a giant phantom beast behind him. The crowd was astonished. Someone explained, that is the 8th level beast transformation skill of the mortal martial world, harnessing the power of beasts. Another added, Xintian who indeed masters the beast transformation skill, his momentum overwhelmingly dominant. The eldest brother of the Wolf brothers cultivated internal energy, his eyes blazing. Let's see who can stand on the arena until the end. He summoned the furious wolf spirit, shouting loudly, will it be me, Wolf Fury, or you, Thunder Tiger, who wins? The two forces collided, shaking the entire hall, marking the beginning of the final battle of the chieftain selection. Xinxiang's father confronted Xinhao, surprised by the opponent's rapid cultivation and 8th level strength. Xinhao responded fiercely, praising the other for sacrificing everything for his son yet still condensing strong true energy. Both charged at each other, aura exploding across the sky. Xinhao laughed loudly, showing excitement at fighting an equal opponent. The audience below was stunned, realizing this was a battle between two 8th level experts in the mortal martial realm, extremely rare. An hour later, the fight remained intense. Xinhao was knocked to the ground, revealing the battle beginning to tilt in Xinxiang's father's favor. Xinxiang's father unleashed the ultimate skill, Thunder Tiger Absolute Light Formation, powerful with thunderous energy enveloping the space. A giant thunder tiger appeared within the purple light beam, roaring fiercely, shaking heaven and earth. Xinhao was hit directly, coughing blood and his body pushed back by the terrifying power. Xinxiang's father stood proudly before the fallen Xinhao, decisively ordering, submit. Xintian, whose opponent, though injured, smiled coldly, emphasizing that the recent victory brought no significant advantage. Xintian, who gasped for breath, blood still at his mouth, but his eyes remained resolute and unyielding. An elder at 7th level of mortal martial Dao stepped forward, advising Xintian who to give up, as now was a life-or-death struggle. Xintian, who raised his head, gave a bitter smile, murmuring that he could never give up the chieftain position. Xintian, who walked slowly amid the wind, his gaunt figure showing exhaustion after the fierce battle. A hand placed warmly and trustfully on his shoulder, Xinxiang had appeared. Xinxiang gently spoke to his father, praising him for his dignity in victory, bringing pride and comfort. Xintian, who laughed, claiming he was still the most handsome man, just older now. The father and son strode across the arena, one stepping back to rest, the other preparing for the next challenge. Xinxiang turned with a determined smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xinxiang's father questioned whether his son was truly certain about this risky decision. Xinxiang resolutely stepped forward, asking the elders for permission to replace his father in the chieftain battle. An elder reminded Xinxiang that this was a life-or-death battle for the chieftain position and must not be taken lightly. Xinxiang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining brightly, affirming unwavering determination. The black-clad martial artist, new opponent, showed confidence, declaring he would give Xinxiang his full effort first. Xinxiang did not hesitate, leaping forward like thunder, determined to strike the first decisive blow. As he struck, Xinxiang thought silently. A week of cultivation had helped him break through to the 5th level of mortal martial realm. Xinxiang continued to wonder whether the 5th level was strong enough to face the opponent's 7th level. The black-clad martial artist was surprised by Xinxiang's true energy emitting a strange aura, making him feel uneasy. Xinxiang unleashed the ultimate move, Thunder Wind Killing Fist, delivering a fierce strike to his opponent in a violent explosion. The previous strike shocked the entire audience. They could not believe the one attacking was Xinxiang. Xinxiang, sweating lightly, focused intently on the result of his strongest attack. Someone at the 5th level of the mortal martial Dao using true energy to such an extent caused the opponent to be stunned. The masked martial artist unexpectedly admitted he had underestimated Xinxiang's true strength. Xinxiang was stunned when his full-force attack with Azure Dragon true energy caused no damage at all. Before him appeared a giant ice creature radiating an imposing aura that left him astonished. The masked martial artist for the first time activated beast transformation, his body changing along with sharp, powerful wings. Xianxiang was stunned. Beast transformation is a power that only appears at the 8th level of mortal martial Dao. The masked martial artist revealed he had completed the 7th level and mastered the combat skills of wild beasts. He launched a full-force attack, confident that Xianxiang could not withstand this power. Xianxiang opened his eyes wide, his gaze serious, filled with determination, preparing to unleash a killing move. He cultivated internal strength, rushed toward the enemy, and unleashed the Azure Dragon Fist, glowing with thunder light. The punch struck hard against the blue-winged opponent, but he stood firm as if unharmed. Xianxiang was stunned, unable to believe his strongest strike was ineffective. He decided to retreat temporarily to find an opening, his eyes wary of the superior power. However, the blue-winged opponent quickly closed in, mocking Xianxiang's speed. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Xianxiang failed to defend and was knocked off the ground. The strike created a fierce shockwave that shook the entire arena and spectators. The opponent landed and disdainfully declared that Xianxiang needed another 10 years of cultivation to defeat him. With cold eyes, he charged down to deliver a finishing blow, determined to claim the chieftain position at all costs. Xianxiang exerted full power to perform the 100-Fisher Glacier Stomp, unleashing all his strength on the opponent below. Despite attacking with Azure Dragon Aura, Xianxiang found his opponent unharmed while he himself was exhausted of true energy. Watching the ice and snow shatter without affecting his opponent, Xianxiang gritted his teeth in anger, realizing the huge gap in strength. The opponent charged down at terrifying speed, bluntly stating, "If you can't dodge, then don't dodge." The silver-haired martial artist laughed coldly. "I'll smash you like an egg on a rock," his sharp claws reaching out like the Grim Reaper's scythe. He crashed down like a meteor, icy true energy tearing through space, carrying overwhelming killing intent. The collision exploded like thunder striking, shaking the space. Xianxiang could only grit his teeth to endure. In the thick dust, the opponent's mocking laughter rang out, showing he still had strength left. The silver-haired martial artist stepped forward, eyes sharp as knives. "You have improved quickly, but don't recklessly challenge one you cannot defeat." Xianxiang smirked lightly, replying, "Cannot win? I once thought so too." A fierce spark flashed in his eyes. Even with only a faint hope, Xianxiang firmly declared, "I have found a way to defeat you. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely try." Xianxiang steadfastly faced his opponent, believing that even though the chances were slim, he would never stop trying. The opponent sprouted blue wings, mocking Xianxiang that the wound he inflicted was just a small scratch. He revealed a brutal face, his blue eyes blazing, challenging, "Do you think you can win, Xianxiang?" Xianxiang calmly responded, dismissing the opponent's wound. He asserted that he had found a way to break through the opponent's protective ice layer, accompanied by the image of a majestic blue dragon behind him. The enemy admitted that Xianxiang's technique was somewhat strange, showing a rare look of concern. Xianxiang silently prepared his decisive move, merging White Tiger True Chi with Azure Dragon True Chi to enhance his power. He carefully calculated, believing that the combination of the two types of True Chi would create a special power to shatter the ice shield. The enemy flew straight down at high speed, shouting that the next strike would leave Xianxiang unable to stand. He unleashed the technique Golden Needle Ice Frost, launching a barrage of sharp ice spikes toward Xianxiang. Xianxiang knelt after the powerful attack but accidentally discovered a mental skill thanks to using multiple types of True Chi. Mao appeared, explaining that using multiple types of True Chi created a chaotic flow that disrupted the opponent's True Chi. Xianxiang asked Mao in amazement about the chaotic True Chi phenomenon he had just triggered. Mao explained, using only one type of True Chi would only have an effect in one direction, making it difficult to break the enemy's defense. If another type of True Chi is added, they merge into a vortex, creating multi-directional effects that help break armor more easily. Xianxiang confirmed that using multiple types of True Chi simultaneously would significantly increase the power of the attack. Xianxiang understood the principle and gathered his strength to fight with unwavering will. The opponent, a winged martial artist with blue wings, felt uneasy and decided to finish the fight before it was too late. Xianxiang shouted loudly. He would concentrate all the True Chi of the 4-Elephant Divine Skill into this punch. The 4-Elephant True Chi converged on Xianxiang's fist, light bursting forth as he prepared to unleash the decisive move. Xianxiang felt his meridians chaotic, True Chi drained, and his body gradually weakening in pain. He strained to endure, just standing firm had become extremely difficult. From the opposite side, the enemy spread his huge blue wings, preparing to attack with a destructive skill. The winged martial artist shouted, "Finally, you can't hold on anymore, Xianxiang. I will finish you off." He unleashed his strongest move, Condensed Ice Needle, launching a giant ice spike at Xianxiang. In a life-or-death moment, Xianxiang focused all his will and shouted loudly, "I must win." Xinxiang exerted all his strength, counterattacking with a radiant energy sphere. For her elephant fist, a powerful fist technique erupted, creating a fierce shockwave. The attack pierced through the ice spike. The winged martial artist had no time to react, only managing to exclaim, "What?" Xinxiang punched through the defense, hitting the opponent's chest, causing him to spit blood and be thrown backward. Xinxiang used all his strength to strike the winged opponent, causing him to fall to the ground amid shattered ice fragments. The crowd, including elders and a girl, gasped in surprise witnessing the unexpected outcome of the battle. The elder declared Xinxiang the winner, and Shen Tianhu would become the new clan leader of the Shen family. The crowd excitedly cheered Xinxiang's name, praising the young hero who had just won the decisive victory. Xinxiang's father, Shen Tianhu, beamed with pride, affirming his belief in the glorious future of the family. Xinxiang smiled tremblingly with emotion, raising his thumb to confirm that the victory was truly his. Shen Tianhu collapsed from overwhelming emotion, shouting and crying with pride over his son's victory. The scene shifted to night at a serene mansion, soft yellow light glowing from a room inside. Inside the room, Xinxiang was being bandaged on the bed. The horned woman, the senior sister with horns, sighed at his recklessness. Meiyao gently cared for him, saying Xinxiang was lucky to survive despite suffering injuries beyond normal limits. Xinxiang lay on the bed covered in wounds, asking Meiyao with a bitter smile, "Am I still considered normal?" Yu replied calmly, saying he was still alive and healthy, even teasing him to check for himself if he didn't believe it. Yu angrily scolded Xinxiang for his reckless actions, worried that something bad might happen to him. Xinxiang recognized Yu's concern and happily teased her, making her embarrassed. Yu, embarrassed and angry, tried to hide her true feelings by blaming the blood pact between them. Xinxiang was surprised to hear about the blood pact, his eyes lighting up as he discovered something important. Suddenly he remembered something and hurried to the medicine cabinet, causing everyone to panic. Xinxiang excitedly showed Meiyao and Xiao Lam that the Yin spirit herb could help him recover if soaked in medicinal wine. He prepared to pour the herbal wine, his eyes full of hope and determination to heal. Xinxiang raised the medicine bottle, smiling proudly, just in time to drink. Apothecary Bai lifted a cup of medicinal wine, ready to enjoy the rare herb with delight and confidence. She joyfully confirmed, Earth Spirit Herb truly deserves to be a treasure of heaven and earth. Happiness clearly shone on her face. Apothecary Bai emphasized that just 1 cup of medicinal wine could restore 10% of physical strength after injury. Xinxiang excitedly said, "If it's that effective, I should soak myself in the rest," intending to use it all. The horned senior sister appeared, sternly advising Xinxiang, "Save some, don't waste it." She explained, "Earth Spirit Herb is a treasure in the mortal realm, but its effect on people in our realm is very small." Apothecary Bai agreed, then reminded Xinxiang to diligently cultivate to soon reach the true martial realm and help them. Xinxiang felt the goal of the true martial realm gradually becoming achievable. Hope began to kindle in his heart. The horned senior sister laughed coldly. "Foolish, that's what mortals often mistakenly think." She stepped closer, tugged Xinxiang's sleeve, and asked meaningfully, "Is someone at the true martial realm really strong?" The white-haired junior sister suddenly remembered something important, her eyes brightening in confusion. Elder sister Yu, drunk, passionately lectured about martial realms, leaving the group stunned. Xinxiang panicked and apologized, trying to soothe Yu's sudden anger. The junior sister exclaimed in surprise, Yu had drunk alcohol, even a drop was enough to make her completely drunk. Yu awkwardly begged not to mention it again. The junior sister revealed Yu had been drunk hundreds of years ago. Suddenly Yu shouted loudly, unleashing a terrifying aura that shook the room and frightened everyone. Xinxiang trembled under Yu's fearsome glow, realizing it was time for special training. Yu, in her drunken strength, shouted loudly as she began the process of training Xinxiang, causing him to scream in pain. The brilliant dawn appeared behind the mountain range, signaling a new day full of vigor and challenges. The woman with small horns shouted loudly, "Watch this move," and charged forward with a determined and powerful gaze. Yu unleashed moves as fast as lightning, attacking Xinxiang continuously within a swirl of purple-pink aura. Xinxiang considered, Yu's physique helped him rapidly increase his flame/vital energy, although training with her was very difficult. Yu confidently looked at Xinxiang, declaring that his speed was far from catching up to hers. Yu split into 8 shadowy images radiating demonic energy, launching a final challenge move. If he could block it, he would be considered to have passed. Xinxiang did not retreat, shouted Lone Star Demon Kick, and unleashed a fiery kick in a strong counterattack. A fierce collision erupted between them. Xinxiang screamed as the purple-pink battle aura swirled around. The impact exploded. Xinxiang was blasted far away, shattering the mountain peak behind him. Yu froze, her eyes filled with panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't stop it. She had hit too hard." Mei Yao called out Xinxiang's name loudly, her voice full of worry, upon seeing the unexpected scene on the mountain. Xinxiang fell from above through the flames, luckily maintaining balance and narrowly escaping disaster. Still shaken, Xinxiang joked that if Yuyu's kick had more vital energy, it would surely have sent him to the King of Hell. Mei Yao turned to look at him, her face angry but unable to hide the worry in her eyes. The cold blue-robed immortal asked Xinxiang when he had learned the skill, Vermilion Bird Fire Wings. Xinxiang happily replied that he had just comprehended the skill 2 days ago while training with Yuyu. The blue-robed immortal smiled teasingly at Mei Yao, saying perhaps she was too angry to sense Xinxiang's aura. Xinxiang laughed heartily, saying that as long as Yuyu cared about him, even falling was worth it. Yuyu said nothing, launched a strike that sent Xinxiang flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Mei Yao ordered Xinxiang to continue training for another 3 hours. Despite being injured, Xinxiang reluctantly agreed. Outside Woha City, amidst the wild mountains and forests, Xinxiang was training midair with blazing fiery wings. Xinxiang realized that although the vermilion firebird wings were useful, they consumed a great deal of vital energy and required further practice to master. While flying, Xinxiang noticed sounds and flashes of combat beneath the dense tree canopy. A group of disciples were fiercely fighting mountain bandits. One of them shouted loudly to assert their identity. A Shui family disciple unleashed the flowing cloud sword technique, striking the enemy as fast as lightning. From above, Xinxiang recognized them as members of the Shui family, a clan he once had deep ties with. A Shui family disciple was struggling to resist the mountain bandit leader wielding a powerful great blade. The Shui disciple panicked after dropping his sword while the opponent remained unshaken. The bandit leader appeared aggressive, challenging, and disregarding the enemy's identity. He declared he would plunder them, speaking as he threw a powerful punch forward. Amidst the blazing fire, Xinxiang suddenly delivered a powerful kick that knocked back the enemy, leaving everyone stunned. Xinxiang stood firm in the battlefield, flames burning around him, declaring he had arrived just in time to save them. With a cold glare, Xinxiang questioned the bandits daring to rob guests of the Shin family. The bandits panicked upon learning Xinxiang was from the Shin family, a force they dared not provoke. The bandit leader panicked and ordered the group to charge together, knowing Xinxiang was at the 6th level of Martial Dao Mortal Realm. Xinxiang smiled calmly, affirming that level 6 was more than enough to handle them. A purple light appeared as Xinxiang summoned his special weapon, White Tiger Immortal Staff, preparing to counterattack. An enemy shouted, "Kill him," and the whole group rushed forward to attack Xinxiang. Xinxiang smiled fiercely, delivering the decisive blow with the words, "Watch my whip!" The White Tiger Immortal Staff swung, purple light swirling around the bandits, blasting them away in an instant. A bandit screamed in pain, his body burned by the purple flames created by Xinxiang. Xinxiang clearly identified the opponents as bandits from Woha City and warned them against daring to touch the Shin family. The bandit refuted Xinxiang's accusation and angrily charged to attack. A fierce confrontation began as Xinxiang dodged the strike and unleashed a powerful flame burst in response. Xinxiang appeared above, radiating overwhelming aura, mocking his opponent's slow reaction. The bandit leader realized Xinxiang was very strong and immediately ordered a retreat to avoid prolonging a disadvantageous battle. The enemies hurriedly fled amidst thick smoke, leaving Xinxiang standing solemnly observing. Xinxiang suspected something unusual about the bandit group and decided not to pursue further. 2 youths, Shui Ming and Shui Zhiliang, appeared, confirmed Xinxiang's identity, and thanked him for the rescue. Xinxiang calmly listened to their thanks, his eyes still wary after the recent battle. Shui Ming worriedly admitted his weakness in cultivation and nearly being defeated by the bandits, bringing shame to the Shui family. Xinxiang assessed that the attackers were not ordinary bandits, surprising Shui Zhiliang. Xinxiang believed the bandit leader's strength was at least level 6 Martial Dao Mortal Realm, too strong for a common thief. Xinxiang questioned, in all of Wohu City, how many at level 6 would personally go robbing houses? Shui Ming was confused and asked Xinxiang what he was implying. Xinxiang reassured the Shui brothers they would be safe in the Shin family territory and invited them to follow him. The 3 walked briskly under the sunlit forest. Xinxiang silently praised Xianxian's sharp insight. Shui Ming and Shui Zhiliang excitedly praised Xinxiang for being not only strong but also much smarter than the Yao family members. Xinxiang laughed awkwardly when compared to Yao Tianhua, the famous young master of the Yao family. The cold blue-robed immortal asked pointedly, "Are you talking about Yao Tianhua?" A disciple mocked Yu Tianhua as weak and having been treated like a girl in childhood. He continued to disdain Yao Tianhua for daring to dream of marrying Xianxian, likening it to a toad wanting to eat a swan. A luxurious carriage appeared, drawing attention on the brightly lit road. From inside the carriage, a cold voice announced, "He has arrived." Immediately, a sharp attack tore through the carriage curtain with great force. 3 disciples startled and panicked as fierce aura spread, forcing them to retreat. A swirling energy violently surged, causing them to stagger in the whirlwind. Xinxiang remained steady as a mountain. One of the 3 shouted aggressively, demanding the others quickly declare their identities or face consequences. The leader slowly responded with cold eyes, "Xinxiang of the Xin family." The others screamed in horror, not expecting Xinxiang to dare cause chaos in Wohu City. From inside the carriage, an angry voice exclaimed, "That's Xinxiang." Yao Tianhua, a young man with pale blonde hair, wearing purple and yellow robes, gritted his teeth, saying Xinxiang was too arrogant despite knowing this was the Yao family's carriage. Xinxiang calmly stood outside, causing the people inside the carriage to clench their fists in anger. Yao Tianhua realized that Xinxiang was provoking him despite knowing this was the Yao family's carriage. Angry at being challenged, Yu Tianhua got out of the carriage with his servant to teach a lesson. Xinxiang confirmed to his 2 friends that the person was indeed Yao Tianhua. Xinxiang sarcastically called Yu Tianhua a famous alchemy genius, then bowed his head pretending to apologize. Yao Tianhua thought Xinxiang was really afraid of him and showed a smug expression. Xinxiang mocked Yu Tianhua for being so weak that he had to be helped down from the carriage by a maid. The crowd laughed when they heard Xinxiang compare Yao Tianhua to a weak woman. Yao Tianhua angrily shouted, thinking Xinxiang wanted to start a fight. Xinxiang pretended to be serious and continued to sarcastically call Yao Tianhua Miss Yao. A figure inside the carriage clenched his fist angrily when he saw Xinxiang outside and growled, "That's Xinxiang." He was furious because Xinxiang dared to shout in front of the Yao family carriage without fear or respect. Xinxiang noticed the opponent's vital energy condensing into a blade and guessed it was Yao Tianhua, who had also reached the 6th level of the martial Dao mortal realm. Yao Tianhua swung his vital energy blade, launching a powerful move that sent rocks flying and forced Xinxiang to retreat. Xinxiang remained unshaken and shouted a challenge, "Do you think this level can scare me?" He charged forward, enveloped in powerful dark purple vital energy, punching straight at Yao Tianhua, who was holding a fiery sword. Xinxiang shouted loudly, "Watch this is the real way to use vital energy," then launched a fierce counterattack. Someone from the carriage shouted Tianhua upon sensing the terrifying shock from the strike. Yao Tianhua was blasted into the air amid violently exploding energy spirals, shaking the carriage. Xinxiang angrily yelled, "Does the Yao family only know how to attack from behind?" Preparing his next move. Xinxiang appeared in front of the Yao family carriage, making those inside clench their fists in anger. Yao Tianhua was furious that Xinxiang dared to provoke him in front of the Yao family carriage. Yao Tianhua looked down on Xinxiang, refusing to fight him, considering himself at a higher level. An elderly man with a long beard and dignified aura stepped out, claiming to be the 7th elder of the Yao family, and issued a warning. 2 disciples angrily commented that the Yao family was cowardly for ganging up to ambush Xinxiang alone. An elder reminded Tianhua to behave properly and uphold the family's honor. Yao Tianhua pretended to respect the elder and agreed to follow his advice. Tianhua mentioned the marriage proposal letter the Yao family had sent to the Xin family, emphasizing legitimacy. Tianhua arrogantly declared, "In 10 days, everything will be decided at the trial arena." Xinxiang angrily took a deep breath, preparing to unleash the lion's roar move with extremely strong internal energy. An elder angrily shouted at Xinxiang, questioning his provocative intentions. Xinxiang calmly replied, revealing that he had learned the sound whistling technique and was exchanging it with the 7th elder. A Yao family elder threatened Xinxiang, warning him to understand the consequences of his actions. Xinxiang declared he would meet his opponent in 10 days at the Xin family's martial arena and left amid cheers from his fellow disciples. Xinxiang told his 2 junior brothers to attend the banquet at the main courtyard, while he needed to handle more important matters. The 2 juniors enthusiastically agreed, cheering Xinxiang to defeat Yao Tianhua in the upcoming battle. Xinxiang entered a large hall, his aura solemn as he prepared for the battle. With a determined gaze, Xinxiang called out his opponent's name directly, "Yao Tianhua." This time, suddenly, a girl named Xian Xian rushed over and hugged Xinxiang tightly, calling him affectionately. In Xian Xian's arms, Xinxiang was surprised and asked why she appeared at this moment. Xian Xian appeared suddenly with a radiant smile, coming to cheer Xinxiang before his fight with Yao Tianhua. As she approached Xinxiang, Xian Xian suddenly hesitated, her eyes filled with doubt. Xian Xian became angry when she smelled a woman's scent on Xinxiang, her eyes blazing with fire. She pressed Xinxiang, asking if he had secretly been involved with someone else behind her back. Xinxiang flusteredly explained that recently some seniors had come to visit him. In his heart, Xinxiang sighed in relief, remembering that Meiyao and Yu were indeed those seniors. Xian changed the subject, excitedly asking Xinxiang about the mysterious martial arts sects. Xinxiang curiously asked back, "Martial arts sects?" Xian revealed that there were 8 great sects in the mortal martial world, where even the lowest level masters were 9th-tier experts. She said a senior wanted to meet Xinxiang, but he had to pass a challenge first, defeating Yao Tianhua. Xian hugged Xinxiang tightly, joyfully exclaiming that she had always believed in him, the most wonderful person. Suddenly, Xian remembered an important fact. Uncle Shen had now become the clan leader. She quickly ran off to congratulate him in person, unable to hide her excitement and enthusiasm. Xinxiang persuaded Muoi Dao to let Xian know about her existence, as she was the person he trusted most after his father. Muoi Dao flatly refused, emphasizing that Xinxiang was too weak to face their dangerous enemy. The little white-haired junior sister, Medicine Master Bai, compared Xinxiang to Yao Tianhua, highlighting the opponent's ability to condense vital energy into a blade. Xinxiang admitted this and determined he must improve his control over foot fire if he wanted to win. Xinxiang opened the divine domain, his eyes glowing red and his body enveloped by mysterious power. The divine domain manifested a blazing world with the soul of a red divine beast in the sky, creating a magnificent scene. A long-haired woman, the little white-haired junior sister, warned Xinxiang that the second challenge was still too much for his body. Xinxiang told himself that this was the only path to break through his cultivation in the shortest time. He let out a fierce roar, his power resounding through heaven and earth, summoning the image of a fierce red fire beast. A giant firebird in the form of a spiritual bird appeared, shining brilliantly in midair. Xinxiang charged into the sea of fire, disregarding danger, determined to overcome all challenges ahead. He shouted loudly amid the raging storm, "I will definitely overcome everything." But a magnificent scene stunned him. A blazing volcano appeared before his eyes. He realized, is this the volcano created by Baifeng? A mysterious woman appeared, announcing that the second challenge was very simple. The girl ordered, "Destroy this 1,000-layered cremation mountain." Xinxiang unleashed his full power, wielding a fierce fire energy called True Qi Fire. With a blazing fist, Xinxiang launched a furious, explosive punch at the target ahead. Xinxiang's strike fell like thunder, creating a violent explosion that scorched the ground. Despite giving his all, Xinxiang realized the mountain still stood firm, unmoved. Amidst the sea of fire, Xinxiang was suddenly burned black all over, showing the terrifying heat intensity. A small bird scorched by the flames cried out pitifully. Even a light touch could burn its bones. The woman Meiyao appeared in midair, asking Xinxiang how much longer he intended to fight. Xinxiang lamented that he had been attacking the mountain for an hour without causing any damage. Meiyao explained the mountain was covered by Baifeng's flames and attacks would be useless unless the fire was extinguished. She further revealed the 1,000 flames of fire burial mountain was the source of Baifeng's flames. A fierce blaze erupted. That was the Baifeng flames. The mysterious figure required bathing in this fire to absorb its energy before the mountain could be broken. Xinxiang was stunned, unable to believe his body could absorb such a terrifying flame. The blue-robed fairy gently reminded him he had directly felt the power of Baifeng flames in his recent strike. She added that just touching the fire had already begun to melt his body, proving its immeasurable danger. The blue-robed fairy turned away, emphasizing that the second challenge was too soon for Xinxiang and advised him to give up. A loud explosion rang out as Xinxiang punched the fiery door, ignoring the warning. He unleashed all his vital energy, standing amid the sea of fire with blazing willpower, bravely overcoming the pain. Xinxiang shouted loudly, this was only the second level of the trial, how could it make him retreat? Thunder and fiery flames thundered down on the volcano. Xinxiang attacked with all his might, determined to break through the obstacle. Xinxiang called out Sister Yu, seeking her help because she possessed a yin body, hoping she had a way to resist Baifeng flames. Yu regretfully said that at her peak, she could create a mist with a wave of her hand strong enough to counter Baifeng's fiery blaze. But now her power had waned, and the mist's effectiveness was less than 1,000th, almost useless in protecting Xinxiang. Facing the towering flames, Yu anxiously asked if Xinxiang was sure he wanted to enter such a dangerous place. Despite the danger, Xinxiang firmly declared he would enter even without Sister Yu's assistance. The fierce flames erupted as Xinxiang plunged inside, shaking the entire space. Xinxiang gave his all, determined by his promise to Xian, vowing not to let her fall into Yao Tianhua's hands. His descent created a purple beam piercing through the fiery blaze, declaring his indomitable fighting spirit. A painful scream echoed within the sea of fire, causing Yu Yu and Xian Xian to stare in shock. Xian Xian, moved and worried, could only choke out that little devil. The two stood silently at the cave entrance, where red flames still smoldered, hearts filled with anxiety and waiting. The blue-robed fairy and Meiyao were stunned as they witnessed Xinxiang enter the final stage of the refining trial. Xinxiang blazed within the sacred fire, his body cracking, declaring he had entered the final step. The blue-robed fairy praised Xinxiang's extraordinary willpower, who had refined all of Baifeng's fire after 7 days. Xinxiang, his whole body cracked and blazing, affirmed he would not give up easily. The blue-robed fairy worried about Xinxiang's severely damaged body, uncertain if he could continue fighting. The blue-robed fairy declared the refining process complete, while Xinxiang only whispered a faint "yeah." Xinxiang, though his body was bandaged, still raised a determined fist amid the lingering flames. Xinxiang roared, striking the ground with a powerful punch, unleashing his fury and affirming his existence. Xinxiang's punch caused a fierce explosion, with flames rising wildly, engulfing the entire battlefield. The blue-robed fairy stood amid the erupting sea of fire, witnessing Xinxiang's astonishing power. Xinxiang overcame the fire trial in the abyss, his body blazing but eyes resolute. Passed! The entire clan was confused when Xinxiang did not appear. Someone hurriedly reported urgently to Chief Xin. Chief Xin calmly explained that Xinxiang had secluded himself for several days to further cultivate and might soon return. Xin Zhenhua mocked Xinxiang's absence, believing he dared not fight. Xin Zhenhua laughed loudly, regretting accepting the bet, calling Xinxiang a joke of the southern martial kingdom. Someone in the crowd doubted Xinxiang's courage to come, thinking he could not compare to Yao Tianhua, a genius alchemist since childhood. Xinxiang suddenly appeared amid the brilliant dawn, retorting, "Yao Tianhua's talent is too ordinary." Xin Zhenhua was stunned watching Xinxiang fly over from afar, unable to believe he truly dared to come. Xinxiang landed lightly, facing Xin Zhenhua. The opponent sneered, "You came all this way, so I must make you lose." Chief Xin looked up at the sky with a gentle smile. "So, young Xiang has successfully secluded himself?" Xinxiang expressed gratitude to Meiyao and Yu Yu for helping him overcome the cultivation barrier. 3 days earlier, a figure fell hard against a cliff, causing a violent shock amid the blood-red scene. Yu Yu looked at Meiyao worriedly after the hard fall, calling her name in shock. Meiyao held the unconscious Xinxiang, sensing the vitality in his body was still strong. Both were pained by the effects of Baifeng flame. Meiyao warned that Xinxiang's body and meridians were in extreme danger. Despite his weakened body, Xinxiang was determined to participate in the upcoming contest. Meiyao stopped him, warning that using vital energy would shatter Xinxiang's meridians, leading to death. Yu Yu explained, Baifeng flame contains primal energy and requires opposing force to neutralize it. Meiyao posed a metaphorical question, guiding Xinxiang to guess the place with suitable death energy to save him. Yu Yu revealed that place was Immortal Demon Pond, where death energy helps resolve Baifeng flame's aftermath and restore the body. Meiyao and Yu Yu combined forces, throwing Xinxiang into the pond, forcing him to soak for 3 days to train his body. Xinxiang struggled in the water, his body cracking from the tremendous energy of Immortal Demon Pond. After 3 days, Xinxiang not only fully recovered but also gained the Immortal Demon Body and Immortal Physique. Xinxiang declared the Xin family's bet as a 1,000-year snow lotus and hellish spirit herb, provoking his opponent. The elder of the Yao family responded by betting a 1,000-year beast pill and a rare dry pulse fruit of the Yao clan. The treasures sparkled brilliantly, astonishing onlookers as both sides brought priceless relics to wager. The alchemy referee announced the competition officially started after inspecting both contestants' furnaces. Yao Tianhua charged forward full of hatred, declaring he would crush Xinxiang in this alchemy battle. Xinxiang countered with fire vital energy, eyes firm, challenging Yao Tianhua with his newfound strength. 2 hours passed and the alchemy duel between Xinxiang and Yao Tianhua was still undecided, with fiery energy and icy energy dividing the sky. Some people who were nearly dozing off suddenly woke up upon noticing Yao Tianhua starting to make a move. Yao Tianhua released a strange purple aura, concentrating it into the alchemy furnace with a confident posture. With a radiant gaze, Yao Tianhua declared that he had successfully completed the alchemy process. 5 spirit core pills hovered above Yao Tianhua's hand as he proudly announced the results. An elder of the Yao family smiled brightly, affirming that Yao Tianhua deserved the title of alchemy genius. Meanwhile, Xinxiang quietly opened the furnace lid, confidently stating that his pills were almost finished. Yao Tianhua sneered, mocking Xinxiang for being slow and doubting he could complete the task. Xinxiang remained calm, smiling mysteriously, and asked Yao Tianhua not to jump to conclusions. Xinxiang presented 3 pure white pills, 3 intermediate marrow cleansing pills. Please evaluate. 2 onlookers were shocked upon hearing the name of the pill, marrow cleansing pill, thinking it was an absurd joke. The alchemy referee confirmed it was indeed a marrow cleansing pill, even of quality surpassing the ordinary level. Everyone buzzed with excitement, amazed to learn that the pill was made by a teenager only 16 years old. A young man called the entire Yao clan to witness this shocking event, making the arena lively. An elder of the Yao family acknowledged Xinxiang's outstanding talent at such a young age and declared the result clear. Xinxianhua was furious and could not believe that a country bumpkin like Xinxiang could achieve that. Xinxiang gleefully reminded about the bet, demanding the reward from the losing side. Xinxianhua and his elder were stunned but did not give up, their eyes revealing scheming intentions. The Yao family elder whispered to Xinxianhua to proceed, assuring that the clan would back him up. Reluctantly, the Yao family elder handed over the reward, a Millennium Beast pill and a dry vein fruit, keeping the bet promise. A Yao family member rejoiced at gaining a great benefit after a scheme at the alchemy arena. He suddenly unleashed the move Shadow Mirage Sword Attack, intensifying the tension in the air. He declared, "Who said this contest is only about alchemy?" then charged to attack Xinxiang. At the same time, many illusions from the technique were unleashed to surround Xinxiang. Xinxiang appeared surprised by the speed and number of illusions encircling him. A Yao family disciple shouted loudly, saying Xinxiang should be honored to die under the Yao clan's skill. Immediately after, Xinxiang easily counterattacked, retorting, "Had enough fun yet?" The Yao disciple fell to the ground, shocked to be exposed as the real body among the illusions. Xinxiang admitted that the Shadow Mirage move was indeed a secret technique of the Yao family, but still insufficient. Xinxiang exerted his power, breaking all illusions with a shout, "Break for me!" Xinxiang caught the enemy's real body and scolded him for chaotic internal energy, revealing a clear weakness. Not giving his opponent a chance to resist, Xinxiang lifted him up, determined to cut off the conspiracy. Executing the move True Fire Storm Killing Fist, Xinxiang delivered a devastating punch to the opponent's chest. The critical hit caused the opponent to spit blood violently, showing serious injury. The energy from the move exploded powerfully, creating a pillar of light that shattered the ground. The young master of the Yao family lay unconscious on the ground. His followers panicked, calling his name. The Yao family elder angrily scolded Xinxiang, threatening that he would pay the price. Xinxiang decisively responded, "It was the Yao family who struck first." He was ready to confront them. The Yao family elder furiously rushed forward, intending to discipline Xinxiang for his stubbornness. People in the crowd were upset, criticizing the Yao family for letting an elder act on behalf of the young master who lost. An elder in the Xin clan angrily recalled the past, affirming that Xinxiang is the new hope of the family. In the critical situation, a clan member demanded to intervene to help Xinxiang but was advised to wait for clearer developments. Stenxian appeared unexpectedly, gently reassuring everyone, especially Uncle Shen, who was worried about Xinxiang. Stenxian's appearance astonished everyone. They did not know when she had arrived. Stenxian had absolute confidence in Xinxiang, affirming that he could easily defeat the opponent. A master in green clothes launched a powerful strike at Xinxiang with overwhelming momentum. Xinxiang swiftly charged into the battle, not retreating before the fierce offensive. The green-clad opponent leapt from above, gathering strength to attack with a powerful palm strike. The fiery blow descended, creating a tremendous energy explosion in front of Xinxiang. The opponent coldly declared that Xinxiang could not touch him, despite his strong internal energy. Xinxiang was surprised by the old man's agile body technique, forced to act decisively before his vital energy depleted. Xinxiang's eyes were full of vigilance, as he sensed something was wrong happening inside his body. Xinxiang painfully clutched his abdomen, discovering severe damage to his dantian. The long-haired, bearded old man unleashed a palm strike, exposing that Xinxiang had been injured earlier by Tianhua and was only pretending to be healthy. Xinxiang countered fiercely with the blazing sun palm, temporarily neutralizing the old man's offensive stance. The bearded old man smirked and continued to launch a second palm strike with strong energy flow. The second palm strike hit Xinxiang's left abdomen, knocking him backward. The elders of the Xin family panicked, calling out Xinxiang's name upon seeing his serious injury. An elder spoke up, requesting to stop the contest, fearing that Xinxiang, the family's hope, would be in danger. Another elder sensed an anomaly in Xinxiang's aura, as if signaling something about to happen. The platinum-haired woman and Uncle Shin realized that Xinxiang's opponent was too weak to pose any real threat. Xinxiang's opponent confidently announced that he had struck Xinxiang's already injured left abdomen with the blazing sun palm. He further explained that the two opposing injuries would cause Xinxiang's meridians to be destroyed by counteraction. Laughing arrogantly, he mocked that Xinxiang would become a cripple once again. Xinxiang suddenly smiled, confusing the enemy. Really? Xinxiang lifted his shirt, grabbed the opponent's collar, and coldly asked, "Where's the wound from Shadow Mirage?" The opponent was shocked to find that Xinxiang's body was only injured by the blazing sun palm. Xinxiang smiled cunningly, admitting he had pretended to expose the enemy's weakness. Angry and fearful, the opponent shouted to be released as Xinxiang's spiritual power erupted. Purple flames surrounded Xinxiang's fist as he declared he would return the strike 100-fold according to his own rules. Xinxiang unleashed the deadly move True Fire 100 storm-killing fists, delivering a series of powerful punches amid fierce purple flames at his enemy. Xinxiang unleashed the move True Fire 100 storm-killing fists, erupting with purple flames and overwhelming power. Seventh Elder fainted on the spot, his face swollen and red, tears and nosebleeds streaming after taking the full brunt of Xinxiang's strike. Xinxiang was angry for not having finished, blaming Seventh Elder for fainting halfway when he still owed 33 punches. Sten Xian appeared cheerfully, giving medicine to Seventh Elder, assuring that it would help him recover quickly. Xinxiang asked in surprise what Xian Xian was doing, while Seventh Elder weakly opened his eyes. Xian Xian smiled innocently, saying she couldn't be happy if someone died, causing Seventh Elder to tremble. She continued explaining that the medicine instantly restores 50% to 60%, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xian Xian happily declared that Xinxiang could continue fighting because Seventh Elder was almost recovered. Seventh Elder panicked extremely, screaming in terror as he realized the awkward situation. Xinxiang was pleased and praised Xian Xian, both laughed loudly while an evil purple aura spread behind them. Members of the Yao family angrily retreated, declaring they would never forgive Xinxiang and the entire Xin clan. A senior of the Yao family swore an oath forbidding the Xin family from purchasing elixirs from the Yao family in the future. Xinxiang calmly rebutted, affirming that the Yao family could not completely control the elixirs in the southern martial kingdom. Xian Xian appeared close beside Xinxiang, gently escorting him to his room to rest after the battle. The two talked in front of the main hall. Xinxiang curiously asked about the senior that Xian Xian had promised to introduce. Xian Xian was slightly embarrassed, intending to reveal that person's identity but hesitated. A golden light suddenly flared at the main door. A vague figure appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Xinxiang was astonished, exclaiming with suspicion at the strong aura radiating from the newcomer. The stranger stepped out from the light with an elegant demeanor, wearing white clothes trimmed with gold, emitting a miraculous spiritual glow. The female expert in white stood opposite Xinxiang and Xian Xian, radiant spiritual energy surrounding her, creating a solemn scene. Xinxiang attacked fiercely with the move True Fire 100 storm-killing fists, his momentum exploding. He was completely blocked by the majestic aura. The pressure made his body tremble, nearly collapsing. The royal female expert appeared, using royal power to control all under level 9 to bow and submit. Xinxiang panicked, realizing she was at least level 9, far beyond his power limit. She asked authoritatively, "What will you do?" forcing him to make a life or death choice. The female expert continued pressing, "Kneel humbly or die on the spot with honor." Xinxiang bent his body, resisting. Though nearly kneeling, he resolved to keep his dignity and not submit. He swore, "I only kneel before heaven and earth, my parents and my master." Unwavering determination. The young golden-haired junior sister appeared, surprised to recognize that the imposing woman was Master. She tried to resist but was coldly ordered silence by the female expert, instantly quieting the scene. Xinxiang applied yin-yang harmony, his vital energy radiating steadily like the universe, making everything peaceful. With a determined gaze, Xinxiang shouted, "Aura symbiosis," causing the aura around him to erupt fiercely. He unleashed his strongest move, swirling yin-yang energy converging into a massive energy wave rushing toward the opponent. The crowned female expert was surprised when sensing her royal power was completely neutralized by the strange vital energy. She wondered in astonishment, could this strange true chi have nullified my royal power? Xinxiang's attack accidentally hit a person. Both he and Xian Xian fell under the confused gaze of the female expert. The female expert reassessed with a gentle look. "All right, you're fine." Xinxiang politely asked if that was the challenge Xian Xian had mentioned earlier. The female expert smiled, acknowledging Xinxiang's talent and bluntly criticizing the genius of the Yao family. Xian Xian angrily scolded her master for scaring her and little brother Xiang, despite promising not to bully him. Xian was stunned to discover her master had come to pick her up, and everyone around was also surprised. Xiang quickly ran to the main hall where Xian's master was waiting. Xiang offered tea to the two seniors, showing respect and courtesy. Xian revealed she had already passed the entry test earlier, and her master came to pick her up right after the competition. Xiang was shocked to learn about the martial gate world, where everyone is at least at level 9 of the mortal martial realm. He was surprised to hear that his master's royal authority would affect those below level 9. Xian's master confirmed she had reached level 9 and could break through to the true martial realm within half a year. A close-up of Xian's master, a beautiful and authoritative woman, with a dignified and confident aura. Xiang was overwhelmed by the prospect that Xian could enter the true martial realm. Both laughed happily as Xiang praised Xian's dream of becoming a heroine. The immortal maiden of the divine realm looked at Xiang, encouraging him that although the true martial realm was distant, with his potential and special vital energy, it was entirely achievable. She revealed that if Xiang reached level 9, he would have the chance to meet that girl again. Xian was delighted to know Xiang was accepted by the Grandmaster, dispelling all her worries. Xian tearfully urged Xiang to come find her quickly once he was capable enough. Xiang smiled in agreement, promising that when he reached level 9 of the mortal martial realm, he would come to find Xian. The gate to a new world opened. The immortal maiden of the divine realm stepped in, ready to leave the mortal world. She turned back to tell Xiang they could not stay long in the mortal realm, and if he wanted to meet again, he should come to the kingdom of war gods. Xiang and Xian watched her figure fade through the gate, engraving Kingdom of War Gods in their hearts. Xiang and Xian held hands standing before the swirling space-time gate, radiant light shining brightly. Xian was choked with emotion, full of reluctance as she prepared to part from Xiang. Xiang affirmed with determined eyes, "Don't worry, I will find you soon." Xian smiled gently, full of trust, replying, "I will wait for you." Xiang stepped into the mysterious space gate, beginning a journey apart from his beloved. Standing before the endless sea of stars, Xiang bitterly realized the distance between them had become too great. He clenched his fist, silently resolving, "I must train harder." In an old room, Xiang anxiously called out to his father, worry evident on his face. He hesitated and asked, "Our Shun clan, is this all that remains?" Xiang's father replied, "Money is not lacking, but after the conflict with the Yao family, the supply of medicinal materials was completely cut off." Xiang reminded himself, "The Shin family still has 2 alchemists." An elder with white hair raised his voice, "No, Yao family is fine. I will start over in Wohu." Xiang was surprised to meet the old medicine pavilion master, but he claimed to be a senior and refused the title pavilion master. Xiang was stunned, his expression incredulous when he heard the man call himself ancestor. Xiang became angry, grabbing the white-haired old man's robe, suspecting he had come only to joke around. The old man was thrown aside, shouting desperately for Xiang's father for help. Xiang fearfully kowtowed, apologizing, addressing him as uncle according to clan tradition. Uncle Shin forgave him and recounted the story of competing for the clan leader position with Xiang's grandfather long ago. He admitted he once angrily left and stopped caring about the Shin family. Xiang criticized him for still holding grudges and blocking alchemy, but Uncle denied it. Uncle Shin affirmed that times have changed, and Xiang is a young talent who has changed his mind. He decided to help the Shin family confront the Yao family because they had been excessively bullying them. Uncle Shin declared he would go to Wohu City to establish the Alchemy Pavilion, affirming his determination to support the Shin family against the Yao family. Xiang devoted himself to treating his injuries in the quiet room, his aura gradually stabilizing. He woke up feeling that most of his wounds had healed and his spirit was more uplifted. Xiang's father, Tianhu, entered smiling warmly upon seeing his son much improved. Tianhu recounted that all this time, that person had personally been concocting elixirs for Xiang. Xiang was surprised to learn that that person was a senior alchemist his father called Shun Luzong. At that moment, Shin Luzong appeared with a strong presence, declaring he would open an alchemist pavilion in Wohu City. Tianhu worried that Wohu City had many factions and opening a shop there would be difficult. Shin Luzong confidently affirmed that his reputation and network would help them overcome all obstacles. Shin Luzong encouraged Xiang that with their combined strength they could surely establish a solid foundation for the Shin family in Wohu City. Xiang laughed, feeling as if he had just gained a grandfather who fell from the sky. A young boy asked his older brother what he was intently observing amidst the bustling street. The older brother pointed and said he was watching the third young master of the city lord picking something up from the ground. Another citizen interjected, revealing that the third young master was the shopkeeper of Danxiang Pharmacy. The third young master Hua Xin angrily threw the Lingdan Pavilion signboard to the ground in front of the crowd. Xinxiang was shocked, realizing the destroyed signboard belonged to the newly opened Lingdan Pavilion. Xinxiang stepped inside, looking up at the upper floor where the noise and broken pieces came from. From upstairs, the shopkeeper of Lingdan Pavilion appeared, confronting Hua Xin and the city lord's soldiers. He sternly asked Hua Xin what he was doing in his shop. Hua Xin smirked, blaming the people of Lingdan Pavilion and telling the shopkeeper to ask himself what trouble they had caused. Hua Xin pretended to be injured, pointing to the bandage on his leg and saying he couldn't stand up. The third young master Hua Xin angrily threatened to take someone else's leg as a warning. The Lingdan Pavilion shopkeeper remained calm, fully understanding the situation without needing explanation. Hua Xin claimed to be reasonable, declaring that he was injured in the leg because of this shop. He bluntly made a demand, "Therefore, I want your shop." A black-cloaked guard silently used a technique, cutting off the tip of an arrow with 2 fingers. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful kick, launching a fierce attack. One of Hua Xion's henchmen took the full hit, screaming in pain and falling backward. The henchman angrily stood up, shouting and searching for the one who struck him from behind. 2 guards were astonished by the speed of the attack and hurriedly ordered to protect third young master Hua Xion. One person discovered the truth. The injured one was actually third young master Hua Xion himself, no one else. A long-haired man in black questioned the other, "Your leg is seriously injured, so how can you stand up?" The young noble with tied-up hair sweated nervously, stammering, unable to answer, clearly panicked by the truth. He angrily shouted, accusing the man in black of attempted murder, and ordered his immediate arrest. The young noble decisively commanded, "Guards, seize him for me." The man in black responded coldly, his aura erupting, "Seize me? Just try." The young noble yelled at the guards for inaction, screaming in despair and anger. The man in black smiled contemptuously, "Your subordinates have more sense than their foolish master." A worried soldier said, "Third young master, his aura is too strong. We shouldn't act rashly." Insulted, the young noble went mad, kicking the soldier out of the room and calling him useless. Shouting furiously, the noble tensed and unleashed his inner energy. "Country bumpkin, let me teach you a lesson." The martial artist used thunder and lightning, shouting loudly as he channeled inner power, his hands sparking lightning as he charged to attack Xinxiang. Facing the attack, Xinxiang coldly called out the move Twilight Rain and Thunder as thunder and lightning enveloped the sky and earth. In the blazing light, Xinxiang launched a counterattack punch, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The thunder and lightning martial artist was terrified, his whole body stiffening before the overwhelming thunderous aura from Xinxiang. Xinxiang delivered a strike like a lightning bolt, the opponent's entire body trembling amid the dazzling radiance. A man was strangled, panicked and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Xinxiang coldly replied, accusing the other party of breaking into the shop and harming his people. The captured man was surprised and alarmed to learn that the broken shop belonged to Xinxiang. He frantically flattered, reminding that he was the son of the city lord, hoping to negotiate. Xinxiang confirmed his identity, son of the city lord, also the manager of Danxiang Pharmacy, backed by 2 powerful forces. The man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the other would be intimidated and release him. But immediately after, Xinxiang delivered a thunderous slap that made him bleed. He scrambled up, stunned and angry because no one, not even his father, had ever hit him like that. In a frenzy, he shouted threats. If he kneeled and begged, he would be spared. Xinxiang said nothing and delivered another deadly slap to his face. Hua Xion's cheeks swelled from the slap, nose bleeding, face full of panic and pain. The manager of Lingdan Pavilion coldly scolded Hua Xion as an abandoned child, overly arrogant. He despised the Twilight Rain and Thunder skill Hua Xion used, criticizing it as low-level. The manager continued to insult. Although Hua Xion was the city lord's son, he was only assigned to manage the pharmacy, proving his uselessness. He smiled, mocking the other as if lecturing on morals. He warned, even if the Hua family protected Hua Xion, they wouldn't dare cause trouble with the 2 alchemists of Lingdan Pavilion. Hua Xion burst into tears, sobbing desperately, "No, it's not like that." A woman in pink whispered to a man in gray, "Everyone in Wohu City knows this, only the city lord deliberately exposed it." The manager of Lingdan Pavilion coldly ordered Hua Xin to leave, warning that if he lingered, there would be no mercy. Hua Xin cried bitterly, tears streaming down, shouting helplessly, "I don't want this." Hua Xin wept and complained that his father was biased and the city regarded him as a joke. He wailed miserably, pounding the ground, causing Shun Xiang to speak up and tell him to calm down. Hua Xin was dragged away but still struggled and screamed in frustration, "Let me go." An elder with gray hair entered and announced, Hua Lei and people from Danxiang Pharmacy were arriving in large numbers. Hua Xin panicked, realizing that the group's target was himself. Shun Xiang frowned thoughtfully, concluding it was impossible to confront Danxiang or the city lord at this time. Shun Xiang frankly pointed out the difference between himself and those raised from childhood like Hua Xin. Shun Xiang erupted with energy, flames rising from behind him, terrifying Hua Xin. Shun Xiang summoned fire in his hand, his cold gaze like a warning. He pressed the fire against Hua Xion's body, mockingly asking, "Still want to fight me?" Shun Xiang shared that he understood the feeling of being abandoned by family and regarded as a failure. The young man with a big nose reacted in shock, while Shun Xiang admitted he had once been the useless one of the Shun family. Shun Xiang told of his perseverance and support from his father that helped him overcome all prejudice. Shun Xiang extended his hand, proposing cooperation to escape the label of waste. The chubby young man was moved to tears, joyfully calling Shun Xiang brother. Shun Xiang smiled softly, signaling a new beginning for both of them. Inside the Lingdan Pavilion, everyone was still peaceful, unaware that a conflict was about to erupt. The man in the dark cloak, Shun Xiang, and an old man with white hair stood high, observing and noticing the opponent's faction was very aggressive. Shun Xiang reassured the person beside him, "Don't worry, uncle," showing clear confidence in the impending situation. A man riding a horse shouted loudly, "Hurry up, catch the troublemaker for me." He was Hua Lei, the eldest son of Wohu City. Hua Lei laughed arrogantly, declaring he would give Master Hua a satisfying performance. From a dark room, a woman in purple observed everything silently and with deep meaning. Hua Lei waved his hand to order the soldiers, "Attack!" beginning the raid on Lingdan Pavilion. A blazing fire in the shape of a dragon shot straight toward the soldiers, pushing back the entire formation. The soldiers panicked and fell at Shun Xiang's feet as he stepped out amidst the burning flames. Shun Xiang coldly questioned, "Who keeps causing trouble for Lingdan Pavilion? Is there no one maintaining order in Wohu City?" A man wearing a crown angrily shouted, accusing Shun Xiang of injuring his younger brother and Wohu soldiers. Shun Xiang calmly confirmed the opponent's identity as the young city lord of the Hua clan. Shun Xiang coldly retorted, accusing Hua Xin of vandalizing Lingdan Pavilion and soldiers storming into his residence without reason. Still maintaining a cold attitude, Shun Xiang asked Hua Lei in return, "So what is your punishment?" Hua Lei became furious, shouting in disbelief at Shun Xiang's question. Hua Lei angrily rode forward, loudly warning Shun Xiang not to insult the Hua clan. Shun Xiang stood motionless amid the blazing formation, declaring he would show Hua Lei the consequences of provoking him. The soldiers panicked and fled when they saw the young city lord truly enraged. Shun Xiang threw a powerful punch, a brilliant light exploding in the middle of the battlefield. Shun Xiang's strike hit Hua Lei, the fierce power leaving the opponent no time to react. A long-haired martial artist angrily chased after, shouting, "Where is he?" while Shun Xiang and his mysterious steed escaped through the smoke. In the air, Hua Lei, with blue lightning wings, dove down to attack, using light and smoke to launch a deadly strike. Hua Lei shouted, unleashing the Hua family's strongest skill, Sky Thunderstorm, thunderstorm in the sky, thunder rolling within a giant fist. On the ground, Shun Xiang was prepared, standing calmly amid lightning bolts descending from the sky. Shun Xiang shouted, activating a defensive move, White Tiger's Golden Shield, creating a shimmering barrier like White Tiger armor. The lightning from Hua Lei's Sky Thunderstorm skill struck the barrier, causing a shockwave and dazzling light. Hua Lei roared, "When hammer and thunder combine, you cannot escape," unleashing a furious strike concentrating all his power on one point. The strike hit Shun Xiang's barrier, creating a lightning wave so strong it distorted space. Shun Xiang tensed to withstand it. The scene was almost engulfed by light and thunder. Shun Xiang's figure gradually faded within the intense electricity. A massive explosion erupted, accompanied by fire and blinding thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. The masked opponent was stunned as Shun Xiang appeared amid the sea of flames, his vital energy fiercely blazing around him. Shun Xiang sighed, realizing the White Tiger Shield's power was insufficient to block the blow, blaming himself for listening to Muoi Dao. Muoi Dao angrily shouted, reminding Xinxiang that he was the one who insisted on learning everything and should not be greedy. The masked opponent landed on the ground, sarcastically saying Xinxiang was lucky to survive the recent strike, but Xinxiang denied it. Roaring fiercely, the masked opponent launched a new attack with flashes of lightning from both hands. A blue lightning bolt streaked across the sky as he charged forward, unleashing a thunder strike toward Xinxiang. Xinxiang calmly analyzed, noticing a time gap between the lightning bolts, and planned a counterattack. He began to act, exploiting the time intervals to execute an accurate counter-strategy. As the opponent approached, Xinxiang shouted, "My turn!" then threw a powerful punch amid the electric current. The golden fiery punch shocked and sent the masked opponent flying backward, shattering the wooden cart behind him. Hua Xian angrily warned Xinxiang not to fight in Wohu City, threatening serious consequences. In his rage, Hua Xian was suddenly bound tightly by a purple aura, leaving him terrified and helpless. A masked man appeared, smiling to reassure Hua Xian, calling him young city lord and telling him not to be angry. The masked man continued to counsel, emphasizing that both Hua Xian and Xinxiang were talented young alchemists of Namvu Kingdom. A long-haired woman in purple robes stepped forward, gently reproaching, "Why do you have to fight here?" her hand emitting purple flames. An ancient architectural corner appeared in the sunlight, indicating the place where the upcoming meeting would take place. Hua Weiyun appeared with a man, suggesting Xinxiang reconcile by shaking hands. She looked directly at Xinxiang, calling his name intimately, showing understanding and initiative in the conversation. Xinxiang asked in surprise, unclear why she knew him. Hua Weiyun smiled and explained that Xinxiang's reputation had spread throughout Wohu City after the battle with the Yao family. She continued to analyze that Yao Tianhua's defeat could affect cooperation in the city, emphasizing Xinxiang's role. The man accompanying her suspected Hua Yueyun's true intentions, sensing interference in relations with the Yao family. Hua Yueyun opened a shining golden chest, saying it was a small gift for Xinxiang. Xinxiang asked blankly why he was given such a precious gift. Hua Yueyun clearly stated the reason. The head of the medicine guild, third young master, made a mistake, so they wanted to apologize with this gift. Xinxiang felt uneasy seeing a strange woman appear with an intimidating aura. Lingyan Pavilion Master appeared, reassuring Xinxiang and confidently taking on dealing with the woman in purple. Xinxiang gratefully called him the reliable old man for standing up to help. Lingyan Pavilion Master praised the woman in purple with flattering and excited words. The woman in purple forced a smile, returning the greeting while clearly feeling annoyed inside. Lingdan Pavilion Master lost control, drooling foolishly, suggesting they should cooperate more. Xinxiang was shocked, holding his head, realizing he had trusted the lecherous old man too much. The woman in purple became angry, claiming the honor of the Hua clan was insulted, and demanded an explanation. The young man upstairs was moved to tears, sensing his elder brother's feelings. Xinxiang spoke up to remind that using a strong move like Sky Thunderstorm here could harm innocent people. Hua De angrily rebutted an opinion, showing a firm and imposing attitude. Someone from the Hua family angrily scolded the third young master as useless and troublemaking. Hua De said it was better for the third young master to be injured than to lose face here. The third young master silently listened to the conversation behind the screen, his face calm but somewhat pained. The third young master ran out excitedly cheering, surprising Hua De greatly. The third young master tightly held Xinxiang's hand, praising his pill as extremely effective. With an excited expression, the third young master boasted that both injuries and old illnesses were completely cured. Xinxiang happily explained that while treating wounds, he also cured some minor illnesses for the third young master. The third young master was so excited that he ordered a celebration party at Spring Breeze Pavilion that very day. The third young master also invited Hua De to attend, leaving him both stunned and angry. The young city lord was extremely angry witnessing an action beyond limits. A person in the city arrogantly declared he would act himself if no one else would. Xinxiang taunted, deliberately adding fuel to the fire by showing the young city lord the humiliation. The young city lord flew into a rage, called Xinxiang a disgrace, and led his soldiers away. Xinxiang's uncle expressed surprise that the Hua third young master had stepped in to save him. The uncle doubted Xinxiang's motives, thinking he was exploiting the situation to win people's hearts. Xinxiang neither confirmed nor denied, only smiled mysteriously. Who knows? Xinxiang and his uncle left, leaving behind a message that shocked all of Wohu City. Xinxiang declared loudly, the Lingyan Pavilion of the Shin clan is officially open. At the mountain of Woha City, 3 people silently appeared, preparing for a special cultivation journey. Mayao stepped out from the space ring, marveling at the rare abundant spiritual energy of the mortal world. Yu smiled, certain that Mayao could not stay inside the ring for too long, no matter how strong she was. Maya laughed, teasing Yu that they were alike, both unable to endure long confinement. Xinxiang also sensed that the cultivation effect of Dragon Slayer here was far superior. He noticed that the nearby plants and flowers were growing extremely fast thanks to the influence of Dragon Slayer. At this rate, Xinxiang believed he would obtain the golden soul fruit in just 3 months instead of 1,000 years. Just as he was about to pick it, a warning shout rang out, followed by an axe flying at an extremely high speed. Xinxiang was astonished to see the sparkling light from the weapon rushing straight at him. He blocked the axe, his cold gaze asking, "Who dares to throw a weapon at me?" The bearded bandit grew angry when he saw others approaching the herbs he had just discovered, declaring exclusive ownership. The white-haired woman showed disgust and told Xinxiang to punish the bandits for causing trouble. Mao suggested a gentle approach by smashing skulls and splattering blood, which shocked Xinxiang. The bearded bandit aggressively threatened, loudly asking Xinxiang and his team if they knew who he was. Xinxiang looked at the bearded man, feeling familiar and beginning to suspect he had met him somewhere before. Xinxiang's gaze sharpened as he identified the opponent's identity and confirmed, "It's him!" The bearded bandit charged to attack, loudly threatening that he would show no mercy if stopped. Xinxiang decisively counterattacked, unleashing power accompanied by fierce purple lightning. Xinxiang ambushed from behind, delivering a critical strike that caught the bearded bandit off guard. The bearded bandit's face turned pale with horror, realizing the deadly danger approaching. Xinxiang summoned raging thunder and lightning, striking the opponent with earth-shattering thunderous momentum. With sharp eyes, Xinxiang questioned the cloaked man, who had been a mountain bandit in Wohu City 2 months ago. The questioned man panicked, mouth full of blood, denying the accusations in confusion. Xinxiang pulled out the weapon, White Tiger Thunder Immortal, threatening torture if he did not confess truthfully. A powerful electric current tightly wrapped the enemy, causing him to scream in pain nonstop. Xinxiang angrily shouted, striking him away into the jungle with a fatal blow. The strike caused a thunderous explosion, shattering rocks and earth. The man fell unconscious amid the destructive lightning. In fear, he recognized Xinxiang as the young master of the Shin family, who possessed mighty vital energy. Xinxiang continued interrogating, seeking the true identity and purpose behind his disguise as a mountain bandit. The enemy trembled and revealed his name as Wei Dazhuang, an herb gatherer for the Wei family supplying medicine to the Yao family. Xinxiang suspiciously mentioned Yao family, his eyes flashing alertness upon hearing the rival clan's name. Xinxiang questioned the one who disrupted the family feast. The man revealed that the 7th elder of the Yao family was behind it. A woman with long wine-red hair affirmed she had long seen the old Yao man as full of evil and treachery. Xinxiang burned with anger, deciding to start with this man to settle both old and new debts. The spy panicked and begged for mercy, claiming he was forced and offering to help Xinxiang deal with the Yao family. The traitor was terrified to the extreme, revealing that Yao Tianhua was currently on his way to Dongping City. Xinxiang smirked upon hearing the news as if he had caught an important lead. Yao Tianhua appeared, sitting in a carriage entering Dongping City, unaware of the danger awaiting ahead. A shout of "Get out!" rang out as the door was kicked open when Xinxiang entered with imposing momentum. The driver frantically shouted for everyone to get out of the way, emphasizing that this was the Yao family's carriage, but Xinxiang remained unshaken. Xinxiang tightened his grip on the spirit sword blazing with fiery flames, smiling coldly. "The Yao family?" Lightning erupted. Xinxiang transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing forward at a terrifying speed. Landing like thunderclap, Xinxiang drew his sword, the murderous aura filling the sky, shaking the entire main hall. The large door was torn apart. He entered the center of the Yao family hall, surrounded by thunderous light like a descending deity. With determined eyes and a challenging tone, Xinxiang spoke, "I have come to find you, Yao Tianhua." Xinxiang appeared in the middle of the street, releasing true energy that scattered the carts and passers-by. 2 men were startled to realize that the powerful true energy belonged to Xinxiang. Xinxiang stepped forward coldly, his eyes burning with anger. "Why don't you ask yourselves?" he warned. "If you want to hide, don't do bad things in front of me." Yao Tianhua shouted for 7th uncle to join in, and the other quickly drank a strengthening pill to respond. Xinxiang drew his sword, smirking. "I know you, shameless, but come on then." The bearded man shouted loudly, "Tianhua, coordinate with me," and Tianhua responded. Yao Tianhua performed the Shadow Mirage sword attack, creating many illusions rushing forward. 7th uncle cultivated his energy, transforming into a fiery monster, unleashing the blazing sun palm move. He charged like an exploding sun, shaking heaven and earth within the flames. Yao family's disciple unleashed the Shadow Mirage sword attack, creating a sea of destructive fire covering the entire battlefield. One of his two allies anxiously looked into the explosion's center, panting, "Did it work?" The bearded Yu angrily said he should have turned to ashes by now. From the thick smoke, a shadow gradually appeared, astonishing the Yao group. Yao was surprised, praising his teammates' technique for reaching the 7th realm of power in just 2 months. Xinxiang stepped out from the dust and smoke, surrounded by purple lightning. "Too bad I advanced even faster." The two enemies screamed in horror. "What? How can this be?" Xinxiang drew his sword, eyes sharp, charging to counterattack. "Now it's my turn." Xinxiang's thunderous sword energy slashed straight into the enemy, causing the bearded Yao to scream in pain. Both enemies were hit with fatal blows, their bodies paralyzed, mouths bleeding, unable to resist. An elder of the Yao family panicked, questioning Xinxiang with a bloodied face. "What do you want?" He continued shouting threats that the Yao family would destroy Xinxiang's entire family if he dared attack. Xinxiang calmly recalled Meiyu's words. The white tiger skill grows stronger through battle. Xinxiang concluded, sometimes bloodshed is necessary. A Yao family member cried out in fear. No, but it was too late. The Yao disciple's body was torn apart by electric chains, blood splattering everywhere. A woman in a long dress stood amid the electric light, witnessing the carnage below and said, "You reap what you sow." A man pulling a cart entered the Shin family mansion, the peaceful scene completely contrasting what came before. The delivery man happily reported that he had brought the medicinal herbs. Xinxiang told Xiaoquan to assist and offered tea. The delivery man recounted that Yao Tianhua's convoy had vanished without a trace, causing shock outside. Xinxiang coldly retorted, "So what?" his gaze full of menace. The bearded man panicked, insisting he knew nothing, only revealing that the Yao family had disappeared, opening an opportunity for Ling Dan Pavilion. Xinxiang laughed heartily, assigning the herb collection task to the man, who immediately changed to a respectful form of address. The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief, glad to be on the right side. An old man with silver hair rushed in, questioning Xinxiang why he was called back urgently. Xinxiang smiled mysteriously, inviting the uncle to follow him to see a treasure. Xinxiang handed the wooden box to the old man, telling him to open it himself. The old man was suspicious, threatening to hit Xinxiang if he was called back just for something useless, but then immediately changed tone to serious. As soon as he opened the box, a radiant golden light burst forth, leaving the old man stunned in amazement. Inside were the brilliant Millennium Divine Fruits, golden spirit fruits, incredibly precious beyond belief. An excited silver-haired old man shouted loudly while holding 2 glowing spirit fruits, revealing they take 2,000 years to mature and bear fruit. The old man continued to describe the miraculous effects of the spirit fruit on pill refining, making the young man standing nearby embarrassed because he was salivating too much. Upon seeing the entire box of precious spirit fruits, the old man nearly went mad, immediately asking the young man where he got them. The long-haired young man, Xinxiang himself, smiled mysteriously, raising his hand to signal, keeping the origin of the gift a secret. Xinxiang boasted to his master uncle that he had used a special method to obtain the rare spirit gold fruit. Xinxiang silently pondered the miraculous power of the dragon-killing technique and the reason Meiyao instructed him not to reveal it. Xinxiang handed over the spirit gold fruit to his master uncle, deciding to use them to recruit talents for the spirit pill pavilion. His master uncle was excited, believing that the spirit gold fruit would attract all the best pill refiners in the southern martial kingdom. Crowds flocked to the spirit pill pavilion, jostling to register for the examination for a chance to access the spirit gold fruit. Many people even hoped just to smell or see the spirit gold fruit if they could not be admitted. His master uncle happily realized they no longer worried about a shortage of new members joining. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, loudly asking who was the leader here. A long-bearded man wearing a blue cloak entered angrily, loudly demanding to meet the owner of the spirit pill pavilion. He pointed at the signboard, Dan King Pavilion, shouting to change the name because he believed they did not deserve that title. Xinxiang angrily responded, provoking the old man who came to cause trouble, questioning the name Dan Pavilion. The old man claimed to be the Dan King, showing arrogance and confidence in his title. 2 observers, one a white-bearded old man, name unknown, and Xinxiang, were both surprised and suspicious of the title Dan King. Xinxiang faced the old man directly, both displaying their aura in the square in front of Dan Pavilion. The old man pulled out a blazing pill furnace, proudly introducing it as the Xianyang furnace. Shun Xiang recognized the opponent as Meng Bo, a famous pill refiner of the South Martial Kingdom. Shun Xiang analyzed that the Xianyang furnace was a dragon-level weapon, an extremely powerful pill refining artifact if used by the right person. Meng Bo smugly asked if Shun Xiang felt overwhelmed, suggesting changing the signboard if he had recognized his strength. Mao appeared, bluntly criticizing Meng Bo's level, saying he was unworthy of the title Dan King. Mao reminded Shun Xiang not to lose, making him both surprised and serious. The woman in blue with white hair, Mao, confirmed. The Xianyang pill furnace was an unparalleled treasure, containing a magical sensation that moved everyone. Mao smiled challengingly. If you can get it, revealing a challenge awaiting. Shun Xiang confronted the long-bearded old man, temporarily called Old Man Fire Furnace, proposing to hold a contest to compete for the treasure. Old Man Fire Furnace was surprised and disdainful. You? Compete with me? Shun Xiang bet. If he lost, he would change the signboard and offer a precious spirit gold fruit as a gift. The white-bearded elder, Uncle Shin, whispered, suggesting the stakes if Shun Xiang lost. Shun Xiang angrily shouted, Uncle, do you really want that old man's pill furnace? Shun Xiang expressed concern. That old man has nothing but that furnace. If he loses everything. Uncle Shin laughed heartily, showing no worry about the situation. Old Man Fire Furnace was full of confidence, deciding to bet the treasure. The Xianyang pill furnace would be the prize of the contest. Shun Xiang smiled confidently, while the mysterious Spirit Pill Pavilion Master also showed determination, preparing for the contest. The Spirit Pill Pavilion Master declared that Shun Xiang would use his own furnace to ensure fairness, challenging all doubts. Another elder showed trust, but Shun Xiang wondered why he had to use that furnace. The Spirit Pill Pavilion Master kept it secret, coldly replying, "You will know later." He summoned the furnace with an overwhelming aura, causing everyone around to be shaken. The furnace shone brightly, flying as if with willpower, emitting mysterious and overwhelming power. Shun Xiang observed the furnace while another elder could not hide his confusion and suspicion. The Spirit Pill Pavilion Master ordered the furnace to drop in the middle of the hall, preparing for the special contest. He declared that both sides must use true chi fire and divine consciousness to infuse into the furnace to begin. Shun Xiang complained about the complexity but was shouted at by the Spirit Pill Pavilion Master, "Just do it. You talk too much." Shun Xiang was refining pills, flames roaring from the furnace, the light scorching everything around. Shun Xiang's blazing golden eyes showed astonishment as he noticed something unusual in the flames. Killing intent erupted, Shun Xiang's pupils contracted, cold sweat ran down his cheek, an unprecedented phenomenon. A dark red-black hole appeared, sucking in all light. Shun Xiang stepped back, exclaiming, "What is this?" From the swirling abyss emerged long-fanged beasts with glowing red eyes, ancient demons just summoned. Shun Xiang focused on refining pills amidst the surging sea of fire, his calm eyes facing the challenge in the furnace. Spiritual energy moved, light flared in Shun Xiang's golden eyes, signaling that something unusual was happening. Shun Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment, sweat dripping from his temples. He had just felt a sudden shock. A dark red vortex suddenly exploded before Shun Xiang. He stepped back, exclaiming in doubt, "What is happening?" Before Shun Xiang's eyes opened a fierce space, rolling waves of blazing red demonic energy. He stood silently amid the engulfing darkness. From the red vortex emerged a two-headed black beast roaring, a huge body, blood-red eyes, and sharp fangs. The monster charged out of the red mist, its overwhelming pressure causing Shun Xiang to retreat reflexively, evil aura flooding the air. Under strong suppression, Shun Xiang gritted his teeth and endured. The flow of vital energy in his body began to stir. The black beast roared, creating a terrifying shockwave that cracked the space and forced Shun Xiang into a passive stance. In a dangerous moment, fire and thunder intertwined around Shun Xiang's body, the thunder fire aura erupting, ready to counterattack. Shun Xiang smiled calmly, declaring that controlling the fire god beast alone was enough, with nothing else to worry about. Shun Xiang shouted loudly, summoning Bai Fong, the blazing fire divine beast descending into the sacred sea of fire. Bai Fong roared across the fiery sky, spreading its sacred power with outstretched wings, its pressure extending even to the opposing Taoist. The Taoist in blue robes was astonished by Shun Xiang's dense primal fire, doubting his cultivation level. He clenched his teeth, determined to give his all to fight against the impending destructive power. He summoned a flock of dark demon birds from his spell, waves of evil energy rushing toward Shun Xiang like a flood. Bai Fong gathered energy, forming a condensed fireball, preparing to launch a decisive attack. The swirling fireball erupted fiercely. Bai Fong controlled each flame stream to strike directly at the target. The Taoist hurriedly created a defensive barrier, trying to block the divine fire attack from breaking through his weak protection. He shouted that heaven and earth could not be controlled while his magic power was swept into the blazing sea of fire. Mangbo charged into the battlefield with a fierce offensive stance, unleashing the medicine bat move, summoning a swarm of fire bats from spiritual energy. Mangbo shouted the purple lightning flash technique, triggering purple thunder accompanied by the bat swarm, creating a brilliant attack. A giant lightning bolt struck Bai Fong directly, causing it to roar in pain amid the electric sparks and surrounding bats. Xin Xiang was severely injured due to his life link with Bai Fong. Blood gushed out as the divine beast took damage. Xin Xiang gritted his teeth and admitted, "All injuries to the divine beast are transmitted back to the owner." Xin Xiang was disappointed because Bai Fong was too slow to harm the medicine bats and break Mangbo's defense. At the same time, Bai Fong kept roaring amid the purple lightning and streaks of light, continuing to endure heavy damage. Xin Xiang collapsed, thinking that if this situation continued, victory would be difficult to achieve. Mangbo threatened, if the divine beasts kept fighting, Xin Xiang's divine consciousness would be damaged, even destroying his pill-refining foundation. The white-robed immortal scolded Xin Xiang for forgetting Bai Fong's first lesson, revealing a strategy that could turn the tide. Xin Xiang had just descended into the Yao family hall, his whole body covered in thunder and lightning, his determined gaze unstoppable. With imposing steps, Xin Xiang strode straight into the Yao family, sword aura and firepower shaking the entire space. Before the large door that had been blasted open, he stopped, his cold gaze saying, "I have come to find you, Yao Tianhua." In the hall, a group of Yao family members stood up angrily, overwhelmed by Xin Xiang's imposing aura. An elder of the Yao family shouted, and immediately a muscular disciple wielding a sword infused with fire power rushed to attack Xin Xiang. The disciple used the phantom sword technique, his figure dispersing into many shadows, making the offensive unpredictable. Xin Xiang remained unflinching, summoning strong fire with his hand, easily seeing through the illusions and counterattacking accurately. A blue-robed Taoist stepped out from behind, using talismans and sealing magic to block Xin Xiang's advance. Xin Xiang angrily unleashed the Twilight Rain and Thunder technique, summoning thunder to bombard from above. The thunder power erupted, terrifying the enemy. Xin Xiang delivered a decisive strike, crushing the last resistance. Bai Fong launched an extremely powerful fire attack, striking directly at the dark beast roaring in pain. The blue-robed Taoist was hit unexpectedly, blood spurting out, his face full of horror. He knelt down, screaming in pain. "What is this?" Completely bewildered by what had just happened. Xin Xiang calmly licked the blood. "Chicken meat isn't bad either," revealing a plan previously prepared with Mei Yao. The three bird fire spirits split into many small forms, easily catching up and eliminating the swarm of medicine bats. The blue-robed Taoist was utterly terrified, sweat pouring like rain, experiencing complete defeat for the first time. Xin Xiang clenched his fist, smiling confidently. "Now this is truly our competition." Bai Fong and Medicine Bat spread their wings and battled in the blazing red sky, fire and darkness tearing through the space. The two divine beasts clashed fiercely, their cries and roars colliding to create a terrifying shockwave. A character was severely wounded, tilting his head back and screaming in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Mangbo, with a cold and arrogant face, stood firm amidst the thick red smoke filled with murderous intent. Xin Xiang wiped the blood from his forehead, admitting he could only maintain 3 small Bai Fong birds. Mangbo sneered, clenching his fists tightly, declaring that 5 medicine bats were still ready to fight. Xin Xiang contemplated tactics, realizing Bai Fong resembled the vermilion bird's vital energy, and planned to use a special move. Xin Xiang threw a punch, using the vermilion bird technique, summoning burning Bai Fong birds. Hellish swirling flames blazed around Xin Xiang as he unleashed the powerful Hellwind Inferno move. Xin Xiang shouted a challenge at Mangbo, putting all his strength into the final life-or-death strike. Dan King was full of fighting spirit, shouting, "That's the idea," as he attacked with overwhelming fiery flames. He unleashed the purple lightning bamboo break move, creating sparks and wildly exploding beams of light. Xin Xiang faced him head-on, both their eyes blazing with fire, refusing to yield in this decisive battle. From outside, Dan King Pavilion trembled from the explosive power, thunder spreading across the sky. A terrible explosion occurred, light engulfed everything, causing the entire area to shake violently. A masked figure was shocked, shouting loudly upon seeing the reaction from the explosion that shook everywhere. The crowd wondered if Xin Xiang had failed, since his opponent this time was Dan King, a renowned alchemist master. Dan King admitted he was affected by the final blow and could not complete the aura chi pills. Someone asked about Xin Xiang, and another confirmed that Xin Xiang also failed in pill refining. Xin Xiang smiled faintly, blood on his lips showing he had not completely given up. Xinxiang appeared confidently, declaring he had completed the pills just in time, astonishing everyone. Everyone marveled as they saw the aura chi pills emitting pure energy without any impurities. Xinxiang asked if this was his victory and was affirmed that the younger generation was promising. The elder alchemist admitted defeat and happily accepted the result of the contest. He presented the mysterious Yangdan furnace to Xinxiang as per their agreement along with praise. Xinxiang admitted in a low voice that he had relied too much on the furnace and neglected the basic path of pill refining. A man with a newly tied bun emotionally handed over the furnace, saying it now had a more worthy owner. The man with the bun suddenly bowed and earnestly begged Xinxiang to join king and pavilion and serve as chief alchemist. Xinxiang presented a golden spirit fruit as proof of sincerity, his eyes shining with confidence and mystery. An old man with silver hair wearing black robes trimmed in gold bearing a yin-yang symbol happily said that if Meng Lao agreed to join, king and pavilion would truly be worthy. Xinxiang smiled and bowed to thank Dan King for agreeing to join King Dan Pavilion. The crowd was shocked upon hearing that Dan King wanted to enlist in King Dan Pavilion. Disciples clamored to join, even willing to do menial work just to follow Xinxiang. The guardian suggested letting the chief alchemist decide on recruitment, and Xinxiang happily accepted the responsibility. An elderly man with silver hair praised Xinxiang's wisdom. Xinxiang slyly smiled, "I choose both the people and the furnace." Someone ran up to inform Xinxiang that a carriage from Danxiang Pharmacy was waiting outside the gate. Xinxiang was surprised to hear he was invited as a guest by the pharmacy owner, suspecting it was Hua Weiyun. The quiet night scene at Danxiang Pharmacy where the meeting between Xinxiang and the owner was about to take place. In a steam-filled bathroom, a seductive figure in a purple dress waited, revealing the identity of the female owner. Hua Weiyun, the head of the Danxiang Pharmacy counter, confidently declared that even Xinxiang would not be able to escape her grasp. After a week, the carriage carrying Xinxiang and Mao slowly entered the peaceful town, sunlight filtering through the cool green canopy. Mao revealed that the Hua Weiyun village of the Danxiang Pharmacy might be connected to Danxiang Taoyuan, one of the 8 great sects. Xinxiang wondered about the 8 great sects, and Mei Yao explained that they are the 8 greatest martial forces on the Qinwu continent, possessing top resources and talents. Xinxiang naively asked if Danxiang Taoyuan was also very strong in alchemy, which made Mei Yao angrily jump up in a humorous reaction. Mei Yao, looking exhausted, said she would teach Xinxiang alchemy, but if he wanted to learn more advanced skills, he would have to go to Taimo sect, the strongest sect among the 8 great sects. Xinxiang noticed Mei Yao was in a bad mood and gently asked about her feelings. Mei Yao immediately denied it, saying the reason had nothing to do with the treasure Xinxiang carried. Mei Yao blushed and complained that the treasure emitted intense heat, severely tormenting her yin body. Xinxiang held the glowing alchemy furnace, wondering if it really had such power. The furnace could change size and recognize its owner when a drop of blood was given. Mei Yao was tired of enduring it, while Xinxiang lamented that only he suffered injuries because she could resist it with yin qi. Yu Yu was comfortable amid the blazing flames while Mei Yao trembled from the cold beside her. Xinxiang laughed, teasing Mei Yao about her discomfort being near Yu Yu. Mei Yao sulked, blaming Xinxiang for not knowing how to joke properly with his elder sister. Suddenly, Mei Yao kicked straight into Xinxiang's chest with an angry expression. Xinxiang cried out in pain as he was kicked off the sedan chair, calling Mei Yao's name in agony. Inside the sedan chair, Mei Yao suddenly remembered something important to remind Xinxiang. Mei Yao seriously urged Xinxiang to choose Taimo sect among the 8 great sects. She emphasized, "Do not let other women seduce him, keep his mind pure." Xinxiang affirmed with a frightened but determined look he would obey Mei Yao's advice. Upon arrival, Xinxiang was extremely surprised and asked if everything was really true. Hua Weiyun, the enchanting woman of Danxiang Taoyuan, smiled mysteriously, her eyes seeming to mesmerize others. Hua Weiyun's tight-fitting outfit, whether intentional or not, displayed her charm, making it impossible for others to look away. Xinxiang blushed and asked if she had used a special secret potion from Danxiang Taoyuan. Mei Yao got angry and shouted at Xinxiang for letting himself be seduced, reminding him to focus on alchemy practice. Hua Weiyun deliberately teased Xinxiang, inviting him to feel it for himself if he was so curious. She even provocatively suggested touching and feeling together to resolve his doubts. Xinxiang panicked and stepped back, reminding himself not to fall into the seductive trap. Hua Weiyun tilted her head, her cold eyes asking if Xinxiang understood her intentions just now. Xinxiang responded clearly, exposing her true purpose was to lure him into Danxiang Tao Yuan to receive rewards. Hua Weiyun remained calm, arguing that it was not a conspiracy but a mutually beneficial exchange. Xinxiang coldly declared his decision. I will join Tai Mo sect. Hua Weiyun was shocked to hear Xinxiang aimed for Tai Mo sect, the strongest and hardest to join among the 8 great sects. She questioned his determination again, but he affirmed he had already been guided and showed confidence. Hua Weiyun continued to tempt him. If Xinxiang became an official disciple, she would bear children for him. She did not hesitate to voluntarily become a concubine, believing that Xue Xianxian, Xinxiang's main wife, would not object. Xinxiang calmly rejected the offer. I do not need that. Hua Weiyun's dramatic fall in response to Xinxiang's cold reaction made the atmosphere both funny and bitter. Xinxiang solemnly exposed, perhaps many other young men have fallen into her seductive trap. Hua Weiyun lamented that Xinxiang was heartless and mocked her as old, as if from a different generation. Before leaving, she did not forget to leave an invitation. If you change your mind, find me anytime. Xinxiang suddenly introduced that he had a rare treasure he wanted to offer Master Hua in exchange for spirit coins. Hua Weiyun was surprised, unable to believe her ears when she heard about such a great treasure. Xinxiang waved his hand, summoning the 1000-year blood spirit herb, glowing brightly with a powerful aura. Hua Weiyun froze, her face expressionless like a statue when she realized the treasure was too precious and beyond expectation.
In the center of Woha City, a major martial arts event was about to take place. Xinxiang was delighted to have sold the 1000-year-old blood spirit grass for 400,000 spirit coins. He angrily shouted, demanding the jostling crowd in front of him to make way. Everyone was heading to the registration office for the Woha City martial arts tournament. Xinxiang suddenly realized he had almost forgotten this important event. A long line of martial artists was queuing up, waiting for their turn to be tested for strength. The examiner announced the rules. Achieving the yellow level or higher would be a pass. A brown-robed martial artist aggressively pushed his way to the front, demanding to take his test. The brown-robed martial artist threw a powerful punch at the strength testing stone slab. The strength testing slab emitted a brilliant green light. The brown-robed martial artist cheered joyfully upon passing the preliminary test. Hua Weiyun mocked the brown-robed martial artist, saying that a green result was nothing to be proud of. After the brown-robed martial artist left, Xinxiang stepped up to prepare for his turn. Xinxiang observed the stone, knowing that only the green level or higher would be recognized. Xinxiang gathered his strength, and a powerful yellow stream of true qi enveloped his body. The hot air radiating from Xinxiang terrified the surrounding crowd. Xinxiang threw a mighty punch at the testing stone. His punch was so powerful that it shattered the testing stone into pieces. Everyone present was dumbfounded with astonishment at this extraordinary power. Xinxiang stood amidst the rubble, casually remarking that the stone was too fragile. Xinxiang regretted accidentally using too much power in his punch. A person of high status appeared, loudly asking who had caused the commotion. A subordinate hurriedly reported to third young master Hua Xin that someone had broken the testing stone. Xinxiang calmly took responsibility, causing Hua Xin to recognize him with surprise. In a heavily guarded mansion, night had fallen. Hua Xin asked Xinxiang if he really wanted to participate in the Woha City martial arts tournament. Xinxiang affirmed that it was a great opportunity, so there was no reason to refuse. Hua Xin revealed a crucial piece of information. This year's tournament was sponsored by the Yao family. Hua Xin confirmed and warned Xinxiang that the Yao family had recently been looking for ways to deal with him. Worried for Xinxiang's safety, Hua Xin advised him to prioritize his life. Xinxiang confidently declared that he already had a plan to deal with the Yao family. He presented his plan to Xintian, who during a meal. Xintian, who was astonished and skeptical of his son's bold plan. A world-shaking energy explosion occurred in a remote mountainous region. Xinxiang sat in the middle of a vortex of true qi and flames, cultivating frantically. The time had come, and Xinxiang wondered about the mystery of the Xin Yangdan furnace. He summoned the Azure Dragon True Qi, pouring all his power into the alchemy furnace. Miao and Yu Yu were amazed by the power of the Azure Dragon True Qi, urging him to continue. The powerful stream of Azure Dragon True Qi transformed into a brilliantly glowing dragon head. Xinxiang and his two senior sisters channeled their True Qi, creating a colossal pillar of energy. Xinxiang, surprised, called Miao over to look at the special alchemy furnace. The mysterious alchemy furnace radiated a brilliant golden light. Although Yu Yu vehemently refused, Miao still forced her towards the alchemy furnace. Miao argued that only Yu Yu could sense it most strongly. Xinxiang advised Miao not to make things difficult for Yu Yu because the Yin body was inherently very weak. Yu Yu became angry that Xinxiang dared to look down on her Yin body. Provoked by her pride, Yu Yu decided to act on her own. Yu Yu grumbled that it was just a dilapidated old alchemy furnace. She didn't believe this furnace could affect her. Yu Yu decisively placed her hand into the scorching energy stream from the furnace. Immediately, Yu Yu was overwhelmed by the furnace's power, feeling it was truly mystical. Xinxiang thought to himself, Sister Yu Yu looks so cute. After resting, Xinxiang asked Yu Yu about what she had just discovered. Yu Yu realized the furnace had a potent yang aura, possibly the fire dragon blood jade, a divine dragon weapon. Xinxiang was astonished that the alchemy furnace emitted a dragon's aura and could be a divine weapon. Miao said Xinxiang had found a treasure and should not return it to the Dan King. Miao believed that if Xinxiang could master the furnace, their plan to restore their strength would progress. Unable to bear the blood jade, Yu Yu said she would return to the ring first. Xinxiang realized the alchemy furnace held more mysteries as ancient scripts began to appear. Information from the fire dragon blood jade automatically flowed into Xinxiang's mind. Xinxiang learned that this furnace was created by Yin Longzi in ancient times. Miao explained that the alchemy furnace had a yin-yang formation, which could accelerate time. Xinxiang realized he could use it to concoct pills and achieve breakthroughs quickly. Suddenly, Miao sensed someone watching and warned Xinxiang. Xinxiang calmly reassured Miao, confident in his abilities. Sensing the killing intent, Xinxiang's gaze sharpened as the enemy approached. Xinxiang told Miao to quickly return to the ring so he could prepare for battle. Instantly, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air in an attack. Xinxiang shouted, using his true chi to try and block the surprise attack. He easily caught the two incoming arrows with his true chi. Xinxiang infused power into the arrows and threw them back at the enemy. A powerful surge of energy slashed down with astonishing speed. A sudden bolt of lightning pierced through the ambusher, sending blood flying. The attacker collapsed to the ground, stunning his accomplices. Xinxiang revealed to Miao that he had intentionally let Hua Xian go to lure the Yao family into a trap. Yu Yu worried that Xinxiang was at a disadvantage despite having lured the enemy out. Xinxiang explained that he needed to fight to nurture his white tiger true chi for the tournament. Xinxiang decided to use these people to test his new strength. A series of violent explosions rocked the entire forest. Xinxiang angrily confronted an assassin, questioning his identity and the mastermind behind the attack. He threatened loudly, demanding the truth in exchange for their lives. The leader refused, citing the need to protect the Black Wind Gang's reputation. He continued to mock, looking down on Xinxiang, who stood alone. Xinxiang smiled confidently, asserting that he already knew they were from the Black Wind Gang. Immediately, Xinxiang unleashed a massive surge of lightning true chi towards them. Overwhelmed by the power, the Black Wind Gang members panicked as their identities were exposed. The leader was astonished, wondering how Xinxiang knew and suspecting a mole. Despite the situation, he ordered his subordinates to charge forward and kill Xinxiang. Xinxiang executed the White Tiger's furious dance, releasing a torrent of purple lightning true chi. He roared, engulfed in a colossal pillar of energy, the ground around him shaking violently. Noticing an opening, the enemies on the boat immediately rushed in for a swift attack. Xinxiang remained steadfast, ready to deal with the approaching enemies. They hastily raised their defensive shields, but were completely overwhelmed by Xinxiang's attack. Xinxiang summoned the divine beast, the White Tiger, preparing to unleash his second move. A giant tiger made of true chi charged forward, sweeping away all the enemies. The enemies were sent flying into the air in agony by the force of the technique. After the attack, all the enemies were paralyzed by the electric current, collapsing at Xinxiang's feet. The opponent realized in horror that Xinxiang had broken through to the 7th level, something he thought was impossible. Xinxiang realized his power had reached the 7th level thanks to the combination with the Dragon Cauldron. Xinxiang interrogated the enemy, suspecting the Yo family was pulling the strings. The third leader of the Black Wind Gang defiantly refused to reveal their purpose. Xinxiang released his true chi, threatening that he had ways to make him talk. The leader recognized in terror the legendary Devil True Chi. He was shocked that Xinxiang could use demonic arts despite having used pure yang arts earlier. Xinxiang placed his hand on the enemy's head, beginning to use the demonic art to interrogate him. A violent explosion of true chi occurred, engulfing the leader in pain. Tortured by the true chi, the leader knelt, enduring the agony. Xinxiang recognized this true chi and wondered if the Black Wind Gang was connected to Yu Yu. Yu Yu believed this was created by the descendants of her less talented disciples. A masked person rushed to report, struggling to utter Dan. The messenger tried to speak of the Dan King, making Xinxiang angrily demand he come closer. Xinxiang was shocked to realize the enemy's target was the king and pavilion. Immediately, Xinxiang transformed into a streak of fire, rushing through the dark night. Xinxiang realized the cunning of the Yao family. They were not just targeting him or the Dan King. He understood he had been lured away and worried for his uncle and the alchemists. A powerful figure in blue armor landed in the courtyard of the King Dan Pavilion. Xinxiang arrived to find everything unusually quiet, not like it was under attack. He was stunned to see his father waiting and even teasing him. Xin Tian, who advised Shun how to behave properly, saying he was once the same. Xinxiang ran over, surprised, asking his uncle Shenhao if there were any troublemakers. Xin Tian, who reassured Xinxiang, promising that the family would always be a strong backing. Suddenly, Xin Tian, who coughed up blood, to the astonishment of Xinxiang and Shenhao. Xin Tian, who collapsed, and Xinxiang and Shenhao rushed to his side in panic. At a mansion, the atmosphere grew tense and unusual at night. Shenhao was using his qi to treat the severely injured Xin Tian, who he explained that Xin Tian, whose internal energy was in disarray, and his meridians had to be sealed to save his life. Xinxiang worriedly questioned his uncle, Shenhan, about the cause of the battle. Shenhan recounted that they had fought a group of mountain bandits and repelled them. Shenhao suspected the enemy had used a type of slow-acting dark art. He carefully examined the strange wound on Xin Tian, whose chest. The wound was a claw mark emitting an evil energy, not an ordinary injury. Shenhan realized in horror that he had also been wounded in the battle. The dark art began to take effect, black veins spreading rapidly across Shenhan's arm. Shenhao was horrified to realize he had been afflicted by a curse after the battle. Xinxiang was taking care of his father, Xin Tian, who, and a heavily injured ally. His silver-haired uncle advised Xinxiang to rest and prepare for the martial arts tournament. Xinxiang agreed to leave everything to his uncle, but a red glint flashed in his eyes. As the uncle turned away, Xinxiang, with blazing red eyes, angrily demanded he turn back. However, the uncle continued to walk away, leaving Xinxiang's side. Xinxiang asked Yu Yu about the strange wound on his father's body. Yu Yu explained that his father had been cursed by a sorcerer with a spell that drained qi and essence. She warned that the victim of the spell would be depleted of energy and die within 3 days. Xinxiang was stunned to learn his father only had 3 days left to live. Yu Yu reassured Xinxiang that the technique of his father's attacker was very poor. She scornfully remarked that their current level was unworthy of practicing demonic arts. Xinxiang was furious that the Yao family had deliberately attacked while he was busy preparing for the tournament. Suddenly, Meiyao grabbed Xinxiang's collar from behind. Xinxiang asked in astonishment, "Sister Meiyao, what are you doing?" Meiyao asked why he was so upset when the opponent had only used a wicked demonic art. She then pointed to Yu Yu, saying that an ancestor who was an expert in demonic arts was right in front of him. Xinxiang asked Yu Yu if she could help him eliminate the leader of the Black Wind Gang. Yu Yu coldly replied that her dark arts only killed people, they didn't save them. Xinxiang fell into deep thought, a new resolve kindling in his eyes. Meiyao playfully whispered to Xinxiang, mentioning a unique ultimate skill of Yu Yu's. Yu Yu appeared flustered and panicked, not understanding what they were planning. Yu Yu had no choice but to get out of the bathtub, making way for Xinxiang. Yu Yu seemed reluctant, but still prepared to perform her special technique. Meiyao explained that with Yu Yu's technique, Xinxiang would be safe. Xinxiang was utterly amazed by the power of the technique that had just been performed. Xinxiang curiously asked Yu Yu about the technique she intended to pass on to him. Yu Yu asserted that her technique was far superior to those of half-baked cultivators. Yu Yu explained that this technique allowed Xinxiang to break through by absorbing his opponent's power. Xinxiang exclaimed in astonishment at the terrifying power of the technique he had just heard about. Hua Yueyin placed a finger on Xinxiang's forehead, transmitting a mysterious technique to him. That technique was the demonic devouring arts, enveloping him in a torrent of berserk demonic qi. Inside the Black Wind Gang's lair, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. Sounds of gleeful and arrogant laughter echoed from the main hall. They were mocking the Shun family's foolishness for daring to oppose the Yao family. Wohu City Lord Hua Gaoyun revealed that the Shun family patriarch had been severely injured by the Black Wind Gang's leader. The Wang family patriarch, Wang Yishan, showed contempt and hurled insults at Xinxiang. The Black Wind Gang leader boasted that he had sent 300 men and Xinxiang should have been dead. Suddenly, the main door was shattered and a subordinate was thrown right into the middle of the hall. The subordinate weakly reported an intruder, causing the crowd in the hall to roar in anger. Xinxiang, in a mysterious outfit, appeared, saying he just happened to overhear them talking about him. He casually asked back, his eyes full of confidence and provocation. The bandit leader blocked his path, loudly questioning Xinxiang's identity. He couldn't believe how Xinxiang had survived the ambush. Xinxiang faced the bandit leader, announcing that he brought good news. He revealed that he had personally eliminated the men who disguised themselves as Black Wind Gang disciples to attack him. The bandit leader roared in anger, asking what Xinxiang had done to his second son. Xinxiang coldly replied that if they were allowed to play tricks, he also had the right to take revenge. He warned the bandits to reconsider being lackeys for the Yao family. A bandit elder became enraged, calling Xinxiang trash and charging forward. Xinxiang easily blocked the opponent's flame attack with his bare hands. He released his true chi, sending the elder flying and shouting for them to get lost. A mysterious martial artist launched an attack that sent an old patriarch flying and shouted, "Get lost." The old patriarch was thrown far away, his body crashing hard onto the arena floor. He coughed up blood and screamed in extreme pain after being hit. Everyone was shocked that a 7th-level master couldn't even block one move. Xinxiang appeared, declaring this was a grudge between him and the Black Wind Gang. Xinxiang warned those not involved to leave if they didn't want to die. He turned his back, confidently facing the entire Black Wind Gang alone. The furious Black Wind Gang leader ordered his underlings to charge and kill Xinxiang. Xinxiang remained calm before the charging crowd, his eyes full of challenge. Xinxiang unleashed the Azure Dragon True Chi, forming a giant dragon head that sent the enemies flying. A massive stream of blue True Chi suddenly struck a building. The bandit leader stood frozen, looking up in astonishment at that power. He wondered how his opponent could kill so many people in an instant. Xinxiang questioned the bandit leader when he saw him burst into crazed laughter. The bandit leader said he was laughing because Xinxiang was a talented cultivator. He transformed into a winged monster and declared that Xinxiang would have to die. The monster shot a stream of purple poisonous energy from its mouth. Xinxiang blocked the attack, but was looked down upon by his opponent. Xinxiang was disgusted by his opponent's beast transformation ability. Xinxiang's hand was corroded by the purple poison. Mengbo was knocked back, realizing he had been too careless. Enraged, Mengbo released a purple beast, vowing to make Xinxiang's life a living hell. Mengbo's monster swung its long purple tongue to attack. Xinxiang, wrapped in flames, dodged the opponent's tongue whip. The tongue attack missed its target, slamming hard onto the arena floor. Mengbo's monster sneered, wanting to enjoy tormenting Xinxiang. Xinxiang suddenly appeared in the sea of fire, mocking his opponent's foolishness. Xinxiang used a technique to make the monster's long tongue tie itself into a knot. The monster's tongue was tied tightly to a pillar, causing it to panic at being trapped. The monster pulled with all its might on its tightly bound tongue. Due to the recoil, Mengbo was dragged away by his own divine beast's tongue. Mengbo screamed in pain as he was uncontrollably dragged away. The opponent charged down to attack Xinxiang, who was standing in the middle of the sea of fire. Xinxiang growled, declaring it was his turn to counterattack. He unleashed the Heavenly Tiger Violent Killing Fist, striking the opponent directly. The opponent was hit so hard he coughed up blood, his face filled with pain. Xinxiang stood above, looking down on his fallen opponent with contempt. He shouted that this was revenge for the attack on the Dan King Pavilion and for harming his family. Xinxiang swore to make his opponent pay for everything. Despite being injured, the opponent struggled to his feet, performing the Thunder Tiger Lightning Formation technique. Xinxiang was shocked to realize this was his father's martial art. The opponent launched a powerful stream of lightning towards Xinxiang, who was hovering in the air. Xinxiang was heavily injured, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground. The bandit leader sneered, asking how he knew how to use Xinxiang's father's martial art. He revealed that he used a long-lost demonic art to obtain this power. This demonic art could absorb an opponent's true chi and martial arts after hitting them. He gloated as Xinxiang weakened, promising to kill him after learning his techniques. Suddenly, the bandit leader also screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He panicked, wondering why his power was also being drained, suspecting a backlash from the demonic art. Xinxiang calmly stood up, recognizing that this demonic art had been lost for hundreds of years. Seeing Xinxiang's true chi, the bandit leader asked in terror if he also knew the demonic art. Xinxiang smirked, confirming that he too knew how to use this demonic art. Xinxiang used the soul-devouring demonic art, declaring he would show Mengbo its true power. Mengbo was utterly astonished, unable to believe Xinxiang could use this secret technique. A massive energy explosion engulfed them both, Mengbo's screams echoing. A week later, the martial arts tournament in Wohu City began amidst a lively atmosphere. The referee asked all members of Group A to enter the center of the arena. Among the contestants was Lang Yulan, the 15-year-old daughter of General Lang. The referee stood on a high platform, preparing to announce the rules for the first round. The crowd buzzed, searching for Xinxiang, wondering about his absence. Some worried that Xinxiang had been seriously injured in his confrontation with the Black Wind Gang's leader. Lang Yulan thought to herself that it seemed she had overestimated Xinxiang. The first round of the competition began with Group A in the arena. The female judge appeared impatient, urging the contestants not to waste time. The martial artist in Group A looked extremely tense and frightened. With a sharp gaze, she challenged the hesitating contestants. Seeing her opponents not acting, the female judge decided to strike first. She rushed into the middle of the group of contestants with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to react. The female judge easily took down one contestant with a lightning-fast attack. Immediately after, she launched a kick, eliminating another person from the match. One contestant was knocked out of the arena, officially eliminated from the round. The female judge stood firm after quickly defeating the entire group. Long Yulan demonstrated superior strength, knocking down an opponent with a kick. The battle in the arena began, with all fighters ready to engage. A large, aggressive man attacked another female martial artist sitting on the platform. Lang Yulan moved at high speed, mocking an opponent for being too slow. Long Yulan intervened, landing a powerful blow on the large man's shoulder. The large man grabbed Lang Yulan and lifted her up angrily. Long Yulan used an energy whip to send her opponent flying far away. After a large explosion, only Lang Yulan was left standing in the arena. The audience was astonished by the Lung family's flowing light charm technique that she displayed. Victorious, Lang Yulan showed contempt for her defeated opponents. The referee announced for the members of Group B to prepare for their match. A group of opponents was eagerly awaiting Xinxiang's appearance to confront him. The Yu family elder believed that Xinxiang had given up out of anger. The referee began the countdown, threatening to declare Xinxiang's loss if he didn't show up. At the last second, Xinxiang stepped into the arena and announced his arrival. Xinxiang appeared with a confident expression, drawing the attention of his opponents. The Yao family elder was shocked and angered by his appearance. Xinxiang explained that he was late and asked for the rules to be repeated. The rule was that the 5 people in the group would fight, and the last one standing would win. The Yao family elder believed that Xinxiang was injured and would not escape his plan. Yao Tianhua confidently declared he had hired many experts to take down Xinxiang together. Yao Tianhua declared the match had begun, challenging Xinxiang. The group of mercenaries rushed to attack Xinxiang simultaneously, without holding back. Xinxiang faced them calmly, his cold, sharp eyes ready for battle. Xinxiang unleashed a powerful burst of true qi, knocking back all his opponents. The opponents were astonished to realize Xinxiang could condense true qi. Yao Tianhua was stunned, unable to believe Xinxiang's true power. Xinxiang revealed he had broken through to the 8th level after absorbing his enemy's true qi. Xinxiang asked the 2 remaining opponents if they wanted to leave on their own or let him act. Terrified, the remaining mercenaries hastily fled the arena. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Xinxiang stood proudly in the arena. Hua Weiyan admitted she had misjudged and looked forward to fighting Xinxiang. The referee announced the second round of the tournament. Lung Yulan and Song Nanming would be in Group A. Song Nanming smugly demanded that Lung Yulan concede, calling her his future wife. Long Yulan angrily refused, asserting she would never marry someone like him. Next, the referee announced that Xinxiang and Yao Chong would be placed in Group B. His opponent, Yao Chong, declared he would use any means necessary to defeat Xinxiang. Xinxiang smiled, remarking that Yao Chong was more straightforward than the other members of the Yao family. As soon as Xinxiang appeared, a Yao family member rushed forward with a knife to block his path. The man shouted, demanding that Xinxiang pay the price for Yao Tianhua's death. Xinxiang dodged the attack and asked if his opponent was from the Yao family. Xinxiang easily stopped the opponent's knife attack with a single kick. A Yao family member screamed in pain as his sword was broken. Xinxiang easily blocked his opponent's attack with his bare hands. He coldly declared that one who wields a knife must be prepared to be stabbed. Xinxiang decided to teach the troublemaker a lesson on behalf of Yao Tianhua. A Yao family elder suddenly appeared and blocked Xinxiang's blade with his hand. The elder questioned Xinxiang's identity right there in the arena. He asserted that the Yu family did not need an outsider to discipline them and would handle it themselves. When Xinxiang pointed out his injury, the Yao family elder dismissed it and told him to back off. From a distance, the Dan King mocked the Yao family's foolishness and the hard-to-heal wound. The Dan King confidently declared he would win the tournament and arranged to discuss marriage with his junior sister in 3 days. Hua Weiyan angrily turned back, calling it a fantasy. Xinxiang warned Yao Tianhua that he wouldn't be so merciful next time. Yao Tianhua smiled smugly, arranging to meet Xinxiang again in 3 days. Yao Tianhua secretly harbored intentions of avenging his people. Xinxiang walked alone towards the king and pavilion. On the way, he felt that there was something very strange about Yao Chong. Suddenly, Xinxiang was startled as if he had just realized something. A mysterious old man and a group of masked subordinates suddenly appeared. Xinxiang was astonished by their incredibly pure true qi. The old man asked for Xinxiang's identity, and he, in turn, questioned their origins. The white-haired old man introduced himself as Shen Furong, an ancestor of the Shen family. Xiong was bewildered to learn he suddenly had another ancestor. He secretly hoped Furong had returned to help the family in their war against the Yao family. Furong declared he had returned for only one reason. Xiong listened respectfully, awaiting the senior's request. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power descended like a warning. Furong demanded that the Shin family go apologize to the Yao family and not cause any more trouble. Xiong was stunned and couldn't believe this unreasonable demand. Xiong was stunned, not understanding what was happening with the elder. A Shin family elder scolded Xiong for daring to make an enemy of the Yao family. Xiong's uncle was furious, declaring that the other man was not qualified to be a member of the Shin family. The uncle questioned the elder for being selfish and making things difficult for the clan's rare seedling. The elder warned that the Yao family's strength was far beyond imagination. He advised Xiong to go to the Yao family to apologize, then left with his subordinates. Xiong was disappointed to witness a clan member turn his back on them for a favor from the Yao family. Xiong asked his uncle about the disciples of the martial arts sects. The Shin family elder and his masked subordinates exuded a threatening, murderous aura. The uncle explained to Xiong the differences between disciples within a sect. Xiong showed great excitement for the upcoming training exercise. He quickly became exhausted, crying out to Meiyao that he couldn't continue. But Meiyao strictly forced Xiong to continue the physical training. Under the supervision of Meiyao and Yu, Xiong gritted his teeth and endured the arduous training. Yu explained that to transform into a beast, one must first completely exhaust the body's strength. Meiyao gave a mischievous smile, forcing Xiong to give his all. As time passed, the number of Xiong's training repetitions continuously increased. When Xiong collapsed from exhaustion, Meiyao declared it was time for the second step. Meiyao revealed that the second step of beast transformation was to enter one's own divine sense. He was required to fight the beast formed from his own true chi. Meiyao instructed Xiong to choose one of the 4 symbols divine arts to transform his true chi into a beast. Xiong chose the white tiger true chi as it was his main offensive technique. He focused his mind and began the process of transforming his true chi into a divine beast. A giant white tiger made of true chi appeared. He had to defeat it to master the beast transformation. Meiyao explained that he could use penetrating true chi to execute higher-level golden incantations. Xiong confusedly asked Meiyao a question unrelated to the fight. He was stunned when another Xuanwu, black tortoise, true chi suddenly appeared. Xiong angrily demanded Meiyao explain the appearance of the Xuanwu. Meiyao stated that because he had 4 types of true chi, the Xuanwu true chi was also activated. Xiong panicked at the thought of being unable to defeat both divine beasts. Meiyao warned Xiong that he would be dominated by the true chi and completely lose his sense of self. Xiong was horrified to learn that the 4 symbols divine arts were far more dangerous than ordinary techniques. The true chi in Xiong's body transformed into a ferocious, roaring purple tiger. Another stream of true chi, yellow in color, condensed into a solid mass of energy. Although Xiong was in extreme pain, Meiyao still believed in and encouraged him that he would succeed. The 2 streams of true chi clashed violently, causing Xiong to scream, thinking he had been tricked. The second round of the Wohu City Martial Arts Tournament officially began. The host asked all candidates to step onto the martial arts stage to prepare for the competition. Xiong and his silver-haired opponent faced off, a no-rules battle about to unfold. Xiong faced Yao Tianhua, whose hand was wrapped in bandages. Xiong threw a pouch, saying it was for Yao Tianhua. Yao Tianhua caught the pouch with a wary expression. Yao Tianhua said that his pills had helped Xiong recover from his injuries. Xiong wanted Yao Tianhua to use the medicine for a fair fight. Yao Tianhua took the pill from the pouch to examine it. Trusting in Xiong's character, Yao Tianhua swallowed the pill. Yao Tianhua declared he would do whatever it took to win. Healing energy spread, and the wound on Yao Tianhua's hand quickly recovered. Xiong smiled confidently, his true chi erupting, ready for the decisive battle. In his beast-transformed state, enveloped in purple true chi, Xiong was ready to fight. The audience discussed the Yu family sending a 7th-level martial artist to fight Xiong. The Yao family opponent used the Mirage Illusion Ultimate technique, creating multiple clones to attack. Xiong smirked, commenting that this technique was even stronger than Yao Tianhua's. He decided to use one blow to test the power of his beast-transformed state. With a fierce gaze, Xiong focused all his power into the upcoming attack. The Yao family martial artist was terrified when he realized he couldn't move. He roared, throwing a punch to avenge Yao Tianhua. Xiong blocked the blow and countered with a punch straight to his opponent's abdomen. However, Xiong was also shaken and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everyone was stunned to see Shinxiang suddenly motionless in the middle of the fight. Shinxiang realized he had been hit by a poison gas, his meridian sealed, unable to use his true qi. Mengbo smugly revealed that his unique ultimate technique was sealing true qi. He explained that he created a corresponding toxin after sensing his opponent's true qi beforehand. Shinxiang was astonished, trying to understand when his true qi had been detected. He was shocked to realize the clue was the saber from the previous match. Shinxiang accused Mengbo of deliberately using the saber to grasp the type of his true qi. Mengbo revealed that he had designed the saber himself and began to create clones to attack. He even admitted to planning for the previous opponent to stab Shinxiang. Incapacitated, Shinxiang had to endure a series of attacks from Mengbo. Yao Tianhua confidently blocked Shinxiang's blow, calculating that his opponent wouldn't dare to strike him down. Declaring he would do anything to win, Yao Tianhua launched a decisive attack on Shinxiang. Shinxiang was knocked to the ground, seemingly defeated by Yao Tianhua's attack. Despite his injuries, Shinxiang remained resilient, angrily calling the Yao family a bunch of shameless villains. With his secret exposed, Yao Tianhua's killing intent flared, and he drew a knife, threatening to kill to silence him. The audience realized Yao Tianhua had drawn a weapon and shouted that this was a violation of the rules. The referee completely ignored everyone's protests, showing an indifferent attitude. A Yao family elder was secretly pleased that Yao Tianhua's plan was proceeding as expected. Suddenly, Shinxiang jumped up to counterattack, rushing straight towards a stunned Yao Tianhua. Yao Tianhua was shocked to see that Shinxiang was not only not defeated but was fighting back. Shinxiang unleashed his power, transforming amidst a golden stream of true qi. Mengbo was utterly terrified, not understanding what his opponent was. Shinxiang explained that he used the water true qi purification art to neutralize the poison gas. He admitted that without the black tortoise true qi, he would not have been able to resist. Shinxiang said that obtaining a second beast transformation was a complete accident. Mengbo couldn't believe the truth that Shinxiang possessed two beast transformations. Returning to his transformed state, Shinxiang issued a challenge, asking if it was his turn yet. Defeated, Yao Chong lay on the martial arts stage, hastily begging for his life. Although his opponent had just intended to kill him, Shinxiang still decided to spare his life. However, Shinxiang swung his sword and slashed Yao Chong. A Yao family elder rushed onto the stage, anxiously calling Yao Chong's name. Yao Chong screamed in pain that his meridians had been destroyed. The Yao family elder accused Shinxiang of breaking the rules and demanded he be expelled from the tournament. Hua Yueyun questioned the Yao family elder, arguing that this decision would ruin the clan's reputation. She warned that the royal family would not stand by if the tournament lost its fairness. Faced with Hua Yueyun's words, the Yao family elder could only fume in silence. The crowd whispered, criticizing the Yao clan's shamelessness and supporting Shinxiang. The referee declared that Shinxiang had won the match. Shinxiang confidently advanced to the final round of the competition. The Yu family elder made a threat, but Shinxiang calmly retorted. Shinxiang declared he would let Yao Chong witness his own clan's destruction. Outside the martial arts arena, a horse-drawn carriage was moving along a stone-paved road. Hua Weiyun came to see Shinxiang to say goodbye. He was surprised to hear her say she was returning to Danxiang Taoyuan. Hua Weiyun teased, asking if Shinxiang was worried he wouldn't be able to marry her. She invited Shinxiang to go with her and promised to continue being his handmaiden. Shinxiang refused, stating he would go to the Taiyamo sect, which disappointed Hua Weiyun. Shinxiang promised to visit the pouting Hua Weiyun at Danxiang Taoyuan. Hua Weiyun doubted Shinxiang's promise, asking how he would find her without knowing her name. She explained that Hua Weiyun was just a title and prepared to seductively reveal her real name. Instead of saying her name, Hua Weiyun suddenly kissed Shinxiang, making him blush in confusion. Shinxiang was completely flustered and red-faced after the unexpected kiss from the beautiful woman. Hua Yueyun challenged that Shinxiang would have to work very hard if he wanted to find her again. Then, Hua Weiyun boarded the carriage and left, leaving Shinxiang to watch her go. Meiyao appeared, remarking that the girl's skills were far from ordinary. Meiyao excitedly suggested that dual cultivation with that girl would save Shinxiang 10 years of hard training. Shinxiang was present at the martial arts stage when the next match of the tournament was announced. Shinxiang arrived just in time to watch a duel. From above, he observed the match about to begin in the arena. Shinxiang overheard a discussion about Leng Yulan and a prince. Worried about Lang Yulan's situation, Shinxiang decided to keep watching. On the stage, Lang Yulan rushed forward, launching a fiery attack. Shinxiang realized Leng Yulan possessed the rare ice-fire dual spiritual veins. The prince and Lang Yulan fought fiercely in the middle of the stage. However, her techniques were still immature, not fully utilizing the power of her true qi. Even so, her strength still made the prince struggle to defend himself. Feeling he was about to lose, the prince gathered his true qi, preparing to use a treacherous move. The opponent unleashed sharp streams of true qi in a contest. A female martial artist was struck by the true chi, unable to resist. She realized she had been injured by a needle hidden in the attack. The opponent shouted and delivered a decisive kick to her. The female martial artist was sent flying, clutching her wound in resentment. Another person stepped forward, angrily accusing the opponent of using a hidden weapon. The opponent sneered, challenging the other person to produce evidence of the hidden weapon. Xinxiang knew it was an ice needle, despising the prince's cowardice. Song Nam-ming laughed loudly, mocking Miss Lang for being unable to retrieve the item, declaring himself the winner. Miss Lung bit her lip in anger, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes showing unwillingness despite her injuries. The coordinator announced Song Nam-ming as the winner of the second round, urging preparations for the final round. Two cloaked figures appeared from the air, deciding to intervene and help Miss Lung. Song Nam-ming stopped Miss Lung from leaving, calling her back with a smug look, preparing for what was to come next. Xinxiang warned about the poisoned ice needle and gave the girl an antidote pill as a precaution. The girl gratefully accepted the pill and called him young Master Shin. The girl suddenly staggered, her complexion changing, which alarmed Xinxiang. Xinxiang caught the girl, worried that the poison had penetrated deeply, and suggested she go to the Dan King Pavilion for a thorough checkup. The girl weakly tried to thank Xinxiang, her expression showing she was deeply moved and grateful. A large, solemn, ancient-style pavilion appeared against the blue sky, the place where the Dan King received guests and provided treatment. The Dan King frowned upon discovering an extremely potent poison in the pink-robed girl's body, warning that it would destroy her meridians if not treated in time. The Dan King reassured her that a high-grade pill had been used to neutralize the poison. The girl was grateful and bowed her head in thanks. Xinxiang appeared, handing the girl a golden spirit fruit, telling her to keep it for further nourishment. The girl looked in surprise at the radiant spirit fruit in her hand, asking to make sure, "Is this a real golden spirit fruit?" The woman with grayish-brown hair and fiery orange eyes looked at Xinxiang with suspicion and asked, "Young Master Shun, why are you helping me?" Xinxiang smiled and said that she possessed the rare dual ice-fire meridians, and such talent should not be buried in this place. Xinxiang explained that among the 8 great sects, she had a chance to enter the Taiwu sect, and if she used her innate talent to trade for an examination spot, she would surely pass. Moved by his encouragement and help, the young woman softly called Xinxiang Big Brother Shin. The girl took Xinxiang's hand, earnestly hoping that if he didn't mind, he would become her big brother. Xinxiang enthusiastically agreed to the proposal, angering Mei Yao, who called him a softy for being so accommodating. 3 incense sticks were lit before the ancestral altar, creating a solemn and sacred atmosphere. A brown-haired woman in pink knelt before the altar, expressing her wish to stay and help Xinxiang deal with the Yao family. Xinxiang refused the offer, saying that protecting her health was the priority, as the Shun family was strong enough to face their enemies. With a determined look in his eyes, Xinxiang vowed to teach that prince a lesson in the upcoming match. The final match began, with Xinxiang facing Song Nanming in the solemn arena under the brilliant sun. Song Nanming gave an arrogant smile, suggesting Xinxiang surrender if he didn't want to suffer. Xinxiang sarcastically remarked on the royal family using hidden weapons like ice needles, calling such tactics despicable. Song Nanming became enraged and denied the accusation, while Xinxiang maintained a teasing expression. Bursting with killing intent, Song Nanming unleashed the southern royal family's secret ultimate technique, the dragon martial arts. Xinxiang was astonished to feel that the dragon martial technique had a flow similar to his azure dragon true chi. Maya appeared, confirming that this was an ancient technique created by a real dragon, and that the for symbols divine art was merely a mediocre copy. Xinxiang gave a confident smile, his entire body erupting in flames, deciding to receive the opponent's attack with his own body. Xinxiang unleashed his ultimate move, Dragon's Might Fist, from which a majestic fire dragon erupted and charged straight at the enemy. Xinxiang calmly faced the dazzling light, his posture steady after launching the decisive blow. Xinxiang and his opponent rushed at each other, their true chi clashing violently, creating a brilliant explosion that spread across the arena. The opponent was stunned to realize that Xinxiang's true chi was so powerful that even his golden dragon true chi could not suppress it. Xinxiang faced him calmly, praising his opponent for being able to use an ancient skill, but regrettably, it was still not enough to win. Xinxiang summoned his azure dragon true chi, creating the form of a majestic blue dragon. His opponent was terrified by its overwhelming presence. Song Nam Ming powerfully circulated his chi, gathering a golden aura, preparing to counterattack Shen Xiang with all his remaining strength. Shen Xiang calmly faced the attack, his eyes blazing with determination, his body emitting a fierce stream of azure, true chi. The two streams of chi collided, creating a terrifying shockwave, as light and force exploded like a meteor collision. Song Nam Ming cried out in shock, not expecting that Shen Xiang's true chi could overwhelm even his golden dragon true chi. Shen Xiang sneered, criticizing Song Nam Ming that even with his ancient technique, it was not enough to turn the tide. Shen Xiang released his true chi, forming a giant azure dragon in the air, which roared and was filled with majestic power. The azure dragon swooped down, its pressure enveloping the entire arena, leaving Song Nam Ming stunned and speechless. Shen Xiang shouted loudly, commanding the azure dragon to deliver the decisive blow. The heaven-sent strike crushed the opponent's entire momentum. Song Nam Ming was sent flying into the sky, his body tattered and his chi scattered, completely losing control in midair. As the blow landed, Shen Xiang touched down, his cloak fluttering in the dissipating smoke of the battle, his gaze resolute and victorious. Song Nam Ming's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the power of Shen Xiang's true chi. Shen Xiang roared, and the giant azure dragon formed from his aura thundered down like a bolt of lightning. Song Nam Ming tried to counterattack, but the golden light of his golden dragon true chi was completely suppressed by the azure dragon. The azure dragon coiled and swirled, emitting an ancient and destructive aura that caused the ground to crack. Shen Xiang threw a final punch, merging his true chi with the azure dragon and striking fiercely towards Song Nam Ming. Song Nam Ming took the full force of the blow, his body flying backward as blood splattered in midair. He crashed to the ground, creating a large crater and a cloud of dust, his body trembling, unable to get up. The audience was stunned. Many leaped to their feet, unable to believe Shen Xiang could be so overwhelmingly dominant. On the judges' platform, the elders whispered in astonishment, some looking at Shen Xiang with eyes full of admiration. Shen Xiang stood in the middle of the arena, his cloak fluttering, his gaze as sharp and cold as a descended war god. Song Nam Ming roared, continuing to strengthen his true chi and sending the golden dragon charging fiercely towards Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang concentrated his true chi into his fist, an azure light flared up, and the azure dragon manifested brilliantly on his arm. The two streams of draconic true chi collided violently, creating a spatial shockwave that left the spectators stunned. Song Nam Ming was horrified as he felt a distinctly stronger chi pressing down on his golden dragon. Shen Xiang shouted loudly, and the azure dragon roared, its divine power surging as if to swallow the entire arena. The azure dragon shattered the golden dragon, and Shen Xiang's counterattack sent Song Nam Ming flying backward. Song Nam Ming frantically tried to defend himself, but his body had already suffered heavy damage from the previous collision. Shen Xiang advanced, his eyes cold, declaring the end of the match as the draconic chi enveloped him. The surrounding audience couldn't believe their eyes. Someone who had been looked down upon had overwhelmingly defeated Song Nam Ming. Shen Xiang turned and left, leaving behind his defeated opponent and the afterglow of a spectacular battle. The aura of the azure dragon true chi radiated out like a whirlwind, completely overwhelming Song Nam Ming's fighting spirit. The elders all leaped to their feet, surprised by the true power that Shen Xiang was revealing. Song Nam Ming tried to resist, summoning a phantom golden dragon in the hope of turning the tables. The two spirit dragons, one azure, one gold, roared as they faced off, creating a world-shaking pressure. Shen Xiang seized the initiative, the azure dragon shining more brightly and forcing his opponent to retreat. The backlash sent Song Nam Ming reeling backward, his face pale, unable to withstand the force. Shen Xiang attacked relentlessly, his eyes cold, his continuous fist techniques like a storm. Song Nam Ming was knocked out of the arena, heavily injured, his eyes filled with defeat. Shen Xiang unleashed a powerful strike, sending his opponent Song Nam Ming flying amidst the dazzling light. Song Nam Ming shouted in confusion, unable to believe his true chi had been so thoroughly overwhelmed. Song Nam Ming gritted his teeth, acknowledging that Shen Xiang could execute ancient techniques to a high level. Shen Xiang did not retort, merely smiling confidently at his opponent's taunt. Song Nam Ming exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the azure dragon true chi erupt from behind Shen Xiang. A giant azure dragon formed from true chi appeared, its fierce roar terrifying the audience. The audience outside the martial arts stage gasped in unison, their eyes filled with amazement at the magnificent sight. Even the announcer and the referee were stunned by Shen Xiang's unimaginable power. Song Nam Ming struggled to steady himself, tightening his grip as he gathered his true chi, preparing to counterattack. He roared, declaring he would not let Shen Xiang win easily, while simultaneously gathering power to summon a new technique. Nam Ming charged forward like a thunderbolt, punching straight into Shen Xiang's fiery aura, causing a violent explosion. The impact shook the ground, flames and lightning intertwined, and cracks appeared on the martial arts stage. Nam Ming laughed loudly, disdainful of Xinxiang's firepower, and continued to press forward with overwhelming force. Xinxiang suddenly threw a left punch, his true qi converging into the shape of a red dragon that struck upwards. The blow forced Nam Ming back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the arrogant look wiped clean from his face. The audience was collectively astonished by Xinxiang's unexpected strength. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. Nam Ming roared in anger, unleashing all his true qi to form a net of electricity that enveloped the martial arts stage. As the electric net descended, Xinxiang channeled his azure dragon true qi, erecting a shield of light to block. The lightning was repelled, and Xinxiang counterattacked with an erupting punch of white fire. The counterattack pierced through Nam Ming's defense, sending him flying as blood sprayed through the air. Song Nam Min stepped forward, his hand raised high, in a gesture of defiance to the entire martial arts arena. He declared to the audience, today, he would crush that brat Xinxiang under his foot. His aura erupted, his arm raised to the sky, channeling the spiritual power of his entire body. The stage trembled, and a large, swirling vortex of qi appeared around it. The audience marveled at the display of power, with many showing concern for Xinxiang. Xinxiang remained still, his gaze sharp and cold, his aura steady. A few spectators whispered, is Xinxiang not going to react at all? Song Nam Min shouted loudly, unleashing his first strike towards his opponent with all his might. A brilliant purple beam of light shot towards Xinxiang like a bolt of lightning. Xinxiang raised his hand, silently channeling his true qi as a blue light emanated from him. Xinxiang stepped onto the martial arts stage, his aura calm and steady, preparing for the grueling final match under the watchful gaze of thousands. His opponent appeared, Song Nam Ming, a man with long hair and a mustache, wearing a purple robe with gold trim, his eyes filled with arrogance and confidence. Song Nam Ming laughed loudly, arrogantly provoking Xinxiang and declaring he would defeat him in just a few short moves. Xinxiang calmly responded with a cold gaze, not letting the provocation affect his fighting spirit. The referee signaled the start, and both fighters immediately erupted with true qi, the powerful airflow causing the surrounding air to tremble. Song Nam Ming made the first move, his glowing hand gathering power before unleashing a punch filled with ferocious true qi. Xinxiang dodged nimbly, and then counterattacked with a powerful strike carrying the essence of fire and the might of light. The two streams of power collided in midair, creating a violent explosion that shook the ground and made the audience hold their breath. A white-haired elder unleashed a murderous slash, roaring, "Die!" as he rushed towards Xinxiang with a glowing saber. Xinxiang did not dodge, his eyes glowing red. He smiled coldly and let the blade graze his cheek, blood dripping down. A giant dragon of light erupted from behind Xinxiang, sending the elder flying as he screamed in agony. Xianxian asked in astonishment what was happening, and Meiyao cheerfully explained that it was an effect of the war dragon bloodline within Xinxiang. Xinxiang smirked mockingly at the surprised attacker, while Meiyao emphasized that the bloodline's effect could only suppress those of a lower cultivation realm. A Yao family elder knelt down trembling, tears streaming down his face, begging for his life before the overwhelming power. The Yu family mansion appeared amidst a lush green forest as various figures hurried to the location. A burly, mustached martial artist shouted the order to attack, leading a group of people as they charged into the Yao mansion with soaring momentum. The Yao family's martial artists came out to meet the challenge, weapons in hand, ready to defend against the sudden invasion. Engulfed in brilliant flames, Xinxiang descended upon the Yao family mansion from above, shouting a decisive declaration of war. A massive pillar of fire erupted violently in the middle of the square, terrifying the enemy forces, who stood frozen in a circle around it. Xinxiang shouted loudly, declaring that he had defeated Shen Furong and the Yao family head, demanding the enemy surrender to survive. The crowd was horrified upon hearing that Shen Furong, an expert at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, had been defeated. Many threw their weapons to the ground, simultaneously giving up the fight before Xinxiang's overwhelming presence. Xinxiang calmly withdrew his hand, his cold gaze watching the enemy scatter in fear. Xinxiang unleashed a powerful sword strike, and a blue light tore through the Yao family's main hall, shattering everything in an instant. The Yu family's emblem fell amidst the rubble, ruins scattering everywhere amid a violent collapse and thick dust. Xinxiang stood amidst the desolate scene and declared decisively, "From this day on, the Yao family is officially wiped out." Xinxiang ordered, "No one from the Yao family is to set foot in the king's city again." The dejected Yao family members trudged through the ruins. Xinxiang's father, Shen Tianhu, appeared and shouted, "Let's go. We will rebuild the new Shen family home right here." Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Xinxiang appeared in the middle of the square, receiving enthusiastic support from the martial artists and elders. 1 month later, the room where Xinxiang was in seclusion was enveloped in a golden light, signaling a surge in his cultivation aura. Xinxiang meditated amidst a sea of true chi flames, his entire body glowing brightly, indicating his power was reaching a new peak. Xinxiang opened his eyes, feeling the surging inner energy, and asked Meiyao if it was time to break through to the 9th level. Meiyao, in her chibi form, just silently nibbled on a cake, ignoring Xinxiang's serious question, leaving him not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Meiyao discovered a table full of pastries, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed with joy that it had been a long time since she had seen spirit tuber cakes and date cakes. Xinxiang walked over and reassured Meiyao that the Shin family's power was stable, promising to hire the best chefs for her to enjoy. Xinxiang teased Meiyao, saying not to blame him if she gained weight from eating too much, causing Meiyao to stiffen in anger. Just as Xinxiang reached out to take a cake, Meiyao immediately reacted, decisively slapping his hand away. Meiyao transformed into the form of an angry cat, her eyes blazing as she protected the pastries, not letting anyone touch her treasure. Meiyao puffed out her cheeks, sulking over the food, and Xinxiang awkwardly agreed to let her have it all. Just as things quieted down, Xinxiang suddenly sensed something unusual outside. A panicked servant ran in to report Shinhan has been injured. Xinxiang rushed outside to see a crowd gathered around Shinhan, who was lying unconscious. A long-bearded elder concluded that Shinhan was not in critical condition but would need a long period of rest. A servant hurriedly reported that Shinhan had been seriously injured, causing Xinxiang to immediately rush out of the room. Xinxiang ran over in alarm and saw Shinhan lying unconscious. Everyone around was in a state of confusion, unsure of his condition. A white-haired elder confirmed that Shinhan's life was not in danger, but he would need time to rest and recover. A peaceful morning at the grand compound, lights shining through the canopy of leaves, set the stage for a tense discussion taking place inside. 3 people discussed by the sickbed, suspecting that Shinhan's attacker was an elder from the Yao family of the martial arts sect. Uncle Shin dismissed that possibility, asserting that if it were truly an elder from the martial arts sect, Shinhan would not have been able to escape. The man in purple declared that whoever the attacker was, if they dared to cause trouble, he would retaliate fiercely, especially since he had just defeated Shin Furl. The man in purple, burning with fighting spirit, asked to go out and face the enemy. Uncle Shin warned, Shinhan was ambushed at 9 Points Mountain. You must be careful. A long-haired figure, his body engulfed in blazing red flames, plummeted from the sky towards the city like a burning meteor, causing a violent tremor. The fiery descent created a massive explosion in the 9 Points Mountain area, making the ground tremble amidst the surrounding green forest. Xinxiang sensed a strange stream of true chi following him since he entered the mountain range, and wondered about its purpose. The stream of true chi manifested as a giant, glowing purple claw. The elephant claw's technique was unleashed unexpectedly. Xinxiang calmly faced the attack, considering it a mere trick and preparing to counterattack immediately. Xinxiang roared in anger, his eyes glowing red and sharp fangs showing, his expression exploding as he recognized the one behind the vicious attack. Xinxiang unleashed a fiery technique, golden and purple light twisting together like a phoenix's claw, sweeping through the surrounding space. Flames erupted violently around Xinxiang, his figure exuding a powerful aura, like a fire god incarnate in a sea of flames. Xinxiang executed his ultimate move, Vermilion Bird Flame, the image of a giant fire phoenix tearing through the sky as it hurtled towards the enemy. Xinxiang gritted his teeth in fury. Song Naming, don't think I don't recognize you. This is one of your demonic techniques, isn't it? A cloaked man questioned the young man. As the crown prince of the southern martial kingdom, why are you involved with a demonic cult? Aren't you afraid of losing the royal family's trust? The long-bearded man roared in anger, a purple light emanating from his hand. Then you can only die here. The demonic practitioner launched a palm strike, but the young man erupted with the power of a fire dragon in a fierce counterattack. The two clashed violently in midair. The demonic practitioner was sent flying, staggering amidst the blazing red flames. The young man, determined, pursued him relentlessly. The young man's face showed shock and tension, his eyes wide as he witnessed something unexpected. Xinxiang threw a fierce punch amidst a blazing red aura, shouting as he realized, demons have taken over the world. He landed on the ground in a ready stance, surrounded by lurking streams of demonic energy. Xinxiang's face was tense, sweat trickling down as he felt an immense pressure approaching. A figure in a black cloak, with glowing red eyes and holding a demonic flame, appeared before Xinxiang and asked, "Who are you?" The cloaked figure summoned the demon lock spell, creating a blazing red energy sphere surrounded by black chains, preparing to strike. A mysterious dark figure appeared within a blazing red circle of light, unleashing demonic chains to bind the target amidst a fierce torrent of red light. Xinxiang erupted with power to resist, but the demonic red chains slowly tightened around his body. The black and red chains constricted around Xinxiang, causing him to grimace in pain. His jaw clenched as he struggled to resist. Tightly bound, Xinxiang fell hard to the ground. Two strangers appeared, laughing loudly and declaring that he had fallen into their trap. One of the two villains stepped forward, boasting about luring Xinxiang into their formation and speaking of the power backing them. Xinxiang exclaimed in fury, "Damn it, what the hell is this thing binding me?" A man in a black cloak with long hair and a goatee held the glowing red chain, declaring that the demon lock was unbreakable. The chained girl stared at Geoduzi, suspecting he was the one who had just acted, and asked him directly if he was of the 10th realm. Geoduzi confirmed his identity and name. He emphasized that the gap between the 9th and 10th realms was insurmountable. Someone behind them laughed loudly, calling the opponent a fool for daring to offend the crown prince, and ordered Geoduzi to kill the girl. Geoduzi shouted, "Shut up!" then suddenly slapped the person behind him hard, sending blood flying and causing him to stagger and fall. Geoduzi suddenly struck, piercing his own accomplice, who screamed in horror before dying. Xinxiang was stunned to see Geoduzi's betrayal as he frantically slashed at the other person. Geoduzi stepped forward, looking down on his opponent. "You're just bait. How dare you give me orders?" Xinxiang, tightly bound by the red chains, gritted his teeth and endured, reassuring the others. "Don't worry." Geoduzi leaned down, his gaze cold. "You are still useful, so I won't kill you." Xinxiang angrily questioned the enemy why they were targeting him, as Song Ninming was not with him. The man in black sneered, stating that Song Ninming was merely bait to lure Xinxiang out, and he had killed him for being too troublesome. He revealed his intention to capture Xinxiang and bring him back to the 100 Poisons sect, because he possessed a special physique that the elders adored. Bound by chains, Xinxiang mustered his strength to execute his ultimate technique, 5 elements true chi combined. The enemy coldly reminded him that the myriad demon lock was a powerful magical artifact that even he wasn't certain he could break. The enemy mocked confidently, believing the strange black chains were enough to secure Xinxiang, unaware of the rage burning inside him. Xinxiang strained, shattering the chains and creating a terrifying cracking sound that made the man in black stare in astonishment. Xinxiang roared angrily, his entire body erupting with a ferocious aura as he easily tore apart the chains binding him. The horrified enemy exclaimed, unable to believe Xinxiang had broken the myriad demon lock, an incredibly powerful artifact used to suppress demonic power. The enraged enemy unleashed his next move, myriad hidden swords, sending a barrage of blood-red flying swords to surround Xinxiang. The goateed man shouted, claiming that his opponent's talent could truly awaken if he entered the true martial realm. He unleashed a killing blow, sending a barrage of blood-red blades raining down while warning, "Don't blame me." The attack rained down fiercely, yet his opponent stood calmly amidst the exploding sword energy. The goateed man watched in horror as the other man flew high into the air, radiating a golden light and a strange aura. Xinxiang roared, gathering purple lightning energy in his hand, preparing to unleash the immensely powerful white tiger skill from above. The masked enemy unleashed his ultimate technique, Killing Fist, creating a violent stream of purple energy that shot directly at Xinxiang. Despite his powerful blow, he could not penetrate the defense of Xinxiang, who stood coldly on the ground below. The masked enemy suddenly grew excited, praising Xinxiang for his marvelous and powerful skills. He immediately executed the 9 Poisons Underworld Knife Blast, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the battlefield. Enveloped in a thick cloud of poisonous smoke, Xinxiang cursed angrily, trying to cover his nose and eyes to stay conscious. The man in black stood above, declaring that before handing Xinxiang over to the elders, he would seize all of his techniques and pills. Unafraid, Xinxiang resisted fiercely, shouting in defiance, "If you want them, come and take them." Xinxiang landed a punch directly on the black-robed man's abdomen, making his eyes widen as blood gushed from his mouth. The black-robed man grabbed Xinxiang by the throat, sneering, "You're almost out of true chi. How could you possibly hurt me?" Despite being choked, Xinxiang gave a cold smile, his eyes blazing, and declared, "That I cannot do." Xinxiang activated the devouring magic, and his crimson eyes radiated a strange, dark energy. A stream of black energy from Xinxiang's hand pierced through his opponent, who cried out in alarm, "What have you done to me?" The villain realized in horror that the true chi he had cultivated for hundreds of years was being drained away, bit by bit. Under the effects of the devouring magic, the enemy roared furiously, "I must kill you," as his entire body was consumed by the black energy. Xinxiang gave a cold smile, his left hand erupting in flames. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to do that." Xinxiang erupted with fierce flames and threw a punch at his enemy, shouting, "The flames are burning." He channeled his true chi, making flames swirl around his body in preparation for a powerful attack. The flames from Xinxiang spread wide, incinerating everything and plunging the battlefield into a brilliant sea of fire. A long-haired man in black appeared amidst the smoke and fire, praising Shun Xiang's strength, noting that a 10th-level cultivator was not to be trifled with. Yu Yu held the unconscious Shun Xiang, chiding him for foolishly trying to absorb the power of a superior opponent, an act that could have made him explode and lose his life. The silver-haired woman in white teased, threatening that the other's younger brother could die if not helped. She looked down into the fiery pit and was surprised to find a set of skeletal remains amidst the blazing red light. The silver-haired woman discovered an inheritance pearl and a treasure key, astonished that this kid had found such a treasure. The peaceful mountain forest scene at dawn, with wisps of white smoke rising amidst the trees and birds soaring through the air, created a sense of tranquility after the upheaval. Shun Xiang lay unconscious on the ground, beginning to stir from the enticing aroma wafting around him. Shun Xiang drooled at the sight of Mei Yao and Yu Yu eating roasted chicken legs. Mei Yao chided him for sleeping soundly while they had to stand guard anxiously. Mei Yao said seriously that Shun Xiang's meridians might be flowing in reverse from absorbing Geoduzi's true qi, but was teased by Shun Xiang for eating so heartily. Yu Yu, while eating, handed a storage pouch to Shun Xiang, revealing that he had been lucky to survive thanks to the many treasures from their two enemies. Yu Yu returned the Dragon Warrior's Qi Cultivation Manual and Song Nanming's Martial Soul to Shun Xiang, saying they would be useful later. Shun Xiang took out a glowing pearl from the pouch and asked Yu Yu what it was. Yu Yu explained it was a legacy pearl, which could contain secret techniques that could be read simply by inserting one's divine sense into it. Shun Xiang tried sending his divine sense into the pearl and discovered a manual for crafting magic treasures inside. Mei Yao suddenly asked if there was anything related to the secret treasure land, to which Shun Xiang replied that he hadn't seen anything special. Mei Yao smiled confidently, pointed to her cleavage, and told Shun Xiang to look closely at what she was keeping. She pulled out a small key hidden in her chest, asserting that in her experience, it was a treasure key. Mei Yao said regretfully that the key was useless without knowing where the treasure was. Shun Xiang blushed, flustered, and asked Mei Yao why she wore such an important item in such a sensitive place. Mei Yao innocently replied that she found it beautiful, and since she was usually inside the ring, she wasn't afraid of anyone knowing she had it. The long-haired female master advised everyone to forget about this secret treasure domain, as it was too difficult to access. Meanwhile, Yu Yu teased Shun Xiang, asking if he wanted to touch the key. Shun Xiang suddenly noticed a small pouch with a tiger pattern and asked Mei Yao if it belonged to Geoduzi. Mei Yao confirmed it was Geoduzi's pouch. Shun Xiang's expression turned serious, and Yu Yu behind him also looked surprised. Shun Xiang opened the pouch. Inside was a piece of cloth that looked like a map. He asked Mei Yao if it was indeed a map. Yu Yu took the map to examine it and praised Shun Xiang for a job well done. The group, consisting of Yu Yu, Shun Xiang, and Mei Yao, all looked excited and happy. Shun Xiang, along with Mei Yao and Xian Xian, entered the mystical valley, sensing it held countless rare and precious treasures. Mei Yao joyfully picked spirit fruits, listing dozens of golden spirit fruits, thousands of patterned fruits, and hundreds of precious purple spirit fruits. Mei Yao smiled and added that the place was rich in spiritual energy, which would be very beneficial for Shun Xiang to absorb Geoduzi's true qi. Shun Xiang happily decided to stay and cultivate, planning to send a message to his father and return later. Shun Xiang blushed as he called his two senior sisters, hesitantly asking for help with something he couldn't do alone. Mei Yao, with a mischievous and alluring expression, teased Shun Xiang with an invitation. Little devil, ready to enter the world of adults? Shun Xiang grinned slyly, assigning the task of picking all the medicinal herbs to Mei Yao and Yu Yu while he cultivated. Mei Yao's expression changed, and she shouted angrily upon hearing she was assigned the task of picking herbs for Shun Xiang. A week passed. Shun Xiang sat quietly cultivating, his entire body enveloped in a blazing golden true qi. Mei Yao, infuriated, cursed Shun Xiang while picking peaches. Detestable. Shun Xiang is truly not a man. The two women, Mei Yao and Yu Yu, complained about being made to pick fruits by Shun Xiang, arguing that as beauties, they deserved to be pampered. Yu Yu was angry that half the mountain was still unpicked, lamenting she didn't know how much longer it would take to finish the task. Shun Xiang cleverly promised to treat them to cakes at Yangfang after they finished, hoping they would keep trying. Yu Yu was immediately tempted by the promise of cake. Her eyes lit up, and her expression turned innocent and dreamy. Mei Yao was astonished to discover that Shun Xiang had entered the 9th realm in just 1 week after absorbing Geoduzi's true qi. Shun Xiang excitedly declared that he had finished condensing the 4 beast forms of the 4 symbols divine art and could now master all 4 divine beast forms. Shun Xiang's father sternly instructed his son that this martial world was too small and it was time to step out and explore the great Tao. Xinxiang excitedly replied, deciding to leave home and embark on a new journey, calling out loudly, "Father, uncle." Xinxiang and another young man, full of vigor, declared they were strong enough to shoulder the responsibilities of the Shin family. The two youths shot into the sky in a brilliant flash of light, leaving behind the expectant gazes of their relatives. As Xinxiang flew high in the sky, he shouted in his heart, "Taimo sect, Xianxian, wait for me." Xinxiang stood before a landscape of overlapping mountains, a powerful aura surrounding him, his gaze fixed firmly on the martial sects. Xinxiang sensed the dense spiritual energy here, understanding why cultivators fought to reach these lands with spiritual veins. While admiring the view, Xinxiang suddenly heard a distant shout cursing him as a stinky bullhead and criticizing his arrogance. From a distance, a giant monster with the head of a bull and the body of a man charged forward, its summoner preparing to confront Xinxiang. A young martial artist with his hair in a bun and an angry face threw a punch at the giant bull, shouting, "Take this." A martial artist in green robes delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the giant, horned, and long-bearded monster, causing it to roar in pain. A person in a black robe with gold trim jumped down from above, asking the other martial artist if he needed a hand. The green-robed martial artist, drenched in sweat, refused the offer, saying he was close to defeating the monster and didn't want to share the spoils. The man in black said he didn't need a reward, only wanting to test his strength against the monster. The green-robed martial artist offered to give him a bull's leg. The monster suddenly let out a ferocious roar, its eyes glowing red, as it prepared to launch a counterattack. Xinxiang and his companion with the bun nodded in coordination, their eyes filled with determination as they entered the battle. Xinxiang shouted, unleashing his ultimate technique, White Tiger Killing Fist, as his flaming fist shot towards the enemy. Xinxiang's punch created a violent explosion, sending the enemy flying as the ground shattered in a blazing light. The giant monster screamed in agony, a large hole appearing in its chest, demonstrating the destructive power of the technique. The companion with the bun, let's call him the bun-haired martial artist, was astonished by the power, shouted, and immediately rushed in to support Xinxiang. A young martial artist leaped down from above, shouting, "Take this," and delivered an extremely powerful blow to the giant beast. The beast was struck, blood spraying everywhere, its eyes rolling back, indicating the blow was incredibly fatal. Xinxiang appeared near the giant beast's corpse, looking surprised at the person who had just delivered the blow. The one who had just delivered the powerful blow introduced himself. "I am Zhu Rong, and what is your name?" Xinxiang smiled and replied, "I am Xinxiang, 17 years old, probably a few years younger than you, brother." A friendly martial artist asked Xinxiang if he was preparing to join the Taimo sect, seeing him carrying a giant leg on his shoulder. Xinxiang's confirmation delighted the other person, who immediately offered to lead him to the Taimo sect's recruitment area. From a distance, Xinxiang was shown the Taimo sect's selection area, a magnificent gate amidst majestic mountains and forests. Xinxiang thanked the brother who had just led the way, calling him Brother Zhu, then left to head towards the examination site. Xinxiang thought to himself that this person named Zhu Rong must belong to the Taimo sect, but he was still unsure of his true rank. Xinxiang prepared to take the examination, receiving instructions from Mei to restrain his other attributes, use only the fire attribute, and not reveal his yin and yang veins. At the examination site, many martial artists were waiting for their turn to have their spiritual vein attributes tested. Xinxiang placed his hand on the stone statue, and the result appeared. Fire attribute's spiritual vein value of 75, sufficient to pass the examination. Xinxiang confidently declared his identity as being from the southern martial kingdom, leaving the examiner utterly astonished. The examiner angrily tore up the file, declaring that Xinxiang had once caused disaster in the mortal world and was not welcome at the Taimo sect. Xinxiang excitedly announced that he had finished fusing the 4 divine beast forms of the four symbols divine art and could now unleash its full power. Xinxiang questioned the man in the black and gold robe about his intentions, but the other person just coldly ordered, "I've made myself clear, go away." Xinxiang became furious upon discovering the other person was from the Yao family, condemning the crimes of that clan and suspecting he was using his authority for personal revenge. A man in a tall hat with a mustache, claiming to be the gatekeeper, asserted that he was the one in charge here. The gatekeeper blamed Yao Haixing for the incident with the flint statue behind them. A man in a white mask spoke up, claiming the Yao clan had started the trouble first in the mortal world. The young man with his hair tied up, holding a bone, smiled happily as he met his brother, calling the other brother. Yao Haixing retorted, saying that as the strongest sect, the Taimo sect must act fairly. Fang Liang angrily pointed his finger, scolding Xinxiang for daring to mention the wrongdoings of Yao Haixing, his uncle. A Taimo sect elder declared he had the right to comprehensively evaluate disciples, asserting that Xinxiang did not meet the standard. Xinxiang calmly countered, pointing out that it was Taimo sect disciples like Fang Liang who behaved without restraint. Fang Liang growled in anger. If not bound by the rules, he would have punished Xinxiang on the spot. The Taimo sect elder set a condition. If Xinxiang could defeat Fang Liang within 5 years, he would be allowed to join the sect without any fee. Xinxiang squinted and smiled, asking in a sarcastic tone, "Are you sure?" Full of provocation and confidence. The young man in blue robes firmly confirmed his uncle's words, confident he would step into the true martial realm within the next 5 years. Xinxiang gave a cold smile, waved his hand, and declared the start of the match immediately. The two stepped onto the martial arts stage, and a shimmering barrier enveloped the area, creating a separate combat space. Song Nam Ming sneered, declaring that if Xinxiang were crippled or killed, he would only have himself to blame. The long, brown-haired man roared in fury, fire chi circulating around his body, and declared he would strike first without further talk. He unleashed the fire palm technique, his palm burning fiercely as he pushed the fire power toward his opponent. The fiery palm struck down powerfully. The opponent in white robes immediately leaped high to evade the blow. Xinxiang watched intently, his gaze sharp, not yet making a move but calmly observing the situation. The fire element man followed up with the raging flame kick, leaping high and kicking straight at the opponent who had just dodged the previous attack. Xinxiang threw a fierce punch that landed squarely on his opponent, a burst of flame exploding at the point of impact. The opponent was thrown back violently, while Xinxiang immediately rushed forward to deliver another deadly flaming kick. The opponent tried to grab Xinxiang's leg, and brilliant flames erupted around the captured ankle. He screamed in panic, "Stay away from me," before being knocked out of the battlefield. Xinxiang pursued relentlessly, forcing his opponent deep into a corner, his eyes cold as if awaiting the end. Xinxiang gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing, his whole body trembling with rage as he was completely overwhelmed by his opponent. Xinxiang rushed forward with a powerful kick, but the long-haired, blue-robed opponent easily dodged, causing him to shatter the floor. The enemy sneered coldly, "You dare threaten me with such speed and power?" continuing to scorn Xinxiang. Xinxiang regretted using the fire attribute during the test, which now prevented him from using the advanced techniques of the vermilion bird True Chi. The top-knotted enemy, his eyes glowing, his body wrapped in lightning, roared, "You're about to die, you brat," and charged forward with frenzied killing intent. Fang Liang channeled his power to execute the lightning thunder spin technique, the lightning swirling violently like a tornado, concentrating all his force into the strike. Fang Liang gritted his teeth, his eyes determined, pouring all his lightning element True Chi into the attack. The spinning lightning technique shot out like a beam of light, creating an extremely powerful destructive force aimed straight at his opponent. An elder praised Fang Liang for mastering pure lightning True Chi, predicting he would break through to the true martial realm within 3 years. Xinxiang smiled provocatively, declaring he was very familiar with that type of lightning power. The top-knotted young man, enraged, unleashed a powerful blow, shouting that no one was allowed to compare others to his uncle. He continued to roar, declaring he would display the power of the peak 9th level realm. His opponent, Xinxiang, stared with wide, astonished eyes, unable to react to the overwhelming power. The young man unleashed his ultimate technique, Thunderous Fury, Twin Strikes, a brilliant golden light striking directly at Xinxiang. The entire arena shook from the explosive lightning of the attack, leaving a terrifying aftershock on the ground. Fang Liang unleashed a powerful lightning bolt, sending Xinxiang flying, creating a brilliant flash of electricity and a shockwave across the stage. An observer couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in shock, how could he withstand Fang Liang's lightning? The person next to him worriedly noted, if Xinxiang didn't die, his brain would be fried by that blow. It was a dangerous move. Xinxiang, his body covered in electricity, fell unconscious. Fang Liang snorted coldly, deriding his opponent as trash despite having expended so much energy. Song Nam Ming unleashed a fierce thunderbolt, roaring in anger when he saw Xinxiang dared to challenge him at this level. A blue-robed disciple standing in the stand sneered, reporting to Uncle Yao that Xinxiang was probably dead. Xinxiang opened his eyes, sarcastically asking his opponent, "Is that your strongest move?" Song Nam Ming was utterly astonished to see Xinxiang calmly standing up after the attack. Xinxiang casually remarked, Song Nam Ming's pure lightning True Chi was very strong, almost reaching the power of a 5th-level thunderstorm. The elder was stunned to see Xinxiang still standing, not understanding why he hadn't collapsed after that last blow. He discovered strange scars on Xinxiang's back, growing even more bewildered and angry. Xinxiang calmly explained that he had trained his body by channeling lightning into it, so he was now used to enduring it. Xinxiang silently calculated that as long as he used the dual true chi of lightning and fire, his true identity would not be revealed. Burning with determination, Xinxiang shouted loudly, declaring he would continue to fight and advance to the Taimo sect. The yellow-robed man roared in anger, thinking his opponent was a piece of trash who dared to challenge him with lightning true chi. He circulated his chi, his whole body crackling with electricity, shouted, "Thunder spin," and rushed forward with the speed of a cyclone. His entire body spun like an electric tornado, forming a dazzling stream of light that swept towards his opponent. Xinxiang was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists, gathering his true chi to prepare a counterattack. The enemy spun extremely fast, splitting into 3 images, his mouth grinning maniacally as he launched a barrage of attacks. Xinxiang unleashed this stunning inferno, Thunderbreak move, striking Fong Liang directly in the face with a powerful thunderbolt. Fong Liang was sent flying, his body spinning in a current of electricity, crashing heavily onto the arena floor and causing the ground to crack open. Fong Liang lay unconscious in the deep crater, the referee frantically calling his name, while Xinxiang stood firm on the stage. Xinxiang confidently declared his victory and demanded to enter the Taimo sect for free as agreed. The referee shouted bitterly, vowing to remember the name Xinxiang with a face full of resentment. A chubby disciple praised Xinxiang after his victory, astonished that he had defeated Fong Liang, who was ranked 27th in the outer sect. Xinxiang curiously asked about the ranking of his friend named Zhu. Zhu confidently replied that he was an inner sect disciple. Xinxiang asked again in surprise, as he didn't think Zhu was from the inner sect based on his appearance. Zhu got angry, warning Xinxiang not to judge others by their looks. Xinxiang asked Zhu about a girl with dual ice and fire veins who had come here for testing. Zhu was surprised, guessing that Xinxiang was referring to Leng Yulan, the girl famous for her special heavenly veins. One of the two mentioned that Shui Xianstian had originally intended to join the Taimo sect, but was ultimately chosen by another sect. The person walking beside him asked again in surprise, and it was explained that the Icewind Valley sect was actually a better fit for Shui Xianstian. The man in green joked, "You like her? Don't dream of eating swan meat if you're just a toad." Xinxiang replied seriously that Shui Xianstian was his sworn sister, causing the other person to excitedly claim him as a sworn brother. The two entered the main hall, and the man in green called out loudly, "Old Zhang, I've brought the new guy here." A disciple introduced Xinxiang to the structure of the Taimo sect, which had a total of 3,000 courtyards divided into levels, with strength increasing as the courtyard number decreased. An old man with long, messy hair, holding a wine gourd, appeared excitedly and called the friend Brother Zhu, confirming that Xinxiang was the new recruit. The friend accompanying Xinxiang confirmed his identity and introduced Zhang De as the manager of Courtyard 330, which Xinxiang would be assigned to from now on. Zhang De explained that Courtyard 330 belonged to the inner court system from Courtyard 16 to 329, while the weaker, outer courts were below. The friend emphasized that Courtyard 330 was the strongest among the outer courts, an ideal launchpad to enter the inner court, and advised Xinxiang to work hard there. Xinxiang gave a confident smile upon hearing about the reputation of Courtyard 330, the strongest outer court, his eyes revealing a clear determination and ambition to advance further. Xinxiang and the new disciples entered the registration area of the Taimo sect's inner sect, preparing to enter a new trial phase. An inner sect disciple with long hair tied up high, dressed in black, looked at Xinxiang's group with contempt, calling them trash from the outer courtyard. Xinxiang looked at him coldly, while the other disciples showed their anger at being insulted. The inner sect disciple mocked, saying that someone like Xinxiang was only here to be a stepping stone for the truly strong disciples. An outer courtyard disciple retorted that strength couldn't be judged by appearance, making the atmosphere even more tense. The inner sect disciple sneered, saying that no matter how well they argued, it wouldn't change their rankings. A female inner sect disciple with low-tied pink hair, wearing a light pink robe, Miss Lang, stepped forward, showing her dislike for Xinxiang. Miss Lang criticized Xinxiang for being delusional about his own strength, making the atmosphere even more hostile. Xinxiang remained calm, his gaze sharp and cold, paying no mind to the provocations, which further annoyed his opponents. Miss Lang declared that she would give Xinxiang a rude awakening when it came to the combat round, a clear glint of challenge in her eyes. On a martial arts stage set amidst a forest, Xinxiang faced a new youth in front of many onlookers. The long-haired youth shouted loudly, unleashing a palm strike accompanied by brilliant lightning and fire, taking the initiative to attack Xinxiang first. Xinxiang realized his opponent was using a special true chi, the rare, mutated lightning fire true chi. The youth executed the flame lightning chain technique, fiery chains coiling across the ground, emitting a fierce killing intent. The fiery chains surrounded Shen Xiang's entire body, locking down all his escape routes as the pressure mounted. Bound by the strange fiery chains, Shen Xiang exclaimed in surprise, unable to comprehend his opponent's technique. The enemy leaped up, laughing loudly, mocking that Shen Xiang had already lost and that he had secured victory. The foe rushed forward with a flaming fist, roaring triumphantly, "Take this!" He unleashed the fire lightning fist, a punch carrying thunder and flames that descended upon Shen Xiang. Bound and facing the devastating blow, Shen Xiang remained composed, his eyes quietly radiating confidence. Shen Xiang roared, channeling his Azure Dragon True Qi and unleashing the Azure Dragon Roar skill, his body erupting in light amidst the fiery chains and lightning. A giant Azure Dragon materialized, charging straight at the opponent, its surging waves of energy threatening to tear everything apart. Song Nam Ming's eyes widened in horror, cold sweat streaming down his face as he confronted a power beyond his imagination. Hit by the attack, Song Nam Ming was sent flying backward, shattering roof tiles and crashing hard onto the ground with a loud bang. Despite his injuries, Song Nam Ming laughed loudly, praising Shen Xiang for having so many astonishing skills. A long-haired man with a determined gaze roared that Shen Xiang only deserved second place, charging forward with overwhelming momentum. The arrogant martial artist unleashed the Sky Cloud Palm, but was easily countered by Shen Xiang, tumbling to the ground amidst mocking laughter. What a pity. Standing amidst a sky full of lightning, Shen Xiang roared decisively, "I want first place," shocking the entire audience. Shen Xiang activated his ultimate skill, Azure Dragon Palm, his body enveloped in brilliant blue energy, descending from the sky like a celestial dragon. The arrogant martial artist laughed loudly, his fist igniting with orange flames as he roared with excitement. Now this is getting interesting. Shen Xiang delivered the decisive blow as lightning and fire erupted, engulfing his opponent in a blinding light. The silver-bearded old man, the bearded elder, shouted in alarm, ordering a stop to the match that was getting out of control. The two youths, one being Shen Xiang, the other a young man in green robes, looked bewildered by the elder's scolding. The elder angrily pointed at the wreckage, warning that if they continued to fight, the entire place would be completely destroyed. In the end, the three of them cheerfully decided to go to dinner together as if nothing had happened, the atmosphere turning humorous. In a brightly lit tavern, whispers could be heard. Fong Liang was seriously injured, and the Fong family might seek out Shen Xiang to settle the score. During the feast, friends encouraged Shen Xiang. He could fight someone at the 9th level, and upon reaching the 10th, he would surely win. A martial artist with a goatee appeared, mocking Shen Xiang for his mortal background, yet daring to dream of entering the inner sect. A brown-haired man, dressed luxuriously, sneered, taunting Shen Xiang for not knowing his own limits. Enraged, one of Shen Xiang's friends growled back with fiery eyes. "What do you mean by that?" In the bustling atmosphere, a group of people was gathered at a tavern, heatedly discussing Fong Liang's injury and the Fong family's possible retaliation. One person in the group confidently asserted that Shen Xiang could defeat even those at the 10th level and would soon enter the inner courtyard. A man with a full beard showed contempt, mocking that Shen Xiang was just a commoner from the secular world, unworthy of entering the inner courtyard. A blond man with his hair half-tied, with an arrogant demeanor, added, sarcastically saying Shen Xiang didn't know his own level. One of Shen Xiang's friends angrily stood up, questioning the contemptuous words of the other group. Shen Xiang gave a cold smile, his eyes glinting, not bothering to argue, but silently observing the situation. The crowd grew more boisterous as disciples from other sects began to gather, their gazes fixed on Shen Xiang. People in the crowd pointed, showing disdain for Shen Xiang due to his humble origins and lack of reputation. One person in the group even sneered that to enter the inner courtyard, reputation alone wasn't enough. One needed real strength. Shen Xiang remained calm, his lips curling into a slight smile, a flame of determination and pride glinting in his eyes. A male disciple eagerly promised to introduce his beautiful sisters to Shen Xiang, but Shen only wanted to fight, stressing that he already had a fiancée. An old man with long hair and a gray beard jokingly asked why Shen Xiang hadn't brought his fiancée, since it was common to bring relatives to the Taiyamo sect. Shen Xiang revealed his fiancée was Xue Xianxian, currently cultivating in the heavenly realm, causing the whole group to spit out their food in shock. A fat man accused Shen Xiang of talking nonsense because he had once claimed Lang Yulan was his cousin and now said Xue Xianxian was his fiancée. He told Old Yun to cancel the bet. The long-haired man, likely the one who had offered to introduce his sisters to Shen Xiang, misunderstood that Shen was making an excuse to refuse him. 2 weeks later, at the inner sect, a peaceful atmosphere was enveloped in soft sunlight and a solemn landscape. The first inner sect examination officially began, attracting a large number of disciples. An old man with a long beard shouted loudly, raising his fist to show his spirit, ready to be the first to test his strength. The muscular old man struck the testing steel hard, and a brilliant golden formation appeared around it. The stone steel displayed the number 1,800 kilograms, and the old man was delighted to be told he had successfully passed the test. A long-haired man with bright eyes smiled and announced that the first test was a measure of strength and encouraged everyone to set a new record this year. A martial artist in a brown robe with his hair tied high shouted as he threw a punch at the testing steel, and a dazzling golden light radiated out. The result appeared, 2,700 kilograms. The martial artist in the brown robe was overjoyed to be told he had passed the test. The people around also cheered excitedly. Xinxiang stepped forward, his eyes sharp, and declared it was his turn. The bustling atmosphere reached a new height. Xinxiang focused his inner energy, his hands glowing, as he prepared to strike the strength-testing steel with overwhelming determination. Xinxiang threw a powerful punch, striking the strength-testing stone steel with his full force, accompanied by a decisive shout. The stone steel flashed, revealing golden runes, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves made the scene even more mystical. Xinxiang wondered why his punch didn't create as strong a reaction as those of old Zhang and old Yun before him. Immediately after, flames erupted fiercely around the stone steel, and the runes began to shine intensely, responding to Xinxiang's energy. The result appeared. Xinxiang had achieved a force of 4,800 kilograms, exceeding the standard, and officially passed the first test. A surprised voice rang out upon learning that someone had achieved a striking force of 4,800 kilograms, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary inner sect disciple. A group of disciples looked shocked and reproached Xinxiang for hiding his true strength during their previous match. Xinxiang calmly replied, saying it was just a small sparring match, then asked if the second test would begin immediately. A male disciple explained that the 3 rounds of the examination were held consecutively, with no rest time in between. The long-haired male disciple burst into tears, recounting that he had failed the second round twice due to the terrifying strictness of Elder Dan. Xinxiang asked in surprise, "Elder Dan?" Xinxiang stared in astonishment at the blazing black tower, from which a strange aura emanated and which was sealed by chains of fire. From a high platform, a voice called out, asking for those who had passed the first test. Xinxiang and 3 others stood below. A mysterious woman, wearing a red mask and curved horns, appeared before the fiery tower and commanded, "Follow me." Xinxiang stepped into the dark space, his eyes wary as he faced the eerie rays of light emanating from the ancient door. An enigmatic voice echoed through the space, warning that anyone who could not withstand the trial would have their bones shattered and flesh torn apart. Xinxiang stared intently at the 3 strange pillars of light before him, each seemingly emitting a special spiritual power. The 3 pillars of light symbolized 3 different types of true qi, and each person could only choose one to enter the trial. Xinxiang analyzed them carefully, realizing the 3 streams of true qi corresponded to the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. Without hesitation, Xinxiang chose the stream of light carrying the aura of the azure dragon, confidently stepping into the center of the brilliant light. Xinxiang's body was swept into the light, feeling as if it were being torn apart, yet also filled with intense true qi. A chaotic space opened up, and Xinxiang fell freely amidst a swirling vortex of green energy that coiled like a dragon. He stabilized his body, feeling the azure dragon true qi envelop him, a sacred and mighty aura radiating from his person. A large stone door appeared ahead, the green light clearly illuminating the azure dragon symbol deeply carved on its surface. A woman in a white robe led a group of people, ordering everyone to go to the end of the square and wait for the signal to begin moving. A companion turned to Xinxiang, saying that the second round would be a pressure test. The young man in blue explained the rules. They had to pass through Elder Dan's formation, where the pressure increased with every step. The horned woman stood before the square, waving her hand to create a stream of golden light, and shouted for everyone to prepare. A brilliant current of electricity erupted from above, and the woman announced the start of the test amidst the cheers and astonished gazes of the crowd. Thunder and lightning struck down fiercely, causing the martial artists to panic. Some fell, others screamed in pain. The power of the test was extremely brutal. Yu appeared, declaring that Xinxiang would not go with the group because he wanted to be tested individually. Xinxiang realized Yu was deliberately targeting him, his gaze sharp and full of suspicion. A friendly male disciple waved, saying he would see Xinxiang in the inner courtyard after he passed the test. Many martial artists could not withstand the lightning, continuously screaming to withdraw as they neared the inner courtyard gate. Wrapped in lightning, Xinxiang rushed forward with determination, leaving behind a gray-haired old man struggling to keep up. The gray-haired old man shouted, encouraging old Zhang to try a little harder to pass the electric shock trial. Old Zhang fell flat on his face as he crossed the finish line, but at the same time, he successfully passed the second test. A long-haired youth confirmed that only 2 people had passed the second round of assessment, among them Xinxiang and Old Zhang. The female examiner wearing a red-horned mask warned Xinxiang to give up before it was too late, fearing he would ruin his future out of stubbornness. Xinxiang clenched his fists, roaring with determination. "I will not give up." A golden current surrounded his body, his eyes blazing. A person wearing a bright red mask, their eyes glowing fiercely, shouted "Fine," as if consenting for the trial to continue. Xinxiang knelt amidst the descending lightning, before the main hall where the elders were observing, flashes of light enveloping his surroundings. Despite being targeted, Xinxiang gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if I'm targeted, I will still pass this trial." The immense pressure caused Xinxiang to spit blood, the lightning flared, and his face contorted in pain, yet he remained resilient. Xinxiang entered the formation with the pressure increased tenfold, resisting the coercion from above with an angry shout. Yu roared, creating a powerful electric current to block Xinxiang's path, determined not to let him pass. Xinxiang gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute, declaring he would rather die than bow to Yu. 2 acquaintances cheered from a distance, shouting Xinxiang's name, sending him spiritual strength. Xinxiang stood firm amidst the fierce lightning, his body trembling but his determination unwavering. The long-haired, red-horned woman erupted with furious lightning, declaring Xinxiang was just a tiny ant. From above, the red-horned woman launched a thunderous strike, sending Xinxiang flying and cracking the ground. As Xinxiang collapsed, his acquaintances outside the battle circle shouted his name, worried for his safety. The red-horned woman surrounded Xinxiang in a stream of lightning, laughing arrogantly. "Let's see how you escape this." Xinxiang burst into loud laughter amidst the lightning, stunning the woman opposite him who couldn't understand what was coming. Yu wore a red demon mask, her eyes flashing with a crazed smile. Her opponent shouted in fury, "Are you insane? How can you still laugh?" The black-haired, orange-eyed man, Xinxiang, shouted angrily, "I already told you." Flames appeared around his shoulders, his aura erupting. Xinxiang roared, "I will never submit to you," then unleashed a terrifying firepower that engulfed the entire space, the flames rising into a human shape. Yu, still wearing the mask, suddenly widened her eyes, her expression one of astonishment as she witnessed the power erupting from Xinxiang. Xinxiang launched a powerful flaming kick that sent a row of examiners flying, shouting with determination, "I will pass the second test." Xinxiang looked up at the sky in contemplation, the spiritual energy around him vibrating intensely. The azure dragon True Qi condensed into a brilliant dragon shape, soaring into the sky with an explosive aura. A stream of brilliant golden light emanated from above, illuminating the entire space. Xinxiang waved his hand, his true qi gathering, preparing to begin alchemy. The Xianyang Dan furnace glowed, energy swirling around it, creating a powerful vibration. Mao appeared in a chibi state, summoned by Xinxiang to observe something special from the alchemy furnace. Yu also materialized in chibi form, glaring at Mei Yao and approaching with an annoyed attitude. Yu expressed her displeasure, disbelieving the furnace's power, and declared she would touch it to test it. Upon touching it, Yu was surprised to feel a strange flow of qi, unlike any alchemy furnace before. Yu was stunned, her eyes sparkling, admitting the powerful and fearsome sensation from this furnace. The woman wearing a red-horned mask challenged Xinxiang, promising to offer her entire self if she were ever defeated by him. The 2 disciples buzzed with alarm, horrified by the masked woman's words, thinking she implied she would marry Xinxiang. Xinxiang was skeptical, refusing the challenge because she kept her face hidden all day, fearing he would face a nightmare if he lost. The masked woman grew furious, releasing a strange purple flame, which stunned Xinxiang as he knew only someone with a fire spirit could do so. Xinxiang's eyes widened in astonishment at the purple flame, sensing the power and mystery emanating from the woman. The long-haired, white-robed woman, her face veiled, issued a warning. "Just try to live until that day. I will keep my word." Her eyes were cold, her hands channeling purple demonic energy. The masked woman raised her hand to unleash her power, opening a blazing golden portal that stunned the entire crowd. The masked woman turned her back, declaring she would not reveal her face because her opponent was not worthy of seeing her true appearance. Crimson eyes flashed from behind the mask as she asserted coldly, "I am in no way inferior to your fiancé, Xue Xianxian." Xinxiang was stunned to hear Xue Xianxian's name mentioned, while his friends behind him frantically asked, "Is she really your fiancé?" Xinxiang's group entered the main courtyard, where the 3rd round of assessment was being held in the elders' area. The large gate slowly creaked open, revealing a mystical scene within that filled everyone with curiosity. A brilliant light shone from the gate, and the group stood dumbfounded in astonishment at the fantastical landscape that appeared. Xinxiang asked in amazement why the scene inside was so different from its ordinary exterior. A gray-bearded, muscular old man explained that this place was a mysterious realm, only visible upon getting closer. Xinxiang was led by a student to greet the burly, goateed elder, who was Elder Wu. Elder Wu revealed that Elder Dan had once asked him to make things difficult for Xinxiang, but he refused because he didn't want to be disliked by his students. Elder Wu laughed heartily, patting Xinxiang's head, praising him for having the talent to make that woman restrain her anger. Xinxiang reflected on Yu Yu's advice, sighing as he admitted he must always be vigilant in all matters. Elder Wu announced the start of the third test to kill 3 10th-level demonic beasts within 3 days in the mysterious realm. A burly, bearded senior elder reassured the disciples that the mysterious realm was controlled by the Council of Elders, and 10th-level demonic beasts were the strongest there. A chubby male disciple asked if the seniors had already taken all the treasures in the mysterious realm and if they needed to hand over any they found. The muscular elder laughed loudly, saying there was no need to hand over any remaining treasures, just to report them. Someone in the crowd lamented why they weren't treated so favorably back in their day. The elder threw out storage belts and told them to put the demonic beast corpses inside. After the test, they would get to keep half. The disciples looked up in surprise. The muscular elder handed a storage belt to Xinxiang, instructing that the 3 of them would choose 3 different paths to enter the mysterious realm. The silver-haired old man's eyes widened as he shouted, "Now," signaling the start of the decisive battle. Xinxiang clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Behind him were 2 seniors, one drinking wine and laughing loudly, the other watching the battle with a serious expression. Xinxiang stood in the middle of a green forest, light piercing through the gaps in the leaves, the air filled with a strange spiritual energy. He sensed a fluctuation in the space, confirming it was not the aura of a spirit beast. Xinxiang shouted loudly, demanding the hidden person reveal themselves, ready for a confrontation. A group of mysterious people appeared in a swirling mist, asking if he was Xinxiang. Xinxiang recognized they were familiar with medicinal herbs, suspecting they were from the Tai Mo sect under Elder Dan's orders. A group of people wearing horned demon masks laughed eerily, holding weapons, and advanced in unison with an aggressive aura. One of them shouted, "We cannot disobey our orders. Junior brother, don't blame us." And they all charged forward to attack. The one in brown attacked first, unleashing a skill called Dazzling Stick, sending a barrage of gleaming black rods toward his opponent. Xinxiang reacted instantly, his eyes cold and sharp, shouting, "White Tiger," as he prepared to execute a move. Xinxiang activated the Great Diamond Shield skill, and a giant, golden, tower-shaped shield materialized, blocking all incoming attacks. A martial artist wearing a horned mask laughed arrogantly, raised his staff high, and ordered Xinxiang to obediently let himself be beaten. The sound of a giant bell rang out as Xinxiang and the masked martial artist clashed fiercely inside the bell. Xinxiang gripped his long staff, his eyes blazing with anger, declaring he would never yield to oppression. Xinxiang unleashed the White Tiger Fist, directly attacking the masked martial artist in a tense confrontation. A purple-haired, white-horned martial artist appeared from the shadows, coldly stating that the move was useless against them. 3 intersect disciples in masks attacked simultaneously from multiple directions, striking Xinxiang hard with their staffs. Overwhelmed, Xinxiang fell to the ground, creating an explosion of dust as the 3 enemies surrounded him, preparing to finish him off. Xinxiang sprang up, his eyes filled with killing intent, silently assessing that his opponents were on par with his own strength. Lightning true chi erupted from Xinxiang's body, his eyes glowing, his aura exploding like an awakened beast. He unleashed a spinning kick filled with lightning, creating a shockwave that cleared the surrounding encirclement. A long, brown-haired woman delivered a kicking gulf in blazing flames, striking down hard on the head of an enemy who was defending with a staff. The man in blue launched a fierce kick, sending 2 demon-masked figures flying. A golden character for "kill" appeared in midair like a shouted command. One with a red horn mask threw a punch at Xinxiang with immense force, causing a blinding light. Xinxiang stood calmly in the forest, attacked simultaneously by 3 masked figures from 3 directions with staffs and blades. Xinxiang turned his head and looked back coldly, his gaze resolute, ready to counterattack from within the encirclement. Xinxiang unleashed his ultimate technique, White Tiger Spinning Kick, spinning and kicking with a force that swept away his enemies in a brilliant vortex. Landing powerfully, Xinxiang caused the ground to crack, and the 3 masked enemies looked at him in terror. The leader of the masked group shouted, "Get him," ordering his comrades to surround Xinxiang. Xinxiang leaped high, landing a precise kick on one's back, knocking away 2 enemies with a single blow. In a fiery glow, Xinxiang hovered in midair, gathering explosive energy 10 times, preparing to unleash his strongest move. Xinxiang gathered his spiritual power, executing the ultimate move, Azure Dragon Fist, a majestic golden dragon appearing behind him. One of the masked martial artists screamed in panic, calling to form a defensive barrier against the impending strike. Xinxiang's punch, like a celestial dragon descending, collided with the barrier, creating a violent shockwave and a brilliant light. A massive explosion erupted, spreading terrifying power that shook both the ground and the space itself. The group of masked martial artists coughed and choked, standing stunned amidst the aftermath, voicing their fear of the destructive power they had just witnessed. Xinxiang radiated a fiery aura, sternly warning that if Elder Dan sent more people, he would not show mercy. A group of masked experts was watching Xinxiang through a scrying orb. One defended him, saying that both he and his fiancée were young talents. A red-masked expert sighed softly, remarking that Xinxiang was quite carefree, then affirmed that everything depended on the young man's destiny. A tall, elderly man in the group teased the red-horned masked woman that the one suffering was her orchid. In the scrying orb, the woman defeated by Xinxiang was in tears, vowing to make him suffer one day. Xinxiang put on a cunning look, smiling as he asked about being discovered while trespassing in the Taimo sect's territory. Xinxiang said he didn't mind being followed, using the excuse that he was helping Elder Dan water the orchids. Xinxiang turned his head warily upon detecting someone watching from the dense forest. The corner of his mouth curled up as Xinxiang confidently declared, "The first beast has arrived." A ferocious leopard with bright blue eyes appeared, introduced as the blue-eyed leopard. Mao explained that demonic beasts could sniff out rare treasures, and Xinxiang guessed the elders used them to find valuable items. A large demonic lion with glowing blue eyes shot out from a rock crevice, rushing towards the forest as if chasing a target. From a high tree branch, Xinxiang observed the demonic beast approaching from afar, his gaze calm as he waited for the right moment to act. The demonic beast stopped in the middle of the forest and began sniffing the air as if tracking an enemy. Its eyes glowed brilliantly, and purple lightning flashed from them. The demonic beast roared in anger and spun around abruptly. Xinxiang launched multiple sparkling purple energy spheres, striking the charging demonic beast and causing it to shriek in pain. A woman with long, flowing brown hair hiding in a tree was discovered. She was terrified as the brilliant lightning spheres exploded around her. The moment the woman was revealed, she encountered a giant thunder lion charging towards her, roaring angrily with electricity surrounding it. The thunder lion roared fiercely, its eyes blazing with lightning, expressing a rage ready to unleash a fatal blow. Xinxiang appeared, his face cold, and said contemptuously, "Just a beast, preparing to deliver a killing strike." Xinxiang released his Azure Dragon aura, creating the image of a giant green dragon that covered the sky, causing the thunder lion to tremble in fear. The divine beast cat was so terrified its eyes widened, its mouth hung open, and its whole body trembled from the overwhelming presence. Xinxiang, with a serious expression, held out his hand in front of the cat and commanded, "Shake." The cat obediently raised its paw, its face covered in nervous sweat, cooperating like a well-behaved pet. Xinxiang excitedly explained, "The true dragon martial arts carries the aura of a divine beast, making spiritual beasts submit." Xinxiang cheerfully rested his arm on the cat, asking what it was looking for earlier and requesting it to lead him there. A young female cultivator discovered a baby leopard and cried out in excitement, as if she had found something precious in the forest. The female cultivator was astonished to realize it was an azure profound fruit, a crucial ingredient for refining the foundation building pill. She absorbed the entire fruit and set a condition. If the leopard continued to find treasures, she would set it free. However, she remembered the examination rule required killing 3 demonic beasts, so she decided not to spare its life. With a solemn expression, she turned around upon hearing a strange, sizzling sound from behind, signaling something unusual was happening. Xinxiang discovered a herd of iron armor bulls with iron armor, grazing leisurely in the forest. Seeing the opponents were not formidable, Xinxiang smiled confidently and immediately channeled his power to strike. After defeating his enemies, Xinxiang returned in a triumphant posture, leisurely walking into the sect's main hall. 2 elders were delighted to learn that Xinxiang had passed the examination. A person named Zhang was congratulated as well. Zhang excitedly boasted that he had obtained great assets from the examination, chatting happily with Xinxiang and another elder. A long-haired youth whistled loudly, summoning a black divine eagle that flew towards him amidst a mystical space filled with brilliant light. The whistle startled 2 people in cloaks, who turned around just as the feet of a giant creature landed in front of them. A giant black eagle named Lao He appeared, making a strong impression. A person standing nearby exclaimed, "Xiao Dao, you're amazing for taming it." A muscular man with a full beard shouted loudly, demanding the disciples to present what they had collected. Xiao Dao proudly introduced his gains. He had subdued 2 tiger demons and 1 giant bear, asserting that Lao He also belonged to him, which was confirmed. An elder with a full beard and long hair tied up high cheerfully boasted that he had killed 4 giant wolves and harvested a 3,000-year-old blood ginseng. Xinxiang laughed loudly, saying he had obtained the corpses of 20 iron-armored bulls, although most were smashed to pieces. 2 elders standing side by side exclaimed in astonishment upon learning how powerful Xinxiang was, lamenting how fearsome the younger generation had become. The muscular elder was surprised to learn that Xinxiang had also harvested 5 azure profound fruits. Uncle Shen asked Xinxiang if he wanted to sell them, but Xinxiang replied that he wanted to keep them all for himself. A man in a black cloak offered to buy something from Xinxiang, including a rare offer to refine a foundation-building pill for free as a reward. A mysterious woman with long hair and a red demon mask covering half her face appeared. Her gaze was sharp, her aura arrogant and dangerous. A female elder wearing a red-horned mask, calling herself Elder Dan, appeared with an air of authority. 7th elder urged Xinxiang to agree in order to improve his relationship with Elder Dan. Xinxiang resentfully refused, declaring he would not sell no matter how much she offered. Elder Dan coldly offered a price of 500,000 spirit stones to buy it. She raised the price to 1 million, but Xinxiang still insisted he was a man of principle. Elder Dan shouted a price of 2 million, higher than the market price, stunning everyone. Xinxiang immediately changed his mind, happily agreeing to sell, thinking only a fool wouldn't sell. Elder Dan was stunned by Xinxiang's principles, and the others were also dumbfounded. Provoked, Elder Dan angrily declared she wouldn't buy it anymore and left. Xinxiang taunted that she was someone who didn't keep her word, just like her promise to marry him. Elder Dan, the woman in the horned mask, suddenly appeared in front of Xinxiang. Elder Dan quickly snatched the bag of items from the astonished Xinxiang's hand. Xinxiang offered 2 azure profound fruits to ask Elder Dan to refine pills. Elder Dan asked back if Xinxiang wanted the foundation building pill. Xinxiang confirmed he wanted 2 pills, one for Shui Xianxian and one for Lang Yulan. Elder Dan snatched the fruits and sarcastically called Xinxiang a 2-timer. Xinxiang explained that Leng Yulan was his sworn sister. A fellow disciple emotionally grabbed Xinxiang's hand, declaring him a brother forever. 7th elder congratulated them on becoming inner sect disciples and praised Xinxiang. Little Fatty was curious about Xinxiang, who had both a fiancée, Shui Xianxian, and a sworn sister, Lang Yulan. The scene at the scripture pavilion, where the martial arts techniques of the Inner Sect Academy were stored. This was the place where Inner Sect disciples could search for and learn various types of martial arts techniques. A new disciple expressed disappointment that there were only 3 levels of martial arts for the Inner Sect. Another also complained about the sect's small number of martial arts techniques. An older disciple retorted that having many low-level martial arts was useless. A strange old man with large glasses suddenly appeared, drawing attention. The disciples were surprised, and one asked what this Senior Fong meant. Senior Fong proudly declared that the Tai Mo sect relied on God-level martial arts. Xinxiang was astonished to hear about God-level martial arts. Fong explained that they needed to find a master to be able to learn this type of martial art. 2 martial artists hastily left, while Xinxiang decided to stay and try his luck. An old man with glasses suddenly blocked Xinxiang and said he didn't need to find a master. Xinxiang was extremely confused by the old man's cryptic words. The old man revealed that Elder Dan had ordered that no one was allowed to accept Xinxiang as a disciple. Xinxiang angrily realized he had lost both the precious fruits and the chance to find a master. Xinxiang's invigorating training shouts echoed throughout the majestic mountains. Xinxiang focused on circulating his true qi, his eyes sharp, preparing to unleash a move. Xinxiang executed the heaven-shaking palm, its power shaking the entire forest. A glint flashed in Xinxiang's eyes as he immediately calculated his next move. He rushed forward, launching a powerful attack that split the trunk of an ancient tree. The giant ancient tree snapped in 2, crashing down right in front of Xinxiang. Xinxiang continued to perform the profound qi finger, piercing through another tree trunk. The force of the move was so great that it fractured Xinxiang's finger bones. Xinxiang realized these 2 martial arts required an extremely high physical constitution. Luckily, he had the indestructible devil body. Someone came to inquire, wondering why Xinxiang had been training for 3 days without rest just to compete for first place in the inner courtyard. Xinxiang told himself that even with a master to guide him, he was not allowed to be lazy. The seventh elder praised Xinxiang, asserting that no one in the inner courtyard could defeat him. Thinking of Xian, who was already at the true martial realm, Xinxiang was determined to catch up to her. A fellow disciple happily gave Xinxiang a bag of true qi dan they had won from a bet. Xinxiang received many precious vials of true qi dan from his friend. He inspected a vial of pills, believing they were genuine since they came from an inner courtyard disciple. Xinxiang generously tossed a vial of true qi dan to the seventh elder. The seventh elder was extremely surprised and moved by Xinxiang's action. His two friends expressed their gratitude, and Xinxiang reminded them that they should look out for each other. The brown-robed martial artist also eagerly ran over, hoping to ask for a vial of pills. Xinxiang teased the fatty for only showing up at the right time to share the rewards. He gave a bottle of medicine to the fatty, who happily accepted it. Xinxiang suggested splitting the remaining 8 bottles of medicine evenly with Xiaodao. Xiaodao humbly refused, saying 1 bottle was enough since Xinxiang had done all the hard work. Another youth criticized the fatty for being greedy and then asked Xinxiang about the alchemy competition. Xinxiang feigned surprise and asked for more details about this alchemy competition. An old man explained that the winner would be the one who refined the most high-quality true qi dan. The fatty excitedly said the prize was 2 extremely precious true elemental dan. Xinxiang's interest was immediately piqued, his spirited aura startling the fatty. With great determination, Xinxiang announced he would participate in the competition. Xinxiang and his companions went to the Taidan Academy to participate in the alchemy competition. The elder in charge of registration wearily asked if anyone else wanted to sign up. He irritably directed Xinxiang to the correct registration counter. Xinxiang smiled confidently, marveling at the academy's grandeur. When questioned by the elder, Xinxiang calmly stated he was there to register for the competition. The elder mocked him, doubting his ability to refine true qi dan. Xinxiang's friend angrily defended him, declaring he could not only do it but would also win first place. The elder sneered, believing it was impossible and an insult to the academy. He declared that if Xinxiang won, he would bow to him as his master. Xinxiang confidently accepted the challenge and warned his opponent not to regret it. The crowd was skeptical of Xinxiang's abilities, thinking he could only produce waste pills. The person wearing a demon mask declared they would admit Xinxiang into the Supreme Dan King courtyard if he won. The results of the alchemy competition were announced in front of everyone. Yao Haixing celebrated his victory, having refined 450 pills. Everyone acknowledged Yao Haixing as the winner with his outstanding achievement. Yao Haixing arrogantly boasted about his bet with someone who didn't know their own limits. Suddenly, Xinxiang was announced as the winner with 600 pills. A woman questioned the result and asked Elder Dan if Xinxiang had cheated. The Horned senior sister affirmed that Xinxiang's alchemy process was completely valid. The pills were still warm, their color and aroma both perfect. Xinxiang slyly asked Yao Haixing about their bet. Yao Haixing was speechless, stunned by his undeniable defeat. A man knelt down, begging Xinxiang to take him as his master. Xinxiang smiled and agreed, accepting the man as his disciple. As an introductory gift, Xinxiang gave his new disciple a small present. The disciple was astonished to realize it was a profound azure fruit, a precious medicinal ingredient. Xinxiang believed that with this gift, Yao Haixing would not dare to confront him again. A mysterious woman wearing a horned mask summoned Xinxiang to the Dan King Institute at dawn. Although wary, Xinxiang accepted her request. He felt awkward, knowing he would face trouble but unable to refuse. The next morning, Xinxiang arrived at the magnificent Dan King Institute. The horned, masked woman announced she would be entering seclusion and wanted Xinxiang to temporarily take over the place. Xinxiang returned and asked the horned senior sister about the new task. She handed Xinxiang a scroll, saying it was an academy mission from the old man Wu Kaming. Xinxiang was shocked to learn his mission was to investigate that heavenly dragon treasure. The horned senior sister offered to take Xinxiang as her disciple to help him complete the mission. Xinxiang hesitated, concerned this would cause her trouble with Elder Dan. Being tactfully rejected, the horned senior sister irritably told Xinxiang to do as he pleased. Xinxiang was assigned to stay at the Extreme Dan King courtyard. He arrived in front of small courtyard number 329, his new residence. Meanwhile, other clans were also discussing and arguing about the heavenly dragon treasure. Someone explained to Xinxiang that the sects were rushing to search for it because the secret realm was about to open. A fat man refused the difficult job, claiming he had no fate with treasures. A worried friend said goodbye to Xinxiang, as he had to obey his family's order to return. Xinxiang resolutely replied that he would go out to explore the world. He was confident he could stay away from Elder Dan and might even gain some benefits. An anomaly appeared in the sky, heralding the opening of a secret realm. Meiyao determined that this clear anomaly was the sign of a secret realm. Meiyao teased Xinxiang, asking if he wanted to go inside to find something. Xinxiang asked Meiyao if he could defeat the powerful experts inside. Yu was puzzled by Xinxiang's question. Xinxiang asked about a flexible way to advance and retreat to deal with strong enemies. Yu suggested that Xinxiang should learn the secret of advancing and retreating from Meiyao. Meiyao admitted to having a similar divine art, praising Xinxiang for no longer being foolish. Teased by Yu about the way of advancing and retreating, Meiyao immediately blushed with embarrassment. Meiyao shouted in embarrassment, asking what nonsense her senior sister Yu was talking about. 3 days later, Xinxiang enthusiastically prepared to go up the mountain. Xinxiang discovered traces of demonic beasts on the path. He excitedly ventured deeper, hoping to find something good. He sensed an aura that was very close. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared in Xinxiang's eyes. He found a torn piece of clothing, suspecting someone had been murdered. Xinxiang decided he must quickly go up the mountain to assess the situation. A powerful purple energy erupted in the forest. A giant demonic beast with a purple mane was lying in ambush in a tree. Xinxiang was enraged when he realized this demonic beast had killed civilians. Xinxiang decided he must destroy the creature so it could no longer harm people. 2 powerful blue swords were launched, flying towards the target. Xinxiang was astonished to witness a force blocking his attack. Xinxiang's powerful attack was unexpectedly thwarted by a force. A voice rang out, questioning who dared to interrupt Xiao Hei's meal. A gray-haired woman appeared, arrogantly threatening that the stranger would become prey for her pet. Xinxiang angrily questioned the woman about using human flesh to feed her beast. He suspected she was from the beast martial sect and was practicing an evil art. The gray-haired woman became furious, shouting for Xinxiang to shut up. She immediately attacked, launching a powerful palm strike towards Xinxiang. Yao Tianhua roared, threatening to report everything to the Taiwu sect. He decided to destroy the evil beast before dealing with the enemy. Yao Tianhua unleashed the white tiger divine fist, aiming straight at the beast. He roared that its resistance was completely futile. A powerful punch landed, finishing off the ferocious beast. A companion screamed Xiao Hei's name in despair. Yao Tianhua stood on the beast's corpse, intending to frame the beast martial sect. Xinxiang's appearance made Yao Tianhua fear his plan would be exposed. Xinxiang realized there was still another enemy, his eyes filled with vigilance. He gathered his strength, his hands accumulating energy, ready for battle. Xinxiang was horrified as a surprise attack pierced through his chest. His opponent landed on the ground with astonishing power, shaking the entire forest. Xinxiang realized the enemy was already at the true martial realm. A mysterious red-haired woman appeared, declaring that Xinxiang could not return. Xinxiang confronted a mysterious red-haired woman on the trail. The red-haired woman declared she would make Xinxiang pay for Xiao Hei's life. A black serpent with blazing red eyes appeared, growling fiercely. Xinxiang realized he had only one chance to deal with her. The red-haired woman took a stance, challenging Xinxiang, who was intending to flee. Xinxiang nimbly dodged a powerful kick from his opponent. The red-haired woman rushed forward to attack, determined to take Xinxiang's life. Xinxiang shouted, unleashing a new divine art called water form. A stream of water shot out from Xinxiang's body, knocking back the red-haired woman. Xinxiang's entire body transformed into a puddle of water, a strange shape lying on the ground. The regal female master was stunned by Xinxiang's unexpected attack. Xinxiang utilized the 4 symbols divine art, rushing powerfully towards his opponent. He unleashed the Azure Dragon Fist, a punch glowing brightly with the power of lightning. The power of the punch created a massive explosion, blowing away the surrounding trees. Witnessing the scene, the blonde junior sister screamed in terror, calling for her master. Xinxiang stared into the thick cloud of dust, unsure if the attack had been effective. The regal female master's voice rang out, mocking his weak strength. The regal female master unleashed a massive wave of sword chi, demonstrating her overwhelming power. Xinxiang couldn't dodge in time, and was struck on the shoulder by the sword chi, suffering a severe injury. The blonde junior sister scolded Xinxiang for being foolish and asked her master to punish him. The red-haired woman roared in anger, believing that death by 1,000 cuts was still too light a punishment for Xinxiang. She ordered the serpent beast, Hong Xiu, to tear Xinxiang apart and eat him alive. Xinxiang stood on a mountaintop, facing the 2 female masters in pursuit. Xinxiang told himself that his current strength could not contend with the true martial realm. The 2 female masters rushed forward, cornering Xinxiang at a cliff's edge with no way to retreat. Cornered, Xinxiang shouted, vowing that one day he would make them pay. He executed the water escape divine art, creating a giant whirlpool to escape. The current of water emerged in a distant place, allowing Xinxiang to escape by a hair's breadth. The white-haired woman worriedly asked her master if letting Xinxiang go would cause trouble. The red-haired woman was confident that a mere inner sect disciple could do nothing to them. Meiyao and Yu were tending to Xinxiang, who was severely injured by the sword's true qi. Meiyao reminded Xinxiang that the outside world was not as safe as being inside the sect. Yu suggested that the investigation was over and Xinxiang should return to the extreme martial sect. Xinxiang asked Yu if he could win by using a Dan to break through to the 10th level. Yu explained that even with a Dan, he could only defend himself and would find it difficult to inflict a fatal blow. Xinxiang was angry that the beast martial sect was harming innocent people and was determined to stop them. He recalled that his Azure Dragon Fist had been able to injure her. With a chance in hand, Xinxiang decided to take the Dan, knowing he could not give up. Xinxiang focused his mind, preparing for the final breakthrough. After many days of cultivation, the 4 divine beast statues in his consciousness became clearer. Xinxiang realized that only the mysterious mist behind the statues was missing. He decided to concentrate intensely to discover the entity hidden within the mist. A world-shaking bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, heralding a change. Energy poured down from the sky like rain, enveloping the entire space. Xinxiang sat meditating amidst the flames, absorbing the energy and undergoing a transformation. Yu and Meiyao were astonished to realize Xinxiang had reached the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. The 5th statue finally materialized. It was a giant golden elephant. Meiyao joyfully explained that it was the Earth God statue, allowing him to cultivate the 4 symbols' divine art. Xinxiang was confident that he was now strong enough to face a true martial realm expert. They arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Gorge, from which a blazing stream of true qi emanated. 2 martial artists standing outside lamented their inability to enter and search for the Heavenly Dragon treasure. One explained that the true qi here would crush anyone below the true martial realm. Xinxiang decided to test his strength, ignoring the warning and walking past the other 2. He touched the blazing wall of true qi, testing the power of the secret realm. A colossal flame in the shape of a phoenix appeared before him. Xinxiang realized he wasn't being pushed back, speculating that his true qi had reached the threshold. Suddenly, a stranger pointed at Xinxiang and shouted to his senior brother. A white-haired woman rushed out, blocking the enemy's path and shouting loudly to protect Xinxiang. The gray-blue-haired junior sister cried, accusing Xinxiang of killing Xiaohei and pleading for her senior brother's help. Xinxiang questioned them, asking if they belonged to the beast martial sect and used commoners to raise demonic beasts. Ignoring Xinxiang's words, the group of cloaked figures aggressively charged forward to attack, uttering threats. A sharp glint flashed in Xinxiang's eyes, ready to strike. Without hesitation, he delivered a heaven-shaking slap to the gray-haired junior sister's face. Xinxiang unleashed the heavenly shocking palm, its terrifying power sending all the enemies flying. The junior sister and her senior brother were stunned, unable to believe Xinxiang was only in the mortal martial realm. The senior brother stammered, insisting that Xinxiang had been gravely injured by his master's sword. Xinxiang radiated killing intent, his hands ablaze, repeating his question about using commoners to raise demonic beasts. Under Xinxiang's pressure, the entire group was terrified to the extreme, rendered speechless. Xinxiang grew angry at Dan King's silence, taking it as an admission. The white-haired woman, terrified, used the name of her master in the secret realm to threaten Dan King. Provoked, a cold, murderous glint flashed in Dan King's eyes. Dan King immediately struck, releasing a terrifying stream of true qi. The white-haired woman and her subordinates were instantly knocked down. Xinxiang paid them no mind, declaring he would enter the secret realm himself to find that woman. A powerful surge of energy shattered the cliff face, signaling a fierce battle. Xinxiang crossed the canyon, rushing towards the source of the chaotic true qi. Xinxiang sensed several powerful auras of true qi, worried that the masters had already discovered the treasure. With a determined expression, Xinxiang sped up, hoping to arrive in time. Ahead was a valley where the true qi of many masters clashed. A giant fireball collided with a stream of sword qi, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. The battle was a chaotic melee between multiple factions vying for the treasure. Ai and Yang proposed an alliance with Huang Haoyan, promising to split the treasure equally after defeating their rivals. Huang Haoyan flatly refused, exposing Ai and Yang's cruel and cunning nature. He declared that it was safer to be Ai and Yang's enemy than her ally. A masked figure smirked, a malicious glint in his eyes. A cloaked man attacked Brother Huang while offering an apology. Brother Huang engaged the attacker, unaware of a third person lying in ambush. The ambusher unleashed the 10,000 Blade Massacre, creating countless purple slashes. Brother Huang was horrified as he realized it was a deadly trap. Brother Huang's comrade was pierced by his own side's technique. Witnessing the scene, Hong Lu roared in anger and charged forward. The mysterious woman bound Brother Huang with her red tail and gave an order to Hong Lu. With her power, the red-tailed woman finished off both men. The mastermind stood amidst the rubble, coldly observing the fruits of his labor. Huang Haotian roared in fury, unable to believe his former allies had teamed up with a woman. A hooded martial artist replied that dealing with her was easier than dealing with him. Cornered, Huang Haotian roared, determined not to let them succeed. He gathered all his strength to self-destruct, vowing to drag them all to hell. Hua Huiyan faced him calmly, unleashing a powerful stream of purple true chi to suppress him. The hooded martial artists were also sent flying by Hua Huiyan's attack. Xinxiang was astonished, understanding why they had to join forces to deal with Huang Haotian. Under the assault, Huang Haotian's body began to disintegrate amidst the chaotic energy. Huang Haotian's self-destructing energy core cracked under the purple lightning. One martial artist acknowledged Huang Haotian's power and believed they were right to team up. The mysterious woman shouted for the treasure, while Xinxiang prepared to make his move. The mysterious woman approached, wondering if the old man was truly dead. Xinxiang smiled, realizing this was his chance to strike. Xinxiang launched a surprise attack from behind with a powerful heavenly scripture palm. The unexpected blow landed, sending the mysterious woman flying backward. Xinxiang landed powerfully after his successful attack. Injured and stunned, the mysterious woman was shocked to recognize her attacker as Xinxiang. Xinxiang coldly declared this was the consequence of her letting him escape. The mysterious woman realized in horror that Xinxiang's power had far surpassed their last encounter. Seeing her disadvantage, she surrendered, willing to give up the heavenly dragon treasure. Xinxiang warned his injured female opponent that he would not show mercy. He was suspicious that a villain like her would willingly offer the treasure. Xinxiang realized that if they fought now, the outcome might not be in his favor. The female opponent explained that the treasure emitted a scorching heat that burned anyone who touched it. She secretly planned to kill Xinxiang when he was attacked by the treasure's aura. Miao and Yu instructed Xinxiang to use his Azure Dragon True Chi to subdue the treasure. The female opponent sneered, believing Xinxiang would die from his arrogance. Xinxiang channeled his Azure Dragon True Chi, a stream of green energy rushing towards the treasure. The golden lotus-shaped treasure began to absorb the powerful Azure Dragon True Chi. The female opponent was horrified to see that Xinxiang was completely unharmed by the treasure. Xinxiang released a powerful surge of true chi, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. From within the explosion, a divine blade and its sheath slowly emerged. Yu couldn't help but be stunned by the sight of this divine weapon's appearance. Miao shouted, recognizing it as the divine weapon, the Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade. Xinxiang found an ancient divine weapon and claimed it as his own. He also had his eyes on the mysterious box that came with the sword. Xinxiang decided he would take this precious box as well. An unexpected opponent appeared, blocking the path and confronting Xinxiang. The aggressive, red-haired enemy demanded that Xinxiang hand over the treasures. Xinxiang was furious, knowing for sure that his opponent would cheat. Xinxiang swung his sword to block the enemy's red dragon-shaped attack. He shouted loudly, declaring he would use the Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade to kill him. The two streams of power collided, and Xinxiang's divine weapon shattered the dragon's head. The opponent's attack was smashed into fragments of energy. Xinxiang faced a dangerous foe, his eyes filled with determination. A female demon with blazing red lightning appeared, threatening to take Xinxiang's life. Xinxiang did not flinch, swinging his sword in response and looking down on his opponent. He charged forward to attack, determined to use his sword chi to shred the female demon. However, Xinxiang was stunned when the female demon blocked his sword with her bare hands. The female demon counterattacked with her snake-like tails, sending Xinxiang flying. Xinxiang unleashed a powerful slash, creating a heaven-shaking explosion. He realized the ancient divine weapon in his hand was no different from an ordinary weapon. Miao appeared, reminding Xinxiang to use the power of the Azure Dragon to awaken the divine weapon. The female demon immediately rose, demanding that Xinxiang hand over the weapon. The snake-haired Demoness line of defense was shattered by a terrifying power. Xinxiang channeled the Azure Dragon True Chi, his eyes flashing with power. The Azure Dragon True Chi transformed into a giant green dragon, roaring menacingly at the opponent. The snake-haired Demoness was terrified, not understanding where this incredible power came from. Xinxiang transformed, taking on a new form enveloped in green lightning. Xinxiang was amazed to see his sword also infused with light. The snake-haired Demoness recognized the extraordinariness of the sword, her eyes filled with desire. Greed arose, and the Demoness roared, determined to seize the sword at all costs. Xinxiang took a stance, preparing to unleash a lightning slash at his opponent. Xinxiang roared, Azure Dragon, pouring all his power into the decisive strike. Xinxiang unleashed an incredibly powerful demon-slaying slash. The slash created a giant gash on the cliff face, shaking the entire area. Xinxiang panted, exhausted after unleashing the extremely powerful move. He realized nearly all of his true chi was depleted after just one slash. Xinxiang was astonished to see the monster was still alive after the attack. The demonic beast roared in anger, rising powerfully from the rubble. The demonic beast was also terrified by the power that could shake the entire secret realm. It decided to flee, waiting for Xinxiang to become exhausted before returning to devour him. Xinxiang growled, declaring that it was too late to escape now. He raised his divine sword, determined to bury the demonic beast right here. Xinxiang unleashed a powerful Azure Dragon's Chi slash. He continued to swing the lightning blade, slashing down a second time. The opponent transformed into a snake demon, mocking Xinxiang for only being able to be arrogant for a few more seconds. Xinxiang stood firm, his abundant, true Chi surging. Xinxiang's face was filled with anger, and flames erupted fiercely. He immediately used the flames to soar into the sky. Miao asked in surprise why Xinxiang was fleeing instead of killing the opponent. Xinxiang explained that the blade had attracted too many powerful experts. Yu questioned if he had intentionally caused a commotion to lure them over. Xinxiang admitted it and transformed into a streak of light, speeding away, considering it the best escape plan. A monster was searching for Xinxiang's whereabouts in the canyon. It cautiously scouted, believing he was hiding nearby. Suddenly, a giant purple energy sword shot straight towards it. The monster was struck by the slash and screamed in pain. It collapsed before the eyes of two mysterious black-cloaked figures. The monster was stunned, not expecting its attacker to still be alive. The two black-cloaked figures revealed their plan to seize the monster's treasure. The monster questioned them about their scheme to deceive it. One of them mocked it, pretending they would find Xinxiang to seek revenge for it. Their evil laughter echoed through the deadly scene.